All right, good morning. Welcome to the February 28th Board of Supervisors. Oh, I had it, there we go. Welcome to the February 28th Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call it to order. We have a moment of silence.
I have two.
Okay,
And I have one as well.
all right, go ahead.
Want to go first? Okay. So I have a moment of silence for Thomas Brown, a longtime citizen of Lake County and a member of the Elam Indian Colony. He also was leadership for the Elam Indian Colony tribe. He worked for California Tribal TANF, where I worked with him at one time. And he was an intricate part to working at the Circle of Native Minds. And so we want to offer our condolences to him and his family, or to his family. And also Kevin Wasick. Kevin Wasick is also another longtime citizen of Lake County, especially Lucerne. He put together the Neighborhood Watch and did a great job, had everyone collaborated in that area. You'll see all the Neighborhood Watch signs everywhere in Lucerne. That's because of Kevin. He also served on the MAC for Lucerne for like the last 4 years. Did a very, very good job on that as well. And he was also a longtime security guard with the Robinson Rancheria Resort and Casino, retired there. And he retired so he could serve on the MAC, of all things. So he'll be missed. He's a real big part of a big advocate for the Lucerne Harbor being dredged too. As you probably remember, he came in numerous times and said, hey, we want to see that done. So I'd like to offer a moment of silence to him as well.
In the city of Clear Lake, to be honest, with all the days that have occurred with the emergencies, I've lost track of which day this occurred, but approximately a week ago, we had another incident between a vehicle and a pedestrian. At this moment in time, the name has not been provided to the public, so I will not provide the name today, but we lost another individual in our streets. Again, somebody that is well known in the area and that will be dearly missed by both family and friends. And again, please be aware of your surroundings when you're driving, when you're walking, when you're on our roads, and please slow down. It's a little crazy out there, especially when the weather goes bad. So pay attention, please. Thank you.
Lloyd, do you want to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have an extra item to consider?
Yes. I don't know if the sheriff wants to come up, but we'd like the board to consider this extra item. We need a motion for that. This has to do with the emergency declaration.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, we're ready for that, right? All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider this extra item that's presented after the posting of today's agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Want to take the extra item now? Yeah?
Yeah.
That way you don't have to stick around.
Sure. I think this proclamation is fairly straightforward. I'm here to answer any questions. You've read the existence of an emergency due to the low elevation snow and extreme cold. This was a pretty unprecedented event here in Lake County. It's because it's snow and snowfall. I think the amount of damage that we're going to see isn't going to be seen until we have some melt and kind of figure things out. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them. But again, I don't know that there's anything that I need to add other than the proclamation.
Supervisor Sabatier?
It's not I guess there's a question and mostly comments. I know that we have already had some state support, which is exactly what this emergency declaration allows us to obtain, is some of the resources that we may not have available to us. So appreciate all the support that we've gotten. Definitely want to highlight first responders, public works, and everyone else that was out there while everyone tried to huddle in their homes and try and stay warm as best as they could, depending on their situation. We had folks outside trying to clear the roads and trying to make things as safe as possible to get electricity back up, and just want to highlight those individuals, including one of our individuals was hurt in the line of duty in trying to clear some of the brush and trees. So people are really in the front line, putting themselves at risk. I do hope that we have a debrief of this emergency as well. There's been a lot of communication or lack of communication in certain ways, and I want to make sure that we have the ability to come back and have a conversation about this emergency and how it all occurred, what went well, what did not go well. So I'm hoping that we can do that in the future.
Yeah, of course, I'd welcome that. This event probably isn't completely over. We don't anticipate anything like we saw a few days ago, but we're still in the middle of this winter storm. So certainly when it's all over, I'd welcome it.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just housekeeping. I know we're here to add the item. I just don't know when that item ends up posted online for the agenda for people to look at. So I assume we are ratifying the emergency already proclaimed by you, and that is coming in the form of a resolution I haven't seen.
It was added on Friday.
It's not
You
pop-
refresh.
It's not popping in my Granicus.
Refresh it, maybe.
Yeah, just refresh
Down here,
it.
a little circle.
Okay. Well, as long as you guys are all seeing it, I'm just not seeing it, but thank you for that.
Supervisor, or Vice Chair Simon?
Obviously, thank you very much for bringing this proclamation. Our community definitely was impacted all the way around, but just as Supervisor Sabate said, I want to thank all of our workers, everybody, all of our first responders here locally that went out and did everything that needed to be done in the tough times. And, ultimately, we had a lot of folks, too, that work for the electric company, other places, PG&E, that are boots-on-the-ground folks here that did what they could to kind of get the electricity from 37,000 down to, I think, 7,000 today. So, a lot of local folks. But Sheriff, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Ready to approve this. That's what I want.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the thanks as well. I've been trying to do that, give out thanks. Of course, you miss people, and there are just too many to thank. There's a lot of people working a lot of hours trying to keep our community safe, and I appreciate all of them, and I'm glad you do too.
Okay, open up for public input. Is there any?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay, and no one in here, so I'll bring it back to the board for action. And I also, Sheriff, really appreciate your leadership during this. And we have a lot of people to thank, all of our staff and the utility crews and road crews and everyone. And it was pretty incredible to see everybody mobilize. So thank you so much.
You're well, thank you.
I'd have to agree with that. Being in touch with you throughout this situation was great, working to get those specific spots in my district. I know other folks had some other assistance with their districts, and notifying, keeping everybody informed the best we can with some of the struggles we had with, some of the communication with PG&E. But it was beneficial that your office, OES, all came to the table with our leadership and staff to make sure we at least could do something rather than just wait on PG&E. So.
Well, and I give a thanks to all of you for your support during the same incident. This works both ways.
And Madam Chair, if by point of clarification, the next action would be to have a motion to ratify the proclamation, and just for clarification, ratify the proclamation that is dated February 24, 2023.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, we'll move on to consent. Do we have any items? We're going to be pulling item 5.2 and 5.12. Do we have any additional items? And the public have any additional items they wish to pull from the consent agenda?
No hands on Zoom.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve items 5.1, 5.3 through 5.11, and then 5.13 through 5.15 on the consent agenda.
Second?
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. We'll go to 6.1, our 906 item, public input. Do we have anyone in the chambers today? If you would like to come up and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is André Geziek. I'm the owner of the Mount St. Helena Vineyard in Middletown. So I spoke before this committee a few times last year. I produce about 300 tons of grapes each year, and I employ numerous people. My property tax that you're charging me is $63,000. It was never reassessed since 2 owners ago. The proprietor overpaid and basically went up 2% every single year. And I'm paying now $800 an acre. It's the same level as Napa, according to UC Davis figures. The problem is I'm in Lake, I'm not in Napa. I spoke about it several times last year. I explained if nothing changed, I had to do some cuts, and I did that last month. I had to let go some people. It was very painful, but there's no other way I can survive. And I have a few more comments, so I'm really asking you again to look at reassessing this as soon as possible. I'm a bit surprised for the lack of interest that the county has for the grape growers. I've done a little research, but I found out that Lake seems to be pretty much the poorest county in California, and it's not ranked very well nationwide also. The economy is mostly agriculture, and agriculture for 80% is grape growing. So if we're not doing well, the county is not doing well. So I would behoove you to try to assist this critical part of your economy. I came to this county with an open mind. I actually wanted to invest money in all kinds of projects, electrical, solar and stuff. But my big concern, if no substantial changes occur, I might not be able to actually invest in this county. This county is not investable. So thanks again for your kind attention. And I hope this will be reassessed soon, if you can do something about it.
Yep.
Thank you.
My district.
Okay. Anyone else? In the chamber or in the Zoom room?
There are no hands in the Zoom room.
Okay, thank you.
Need more coffee.
All right, we'll close public input, and we will move on to 6.2, our 910 item, consideration of the December 31st, 2022 report of Lake County Pooled Investment Treasurer Tax Collector, and there they are.
Good morning. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation this morning. I have Carlos Oblitas here from Chandler Asset Management, who's prepared to go ahead and give this presentation. They're adding me as a panelist right now, so if I can just have a moment, I can put this up on the board. And the panelist upgrade is not working. I'm still in as an audience member.
Is it the PDF that's on the attachment that you're looking
It
to bring
is.
up? Can I share that for you?
Yeah, if you can, if that would be easier. Oh, I think they may have added me here. Okay, I am now sharing the screen.
Supervisors, let me update you on the status of the portfolio and the events in the economy that are driving current returns, earnings, and the risks to the portfolio going forward. Just as a reminder, as always, this is the county's investment pool. The pool has participants in the pool. The pool is designed to provide liquidity to the participants, and county money is also invested in the pool. The objectives of the county pool are safety, followed by liquidity, followed by return. That's dictated by California government code. The types of investments that you're able to make are highly controlled and restricted. Primarily, you are a bondholder. You invest in the bond markets, and the primary driver of your income is interest income from the bonds that you purchase, meaning the money you lend. Having said that, your portfolio is always very subject to whatever's happening with interest rates in the overall market. Those interest rates have been on the rise for a number of reasons. I'm going to cover those in a moment. I'll cover what's in the portfolio right now, what you're yielding currently, and then, of course, I'll take any questions that you may have. To give you an idea, I'm just going to flip forward. Right now, the big focus in the market is, I'm going to forward one more page and looking at the chart on the left-hand side, the focus is still on inflation. You've probably heard this over and over. A lot of you are dealing with this at the gas pump. You're dealing with this in food, and just nationwide inflation still continues to be strong. The charts that we have here were prepared for the data through December because that's the data that we always present to you on a quarterly basis, and this meeting or this presentation was pushed back a meeting. But to bring you up to date on those numbers, the last movement went from for Consumer Price Index, which measures change in prices nationwide, widely followed index went from 6.5% year over year price growth down to 6.4. It's still in the right direction, the right trend, but not enough for most economists and investors. They were looking for inflation to come down a little more. If you remember our prior conversations, the central bank in the United States, the Federal Reserve right now, is in the midst of trying to combat price growth by tightening access to cash, to liquidity, and they do that by raising interest rates, by making it more expensive for businesses and people to borrow money. That way, people that can't afford debt service get out of that, and they're not pushing prices up through their increased demand for goods and services. So inflation is still elevated. If you look at the personal consumption expenditures on the right-hand side, that's the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. It's a little bit different. It factors for substitutions and things like that. For example, when beef gets more expensive, people switch to chicken. That index tends to handle that a little bit better, and the Fed prefers to look at that. That index went up. It went in the opposite direction. It went up to 5.4 from 5.3 year over year price growth. So we're still seeing some challenges in the price, at least in the battle against prices by the Federal Reserve. One of the things that's a big driver of that has been job growth. We've talked a little bit about that in the past. Nationwide, the job market in the United States is still very hot. This chart does not show it, but we've been generating somewhere around 250,000 to about 180,000 jobs per month. We only needed about 110,000 pre-pandemic to absorb new entrants into the market. The last jobs number that we had was from the month of January. That job number, the job number came in at 517,000. So it blew the doors off of any expectations. They were expecting 180,000. They got 517,000. That level of demand for labor is pushing wages up, which is in and of itself inflationary. It's good to have a job. Some sectors are doing better than others. You're probably hearing a lot about the tech sector laying off, and that's definitely true. Most of the gains have been in services and have been in hospitality. If you think about the jobs lost during the pandemic, we lost somewhere around 23 million jobs. We've brought back over 23.5 million jobs. We're now creating more jobs than what we had pre-pandemic, and that's the kind of environment that we're dealing with. That dynamic has led the unemployment rate to be and hover down around 3.4%, which is very, very low. It's not a record, but it's at a point where economists call it like a terminal rate of unemployment, where any lower employment is just inflationary. It's just going to add to more inflation because of the demand is going to push wages higher. So it just means that the Federal Reserve has been focused on driving prices lower. They do that by raising rates. The rate that they move, that they manipulate, is the overnight lending rate between banks in the United States. That's called the federal funds rate. They have a target for that rate. That target is currently set at 4.5 to 4.75. Right now, if you look at the chart in front of you, it's hovering right around that range. They meet about every 6 weeks. They met last on February 1st. They determined they wanted to raise that target rate by another 25 basis points. That's 0.25%. That's a lower clip than what they've done in the prior moves in 2022 and the beginning of 2023. They've been raising it at 75 basis points a clip. So they've slowed down, but they're still moving to raise that rate. What does that mean to you? From an economic perspective, it just means that borrowing is costlier, and that gets passed down to you from the banks, and that gets passed down to consumers. And that's the purpose of doing all of this. The Federal Reserve is cutting off liquidity. They're reducing the money supply so there isn't as much money exchanging hands as quickly, driving those prices up. The net effect of that, of course, is that it's supposed to slow the economy down. It could slow it down to a point where we get into a contraction, a recession. We're not there yet. We did have a couple of quarters of negative growth. It wasn't officially a contraction because a recession is typically 2 quarters of negative growth. They did not officially call it that simply because we just have such strong employment numbers, and it's hard to call a recession when people are well employed. All this to say is that we are seeing some weakness in the economy. You can actually see it in housing starts. Housing starts are slowing down. You can see home prices have come off nationwide. That may not feel like that in California, but certainly nationwide. They've come off. The chart on the right-hand side is showing you the change in year over year in price growth for houses. At its peak, we were looking at year over year 21% price growth nationwide average. Today, that's even lower than this. It's closer to 6%, but it's still growing. Prices are still growing. I mentioned a slowdown. Manufacturing, you can see, is looking at the Institute of Supply Management Purchasing Managers Index. That's a diffusion index. It's a survey where they take a number of factors in to index it in an index of 0 to 100, and if you're below 50, it's contracting. You can see that manufacturing has definitely contracted. And of course, people are always looking at consumer, just looking at retail sales. You can see that retail sales have been on the slowdown. So the moves that the Fed is doing have, the net effect has been to slow the economy down, but prices have been persistently high. Part of that is labor. What does it mean to you and your portfolio? Well, it means that with the Fed being on the side of raising rates even higher, it means that rates in the market that are available for debt instruments that you purchase, the rates are going to be higher. And that has a dual effect. Whatever debt instruments you currently hold on paper go down in value. And that's been happening all of 2022 and now the beginning of 2023. That value, that drop in value is not generally realized because for the most part, we hold these investments to maturity. We hold them to maturity. At maturity, you get your money back, and we turn around and we reinvest it. That reinvestment, that's the second part. That reinvestment is at increasingly higher yields. To give you an idea, I'm just jumping forward to give you an idea. Looking at September 30th, we were earning 155% per year. That's the annualized earnings rate expected going forward. That number climbed to 182. The reinvestment rate, so whenever we receive new money or on maturity, we reinvested it at 3.63 3 months prior, and as of December 31st, we were getting in at 377. The nice thing about all of this is that reinvestment rate today, if I looked at a report as of yesterday in the portfolio, we were looking at yields of around 5%. So any new money we're getting in, we're picking up 5%, which is driving that average yield higher. Currently, that average yield is higher than 2%. So we're moving in the right direction from an earnings perspective. The valuations are still lower because, remember, when rates rise, the values fall, but that drop in value generally is not going to heavily impact you because most of this is held to maturity. Right now, the portfolio is valued at $465 million. This includes the component that Chandler Asset Management manages on your behalf. It also includes the component that's in the bank that's used to make payrolls and to make liquidity for participants. It includes money that's in the state pool, local agency investment fund. You're very well diversified. Let me jump forward to that. You hold almost every asset class that's allowed to be held by code. There are a few that we don't buy simply because we're just not finding value. But these asset classes are in the portfolio in the proportions that you see because of the analysis that we've done to make sure that if we're picking up additional return. We mitigate the risk that's associated with that. You're very well diversified. And then from a maturity perspective, again, this includes not just the assets that we manage on your behalf, but there's considerable liquidity. The green bars are as of December, the gray is as of 3 months prior. You can see that you had it looks like 3 months or less, about 27% of the portfolio was available. This was at a time period in December when the county was collecting property taxes. So you saw a great increase in the shorter component of the portfolio. Subsequent to this, a lot of that money goes out. It gets passed down, sales tax revenues, property tax revenues to the component cities. Your participants take the money, the county uses up money. You're going to repeat all of this in April, again, when property taxes are due again, once again in April 10th, and then thus goes the cycle. But again, the key things here are we're trying to manage the risks. The risks right now are that rates continue to go up, and that continues to devalue, and we've mitigated that by mainly holding to maturity. We periodically rebalance. The other risk, of course, is that the economy the odds of a contraction are increasing, and that puts pressure on financial systems. It puts pressure on debt issuers. It's more costly for them to issue debt. So this is a time when we moved. We're always high in credit quality. This is a very high credit quality portfolio. So the strength of the issuers that you hold here are very strong. But we always like to move more towards liquidity. And when I say liquidity, I mean sectors that are widely held, that have strong secondary markets, that people will always demand them. That means treasuries and agencies. And you can see those make up the bulk of the portfolio. Treasuries make up almost a third. Agencies make up a little bit, well, almost a fifth of the portfolio. Very liquid, very high credit quality, and very well diversified. Let me stop there and take any questions you may have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for the report. Got a couple of questions. One, just looking at that chart, I'm glad that you brought it back up. So I know the LAIF is the statewide investment pool that we are a part of. What's the difference between that and local government investment pool? Is that our own personal one? Because it says 0.0, so I'm just kind of curious as to what that is and why it's there.
There's about $8,000. We don't have enough decimal spots in the chart to capture that one. It's that's an astute observation. So LAIF, L-A-I-F, is the Local Agency Investment Fund, which is the state pool, as you correctly stated. Local government investment pools refers to another investment pool that the county has the ability by law to invest in. It's called California Asset Management Program. It's a joint powers authority that runs a trust which sponsors a pool. That pool is about $6 billion. It primarily holds bond proceeds money. It's administered by another company, but it's officially owned and operated and governed by a joint powers authority made up of local public agency officials just like you.
Okay. Thank you for that. My next question is, if you can go to the slide for the maturity years. Yeah, that one. So I guess I need to be reminded. I remember when we worked on the policy, I thought we were aiming for 3 years, and I'm starting to see that there's the 4 to 5 years starting to have some. Now, I in comparison to my judgment on what needs to happen, I trust your judgment a whole lot more, since we are definitely seeing great benefits from working with you and your agency to invest in the right places. But can you explain the 4 to 5? Is that part of the policy that we did approve? I know we wanted to get there at one point. I did not expect us to be there so quickly.
Supervisor Sabatier, and I have to tell you, I'm thrown off because your name cards are switched.
Oh,
but
am I not Sabatier today?
And I just happen to know that you are Supervisor Sabatier.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for that.
No problem. No, again, another good observation. The investment policy allows us to go up to 5 years maximum, which we try and take advantage of whenever possible. The strategy that we worked in place with the ad hoc committee that you and Supervisor Pyska were a part of, as well as the current treasurer tax collector, the decision at that time you correctly identified was that the strategy would be that the bulk of the investments would be held between 1 and 3 years. the bulk of them. And that's on the investment portfolio, the part that's managed by Chandler. Obviously, there's other funds that are kept much shorter because they're in the state pool and they're needed for liquidity, and that's included in this chart here, which you can see is sizable because the county collected taxes at that point and it built up. But that's correct. The bulk of the investments are to be maintained between 1 and 3 years, not all of them. We do look for opportunities beyond 3 years when it makes sense. The average duration of the portfolio, between 1 and 3 years generally, when you look at an index of bonds between 1 and 3 years made up of treasuries and agencies, the average duration tends to be somewhere around 1.7, 1.8 years. So we try and stay, when we build this up in the portfolio, it tries to be somewhere around 1.7, 1.8 years. Sometimes we can maintain that average by maybe picking up a little bit more if we see some value longer. It's interesting that you say that because right now, the yield curve, that's a fancy term, that's the term structure of interest rates. If we looked at interest rates of treasury securities that are offered at 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, all the way out to the spectrum of maturities. If we looked at what's offered and we charted that, and that's a curve, and you're looking at it on the right-hand side, normally that curve is positively shaped as it was December of 2021, when you can see the bottom line here, it's positively shaped, when rates were much, much lower. If you look at those rates through December, the green line, the curve is inverted. And that's another, again, fancy way of saying that right now, shorter maturity bonds are paying a higher yield than longer, which your next logical question would be, why would we buy that longer bond? Generally, when you see an inverted yield curve like this, it's because investors are expecting a contraction. Since the 1960s, an inverted yield curve like this has a very strong correlation with a contraction following anywhere from 18 to 22 months forward. And so investors will buy up longer bonds expecting that rates will fall. Remember, prices and yields move inverse to one another. So if they're buying up more bonds in longer maturities, they're driving up the price, which pushes the yield down, creating that inversion. And of course, on the left-hand side of that chart, that's driven by what the Fed is doing, which we talked about. They've been raising rates. The yield, the market is not keeping up with what the Fed is doing. So why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because if it's expected that there might be a contraction, and the numbers are showing us that. And if that happens, eventually the Federal Reserve will have to start doing the opposite of what they're doing now, lowering rates. And if you have longer maturity bonds where you pick up some sort of yield, you hang on to that yield much longer. You're not, if you keep it much shorter, right now logically you might want to buy shorter maturities because they pay more. Those shorter maturities will mature much faster, and if yields come down because of a contraction, those investors are forced to reinvest at lower yields. So this is why we diversify these maturities just like we diversify the sectors, and that this is why we have investments that go out, some of them out near the 5-year range.
No, I appreciate the explanation. I know that the longer the term, the more risk, but also the more potential. It kind of goes both ways, but the explanation of the timelines of what's historically been seen, and the fact that there are forces that can change what the outcome of the economy is, that those actions will be taken, that makes sense to me. And I did have one last question. I know I asked Mr. Sullivan this. Obviously, the most important part for all of us is not just where is our money, but what are we benefiting from this? And you've already shown the yields, but I know that we get quarterly interest that comes in. That interest goes to not just Lake County, it goes to our schools, and it goes to our fire districts. I'm not looking for that separation, that level of detail, but just to kind of understand how we've been doing as far as the interest that we've received from placing these funds in the appropriate locations.
Yes, I was aware of your request, Supervisor Sabatier, and I did prepare this chart just to try to outline that. This is the last 2 calendar years of the quarterly interest that was earned. So I hope, is that visible up on the screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you look back to the beginning of 2021, this was before we were using Chandler Asset Management, and most of our funds were in our operating account or in the state pool, which at the time was not paying any significant returns. As you'll note, as we got closer to the end of 2021, in that fall, we engaged with Chandler and we began to enter the market. So you'll see these returns start to climb. By that March figure, we were fully engaged with the market. And Carlos, I don't know if you want to jump in more with an explanation.
Absolutely. There are a couple of reasons why you see this spike in investment earnings, two that I would attribute. The first is that prior to the ad hoc committee that came together to make those decisions on the portfolio, prior to that, as your treasurer tax collector has stated, the funds were primarily in bank accounts to a point where and rates were so low, the banks were not paying anything, and your earnings were very, very, very low. Two things happened. You engaged into the markets where you started purchasing interest-bearing securities with higher yields, and that bode well for the portfolio. It did well. You started seeing the earnings pick up. The second thing that happened is what we were looking at prior is that through the course of 2022 and the Federal Reserve's moves to raise interest rates have moved interest rates in the markets higher and higher and higher because of to slow inflation down, all the reasons that we just spoke about. Well, you have been fortunate in that every time you reinvest, you've been reinvesting at increasingly higher yields. And I'm going to go back to a decision that ad hoc committee made back in November of 2021 when we originally met. And that decision was, going back to your point, was that you were going to maintain the bulk of the investments between 1 and 3 years, sometimes even shorter, sometimes a little bit longer, but between 1 and 3 years, rather than going longer and having it mainly between 1 and 5 years. So we were looking at an option of maybe averaging somewhere around 2.5 years. We made the decision with input from the Board of Supervisors where we would go a little bit shorter because we wanted to emphasize liquidity, because we wanted to be a little bit more nimble, because we anticipated that rates would be going up. So doing that move, rather than averaging 2.5 years, you're averaging 1.7 years or so, you're able to reinvest faster. It means that on the whole, on average, the portfolio is turning over faster right now, maturing faster. There's shorter maturities which come due faster, and that faster is bringing more cash available, which you in turn have been reinvesting in increasingly higher yields in the markets, and that's why you're seeing this hockey stick. So that decision, this is proving that decision to be a wise decision. It was a good decision, and it was made in a very timely manner.
And I have one last final question. I know there was supposed to be a slow ramp up of Chandler Assets investing our funds or our investment pool, seeing that there's kind of not a flat line, but kind of a flatter line at the top from September to December. Does that mean that we've reached that 100% that you're investing, or have you reached that capacity that you're looking to get to, or are you still ramping?
So we're not ramping in terms of how we're structuring the investments. We're at where we want to be. So the structure, so meaning the pie charts that you saw, the proportions in the different sectors, the bar charts where you saw the different maturities, the structure of all of that is exactly where we want it to be at this point. We're not ramping up. Because we've been working for you for a little bit over a year, and we're already there from a strategy perspective. I think the reason you're seeing that, and this is a discussion that your new treasurer tax collector and I have been having, is the way that the accounting was being done. There's something to do, we're getting into accounting terms here, there's something to do with the way that premiums and discounts on the bonds are being handled, and we're working right now on a way to better handle them, and that's just the way that the data is showing through. What I do anticipate is that these yields that I showed you should continue climbing. I mentioned to you that your reinvestment was over 3 something percent, and your current yield was like 190 something, 192. As of yesterday, you're averaging 212 on this portfolio. So that it's already moved higher from December. Here we are at the end of February. It's already moved above 2%, and it will continue to do that so long as rates in the markets range right where they are. And then your reinvestment, which was something around 3.5 or something, well, that's today, as of yesterday, it was 505. So if I'm picking up new investments on average at 505, I'm going to move the average that I have higher and higher every day. That should continue. It should not plateau. That might be an accounting issue, which we're still kind of working out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would highlight a lot of that has to do with the fact that the purchases are being made on the secondary market at the discount. The figures on this chart are cash basis out of our system. So a lot of the gain that will be captured is not going to be realized until that security hits its maturity. So we're not going to pick up that cash that we gain from purchasing it with that discount until it matures, and that may be a year or two down the road. So you would see that spike later. So that's part of the other reason for the leveling you see here as compared to the Chandler report.
If you want to If you want to Google it, it's called amortization of premiums or accretion of discounts, if you're really interested.
I'll add it to my list.
There is one other point that I would add that relates to this. We are currently engaging in a restructuring of our banking structure, the way our accounts are laid out in our operating account and some of our others. So through that, we've been able to both reduce costs. We're able to eliminate the banking fees that we were previously paying. And it also will create the opportunity to create some short-term yield in our operational account, which we previously didn't have. So that's another hope that can help add to what you're already seeing in Chandler's reporting.
So do you have any expectations that we'll need to change our strategy in the near future? I know we had set up some procedures about when we should meet if you started to notice some changes that were concerning, and I forget what that was. Was it like within 30 days or I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But just given the uncertainty and things are changing, I was just wondering what your expectations were and just to remind the board what those policies we set up were.
So generally, right now the obligation, the way that we wrote the policy, the obligation is to inform the treasurer tax collector if there are credit issues. If something's happening in the portfolio where credit deterioration occurs and you have names that where we think that there might be credit action, maybe even where the credit rating agencies might lower a credit rating below the minimum requirement to purchase that security. That's something that you pay us to monitor. The Treasury pays us to monitor that. So we and of course what we're purchasing in this portfolio is we're doing credit analysis on everything that's not a U.S. government security. So that we have to notify, and we have to notify immediately. That there's no waiting for that. There's no meetings for that. That we have to jump on that ASAP. In terms of the strategy was selected from a long-term perspective. And we had two really good reasons when I say we, I meant that ad hoc committee that was working at the time. There were two really good reasons why the committee went this route. The first one was because it got you out of overnight investments, which is what you had, and at that time overnight investments were paying literally nothing. So you chose to move a little bit longer to be able to pick up higher interest income, and that's why you saw the initial pickup in this chart. The second reason was because you maintained it between 1 and 3 years was because that was a structure that we knew if anything happened to the markets in terms of interest rates blowing out and rising, and if we had to sell something, the longer that we went, the bigger that negative value impact on paper. So if you had to sell it in an emergency, your ability to do that was even more limited with a longer portfolio. This is why we settled in that in-between space. It's also a structure where if we literally did nothing but just sit and wait, we do periodically sell before maturity to rebalance, to diversify, to pick up higher credit quality. Sometimes we may sell at a slight loss to pick up a higher yielding security that pays us back for that loss and leaves us with more money than had we just done nothing. So we do that all the time. But the idea here was that if we, in an emergency, if we just sat and waited for the maturities to come in, this structure was giving us many maturities to allow us to do that. I don't anticipate this strategy to change even in this environment because this is a very strong liquidity position and the credit quality is very strong and everything complies with the policy and everything complies with code and you're very well diversified at this point. The only thing that would change, with most treasuries, not a ton of them go longer than this to perhaps a 1 to 5 year where they average 2.5 years. If anything, it would be during a dire emergency where maybe we wanted to shorten the duration even more, maybe give up a little bit of yield because there were emergency needs and we needed liquidity faster. And we're not at that point right now. We're not at that point. But of course, we monitor the economy and we monitor the markets to give you a heads up to think about what we're seeing. I want to remind you that this portfolio is, in the world of investments, if you think of everything that can be bought out there, because of code and because of your risk management policies by your investment policy, this is a very, very low risk, high credit quality portfolio designed to withstand shocks to the system. That's the whole purpose of this. When compared to other investments, it's a very low-risk portfolio, and that's because code requires safety first, followed by liquidity, meaning having the money available when you need it, then followed by return. You just happen to be doing it at a time when returns have been the best in about 15 years.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to reference page 31 and then page 27 of the slide deck. And it's the peculiar creature of what's called a Yankee CD in here. So on page 31, I'm seeing we took dispositions totaling $34 million through assorted Yankee CDs. And then on page 27, I guess what we call this particular creature is a negotiable CD, and our current holdings are closer to $5 million. So that $125 million disposition kind of raised my eyebrows, but can you just give a real quick overview of the peculiar creature that is a Yankee CD? It appears to allow investments in banks that are not totally American funded. So the size of the dispositions and then our current stake in negotiable CDs. Can you just give an overview of that?
Absolutely. Those particular dispositions, I believe we inherited.
Yes, I believe the position you're referencing on page 31, the Standard Chartered Bank of New York Yankee CD, that was purchased before Chandler began managing our portfolio. We did examine it, and we made a determination not to take any action with it, to hold it until maturity, but it doesn't follow the standard practices that we would employ now in terms of selection.
And if I may elaborate on that, that's specific to that Standard Chartered Bank. That one was inherited. The Svenska Handelsbanken and the Toronto Dominion, I believe, those might have been inherited as well.
I'm not sure about that.
We do buy negotiable CDs on behalf of the county. If you think of a certificate of deposit at a bank, it's simply a deposit where you put it in for 6, 9, 12 months or whatever, 2 years. They give you a rate. You really can't get your money out without a penalty. This works similarly, except that you, rather than taking a penalty if you wanted to get out of it, there are buyers. There are a large pool of buyers that are standing by, ready to buy it. They're in very high demand. They're mainly purchased by money market mutual funds, which are very low risk investments, places where people park cash. So in terms of Yankee CDs, to answer your specific question, a Yankee CD is a CD that's issued by a foreign bank which has operations here in the United States. About 95% of that market, they're issued by their U.S. subsidiaries. And the reason that California government code allows you to purchase them is because when they do that, they're just like an American bank. They are overseen by the Office of the Controller of the Currency. They have to follow U.S. banking laws, and they have to be capitalized to a certain degree to be able to operate. So for that reason, and on top of that, we're not just buying any Yankee CD, we're buying Yankee CDs which are very high credit quality. There's two things I'll say about that. During the downturn, the great financial crisis in 2008, 2009, these tended to do quite well because they weren't as tainted by the mortgage market that tainted American banks during that time. The second thing I'll say is that what's nice about these, especially with the longer ones, when they get longer, they resemble a corporate bond, say from Apple or Microsoft. What happens is, or from Bank of America or Wells Fargo, what happens is if there is a default, if somehow, the worst thing happens, a CD holder, a negotiable CD holder actually gets to stand in line in front of the corporate bondholders because the Office of the Controller of the Currency treats this not as a bond, but as a deposit. So that's why we like them. They're very high credit quality.
Then real quick follow-up. I assume you're just following the money wherever the rates are. So to note the prior balance, $34 million, the current holding of about $5 million, clearly is a percentage of the larger portfolio. Our Yankee CD holdings have shrunk. So is that just part of the new management that you guys are bringing, or is that a changed view of the value of the Yankee CD, or is that just totally based on the rates of return? We have less exposure to Yankee CDs than we did prior.
So, Supervisor Green, that's again another astute observation. It's partially our preferences. We do chase the money, but we do that by mitigating the risk. We really view ourselves primarily as risk managers. And to your point, where you identified 5% back in December, I'm looking at the holdings as of yesterday, or actually as of as I'm looking at the December holdings, and looks like all existing negotiable CDs in the portfolio made up a little bit over 1% of the portfolio. So part of the problem was that Standard Chartered Bank that you identified there, that single issue was $25 million, and we just don't buy chunks of $25 million bonds of any name. We have one of the things that we did working with that ad hoc committee was to build in an issuer concentration limit of 5%, which is not even in code. That's a best practice to limit our exposure. And in practice, we actually, our exposure by name, I believe, is less than, in corporate names, is less than 2%. In some instances, less than 1%.
Anyone else? No? Anyone from the public?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Really appreciate your presentation. I can't believe the progress that we've made with both of you being so engaged in this portfolio. So thank you so much. We're in really good hands, and I'm really glad that we did that work a year ago. It's incredible.
We thank your board for your support in this.
The ROI is pretty good.
Nice. Okay, next we have our 6.3, 9:30 a.m. item. I have to read the whole thing. Sorry. Okay. Consideration of draft ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code and adopting by reference the 2022 California Building Standards Code, known as the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Parts 1 through 6, 8 through 12, incorporating the 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code, Title 24, Part 1, the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Title 24, Part 2, the 2022 edition of the California Residential Code, Title 24, Part 2.5, the 2022 edition of the California Electrical Code, Title 24, Part 3 of the 2022 edition of the California Mechanical Code, Title 24, Part 4, the 2022 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Title 24, Part 5, the 2022 edition of the California Energy Code, Title 24, Part 6, the 2022 edition of the California Historical Building Code, Title 24, Part 8, the 2022 edition of the California Fire Code, Title 24, Part 9, the 2022 edition of the California Existing Building Code, the Title 24, Part 10, 2022 edition of the California Green Building Code, Title 24, Part 11, the 2022 edition of the California Reference Standard Codes, Title 24, Part 12, the 2021 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code, the 2021 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code.
Good morning, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. Hopefully that will be the longest title you read during your tenure as chair. But I do appreciate you slugging through it. So every few years, the state updates codes that are relative to our building and safety. And so this ordinance that you have before you today brings us into compliance with the existing updates. We have a couple highlights to point out to you because we did make a change that's not our normal one, bringing in property maintenance updates. And so I have our chief building official, Bill Collins, and our code enforcement manager, Marcus Beltramo, here to give you the highlights.
So for Bill Collins, chief building official, so what I did was most of the work I did we did a little bit of amendment stuff in the International Fire Code. It is all the same stuff that was in there previously. When I started going over the current code, it looked like it hadn't been updated since 2010. So I put it in the right spots. It's mostly all just clerical stuff, putting it in the right area of the code. Most of the things have changed in chapters by about 30 chapters, so I just moved it into the right section. The only other thing that I amended was the California Green Building Code. I added a new section that is light fixtures must direct downward and not allow light to escape in an upward direction. This is just to be more in line with the
Dark sky.
with the Night Sky Initiative. We get a lot of complaints coming in about a project that we had with a bunch of While it was compliant with the existing code where it's hooded and shielded, it still allowed light to come out of the top and is not what we were looking for. So that was the only amendment that I've added. I believe Marcus has updated some administrative stuff on the International Property Maintenance Code.
So just to give a little quick background, the International Property Maintenance Code, building enforces new construction, code enforcement enforces maintenance and upkeep. So the International Property Maintenance Code is a tool that we use and is a tool that has a lot of value. There was only one section, we adopted the code as whole. The code in the past had a lot of amendments or modifications to it. Based on the review I did with Bill, we believe the code is satisfactory to meet the issues and the conditions of this county. The one issue that we inserted some information is regarding to exterior property areas, weeds, premises and exterior properties. This goes to weeds and plant growth, and basically the jurisdiction having authority can insert a height. And so we chose 4 inches for weeds and plant growth. This does not include cultivated flowers or gardens. We feel that's sufficient. We didn't have that in our ability, so when grass grew to a certain height that didn't meet hazardous vegetation, we didn't really have a tool to address that. We figure this covers that gap, or closes that gap.
Great.
So staff does recommend that after your public hearing, that you approve the ordinance to be read in title only and advance it to the next meeting for adoption. Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, real quick question on pages 13 and 14 of the revised ordinance. On page 13, there's a definition for agricultural building. I'm aware that there's been some discussion about ag-exempt buildings with our cannabis task force, and just want to make sure, and the word horticultural in that definition kind of stood out as opposed to agricultural. So I'm wondering if that definition is intended to just comply completely with the IPMC, and if it aligns with our definitions of ag buildings or ag-exempt buildings elsewhere in our code. And on page 14, it just looks like our accessory structure shrunk from 200 to 120 square feet. So again, is that to comport with state law, and does that meet with other requirements in our current zoning ordinance?
I can speak to both of those. The agricultural buildings, we took that definition straight out of the California Building Code. And we're not saying that that is necessarily an ag exempt building, because we have some other requirements. You have to have I believe it's got to have 10-acre parcel, and there's some other requirements in the county code. But we just, basically we wanted to have the same concurrent definition with the California codes is what the ag building is. As far as the reduction from 200 square feet to 120, I don't know who put that in there, but as far as I've been doing this, it's always been 120 square feet per the California codes. And the California Health and Safety Code says that you can amend the code, but you can only amend it to be more restrictive. So we can say we want it to be a permit is required if it's 100 square feet or more, but I don't think we can ever say that we don't need a permit if it's over the 120 square feet. So basically, I was just putting that back to where it's supposed to be.
Anybody else? Anyone from the public? Anyone in Zoom?
No one in Zoom.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Just a quick comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my experience from building tool sheds, which is kind of what the 120 square foot thing is typically seen as, both in Humboldt County and Sonoma County, where I've built tool sheds, those were typically my limitations. So that makes perfect sense to me. But I do have a question about what about those that did follow the rules set previously? How does that get handled for ones that you didn't have a permit for, therefore you don't know about, but then you come to let's say code enforcement goes on the property, how does that work to kind of walk it backwards to say now you're in violation of, even though maybe prior to that being in writing and maybe incorrectly, but still being in writing that it was approved to not require a permit?
Yeah, my opinion and the way I've been dealing with it since I've gotten here is that the California Building Code, is required to be enforced, so that while the county, in my opinion, made a mistake by putting it at 200 square feet, still, it was not compliant with the California building codes and the state regulations that we're required to enforce. So what I've been doing is just having people come in and get an as-built permit for it without double feeing them or anything like that, just a straight regular permitting fee, just to get them into compliance. We're not trying to say, hey, we think you did this maliciously. We're just trying to get you into compliance now.
Okay. And don't mean to patronize, just checking to make sure that, have you had that conversation with county council as far as, can we force somebody to pay for a permit for something that they've had for 5 years or 10 years, and then say you need to get a permit or else we might have an issue?
I have not discussed that with county council. I did discuss the fact that we needed to change it back to 120 square feet, but the conversation did not go to the point that you're asking about it,
Okay.
about if we have legal recourse to ask them to do that. I do know that the California building codes say that, if it was, no matter when it was built, if it doesn't comply, it's still supposed to be coming into compliance under state law.
Okay. I'd like, if there's consensus from the board, I'd like for that conversation to occur just to make sure that what we're requesting and how we're maneuvering through that is the appropriate way to do so.
Not a problem at all.
Okay. And then, yes, and I appreciate Supervisor Green bringing these up. I saw the changes, but didn't created more thoughts in my mind by bringing up the conversation. But the agricultural one, I know that I brought the potential changes for the ag exempt stuff. That is the definition that I've always seen and always looked at, section 202 or of the California Code. That's been, there's no word changes or any type of deviation from what we've been doing for quite a while, so appreciate it.
Action?
And if I may, I know I saw Chair Pyska say yes to my request to meet with, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure there's at least 3 or none.
Yeah, you had consensus.
Okay.
I nodded, yes.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, if I may, so just as a suggestion, your board, we have 2 motions for this item. First motion is to waive reading of the ordinance and to have it read in title only. And the clerk shall read the title following. And we can do that first, then I'll get into the second motion.
so moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
All right. An ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code and adopting by reference the 2022 California Building Standards Code known as the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Parts 1 through 6, 8 through 12, incorporating the 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code, Title 24, Part 1, the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Title 24, Part 2, the 2022 edition of the California Residential Code, Title 24, Part 2.5, the 2022 edition of the California Electrical Code, Title 24, Part 3, the 2022 edition of the California Mechanical Code, Title 24, Part 4, the 2022 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Title 24, Part 5, the 2022 edition of the California Energy Code, Title 24, Part 6, the 2022 edition of the California Historical Building Code, Title 24, Part 8, the 2022 edition of the California Fire Code, Title 24, Part 9, the 2022 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Title 24, Part 10, the 2022 edition of the California Green Building Code, Title 24, Part 11, the 2022 edition of the California Reference Standards Code, Title 24, Part 12, the 2021 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code, the 2021 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code.
And I believe the next motion is to continue the second reading to the next available agenda.
Yes, which would be March 7, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Now that's a soundbite right there.
Our next item is 6.4, 9:45 a.m. Presentation of report on the Roadmap Task Force 2022 activities, community development, and sheriff.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. We are excited to bring this update to the board. As you know, the board did approve a pilot project of focusing sheriff and code enforcement resources on a single community for a period of time to sort of do team effort cleanups to see what sort of effect we could have. And so we've got some great data for you, but I wanted to just take a moment to express appreciation to the Sheriff's Office. The cooperative relationship that we have with them is extremely important to enable us to do our job. And so we have appreciated the cooperation that we've had as we've worked together in a team on this project. I will turn it over to our code enforcement manager to do his PowerPoint presentation, and then also the Sheriff's Office has their side of it as well.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Got to get rid of that box.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't see that.
While they're setting that up, I'd like to return my thanks to your organization as well for the cooperation. I'm obviously new, but Rich and I have talked about this quite a bit, Lieutenant Ward, and I appreciate the coordination and communication from your office as well.
All right, good morning. Again, my name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the manager of the Code Enforcement Division, and this presentation is in regards to the Roadmap Task Force.
You need to share it on Zoom.
Oh.
You have it opened on just the computer itself.
I might need Sam's help on that one. Apologize. Never mind, I have Johanna's help. All right. So the Roadmap Task Force is a community revitalization pilot project. Again, it is a pilot program. We do hope that we have successes so that we can continue this program and go through each township as it was designed. On May 4th, 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved the formation of the Roadmap Task Force. Just a brief history here. August 31st, 2021. The Board of Supervisors approved a Roadmap Task Force project for a community-driven revitalization pilot program in the Clear Lake Oaks area. If you can see on the right, the areas highlighted in the yellow coloration, that is the Roadmap Task Force area. That is where we concentrate and we focus our attention. On April 26th, the Board of Supervisors find the draft of Clear Lake Oaks Community-Driven Revitalization Action Plan is appropriate, and they directed county staff to move forward and to beautify and promote safety within the Clear Lake Oaks community. These are our statistics. These are statistics were provided as of December 1st, 2022, so it's not current as to up to date. I'll provide some additional information, but in that period up to December 1st, 2022, we opened up 211 cases. We closed 121 cases. We issued 68 notices. Currently, at that time, we were working on 22 cases. We had 3 abatements in process, and there was 1 demolition that was conducted that was voluntary. The cases include both properties and vehicles. So these are our highlights, and this is what we're hoping to demonstrate as we further continue on with this program. So this is one of our early successes here. As you can see, the property on the left is in a drastic state of disrepair. We got with the property owners, and they took the steps to repair the steps, paint the front house, and so this is the goal and the aim of this pilot program here. Here's another instance where we took a property that was in not a very good state, a state of disrepair, garbage all over the place, and the property owner, working with the property owner, he took the initiative, and now, as of September, this was the condition of this property here. Again, another property. This one sits right on the highway. Again, the highway is where we focus. That's our top priority area. We want to beautify the highway as everybody drives up and down through our county. We want to make sure that they get they see the beauty of our county. And so here you can see the property on the left, trash, debris, rubbish all over the place. On the right, that's the cleanup. And we're hoping this property stays in this condition moving forward. On the left, here's another instance. This is kind of in the Clear Lake Oaks proper area. As on the left, you can see a inoperable vehicle, miscellaneous debris. And on the right, you can see where they've cleaned it up, and you can see the drastic differences here. You know, the one on the right is what we want our communities to look like. This is what our communities used to look like in 2010, 2012, and that's what we need to get back to. Over here, this is one of our properties that came in front of the board. As you can see on the left, there was multiple issues, tires, cars, just a lot all over the place. And on the right, you can see where it's cleaned up. There's still further work being done on this property, so I anticipate that it will be even more aesthetically pleasing in the future. Over here, this was one property the sheriff, the fire departments had concerns with. This property on the left was just, there was no emergency access route for anybody inside to get to the street if there was an emergency. And then on the other end of that, there was no uninvaded, unimpeded route for emergency service to get into this property. This is on 4th Street. So on the left, you can see where it was. On the middle, you can see where they started to clean it up. And on the right is when they got everything cleaned up. And now the property owners have turned this property into what it is today. And it seems it is a very presentable property. It's a very clean property. And we're very happy with it. And I do want, for full disclosure, this property was, we benefited from the tax delinquent lien sale. So a property owner came and bought this property. We started working with him when the property was in the condition that it was on the left, and then he took it and turned it into this. So we have been a beneficiary of the tax lien sales that have also aided us. At this time, that kind of concludes my presentation. I do also want to mention, this is not part of the slideshow, but we do have 12 properties that we're looking to perform abatements on. Initially, the first step in the process is to be facilitative, to work to gain voluntary compliance. I think we've exhausted a lot of those options, and now we're at the point where we have to start moving forward and abating some of these properties to obtain compliance to get to where we want to get to. 25 administrative citations have also been issued, and we are reaping the gains of that as well. As soon as someone gets a citation, recently a guy got a $6,000 citation. He came in immediately to correct those violations. So we are finding the benefits, and we are utilizing that tool. Again, as this code enforcement division grows, we will enhance and be better at using these tools to gain compliance. And at this point, that ends my presentation.
Sheriff Rob Howe, thank you. Several people talking, obviously, and some presentations here, so I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I just want to make sure that I express my support for the program. A lot of experience with task force in my day, and especially in times like this with staffing being as it is. Our patrol, our beat deputies, if you will, are call to call, so that leaves very little time for proactivity, for trying to focus on problem areas. community-oriented policing, all that kind of stuff. These programs do allow for that. I not only want to keep this one going, but I'd love to have these kind of things throughout our community. With that, we have Lieutenant Rich Ward here, who administratively oversees the program for the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, Board. I'll try and do my best to present this a little easier from the comfort of my desk, but I'll do this the best I can with my head turned here.
Have to eject it? Or?
I think you got to take the keyboard with you.
You got the mouse.
Is that going to mess you up, John? No.
Again, good morning, Board. This is the Sheriff's Office statistics for the calendar year of 2022. To date, as of 2022, we had 189 criminal investigations, 94 arrests. We had 200 nuisance properties that were identified and either turned over to code enforcement, and 52 search warrants were served. Our seizure totals are as follows. Some of the big outliers that we had were significant in the amount of, and the seizures of methamphetamine, fentanyl, and a large sum of ketamine that was located in a search warrant, and 44 firearms. Some more of our seizure totals as far as asset forfeiture. Was the seizure of a Ford Raptor, a Toyota Tacoma, and $114,073 pursuant to asset forfeiture. Recently, this month, we actually seized another Dodge Ram pickup that was worth an estimated Kelley Blue Book value of about $65,000. So I broke down our seizure totals by way of street value, and this is through the California High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program. Specifically, I used the lower street value in Lake County, which is estimated at $300 per pound. And you can see the totals there. Still have information that when this processed marijuana is sold illegally out of state, it could be sold to upwards of $1,000 to $1,500 a pound, which would be approximately $16.6 million. So it's still clearly a profitable industry. One of the difficult things out of these cases and the work that our deputies have done was actually selecting a few key cases and case studies to share with you. So I picked 5 kind of randomly throughout the year. This one, although the service of this search warrant was in Nice, evidence was obtained that tied the sales and distribution of methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl to Clear Lake Oaks and our neighboring communities.
So 4 firearms were seized, including this one seen here, which is commonly referred to as a ghost gun. It's an 80% lower receiver, which means 20% of it is usually milled out and manufactured into a functional firearm. The firearm bears no serial numbers. You'll notice there's a threaded tip at the end of the barrel. That's often used to attach a silencer or suppression device. At the rear of the slide is actually a selector switch that was installed, allowing the firearm to be fired automatically as a machine gun. And this firearm was later test fired by our Sheriff's Office range personnel, and it did in fact function as an automatic weapon. With that ghost gun, there was inserted a 33-round loaded magazine, and that was, again, located in that ghost gun previously seen. You have a video here that where we function fired this firearm. Hopefully it will play for me.
Oh, that was quick.
Definitely see the shells flying.
Well, we tried. It fired the 33-round magazine in about a second, maybe a little bit under or over, give or take. And all in all, these were the total seizures from that case study. It's 5 firearms, approximately 3 pounds of methamphetamine, half pound of fentanyl, 1 ounce of heroin, 24 pounds processed marijuana, and $2,570 in cash. Another case study here we had. This case was a follow-up inspection of a nuisance property on the 1300 block of East Highway 20, which resulted in a search warrant and the seizure of controlled substances. Was approximately 1 ounce of methamphetamine here. And another approximate ounce of methamphetamine. You note the different colors. This is often done amongst dealers and distributors in order to brand or market their product. There were also other small amounts of methamphetamine that was packaged for sale. All in all, approximately 2 ounces of methamphetamine was seized. A little under a half ounce of heroin, and over 50 pills of suspected Xanax. I would just note that it's far more common today that these pills are represented as a certain pharmaceutical, but they're often laced with fentanyl. And lastly, 74 separately packaged of marijuana totaling approximately 3.5 pounds. So a lot of what we do is proactive enforcement. As some of you know, the Highway 20 corridor is often used for the distribution of either controlled substances or currency. And in this investigation, traffic stop produced 242 pounds processed marijuana and a semi-automatic short-barreled rifle. This is the 242 pounds of marijuana and a semi-automatic rifle that was converted to a short barrel rifle. The appearance isn't that great, but it was functional, and it does have a detachable box magazine. Another case study here in October. Deputies conducted an enforcement stop on East Highway 20 near Orchard Shores. The driver was arrested for being under the influence of a controlled substance. He was also in possession of approximately 2 pounds of methamphetamine, $2,833. The suspect was charged with the sales and distribution of methamphetamine and child endangerment. So he was traveling with a young child. Here's the evidence that was seized, approximately 2 pounds of methamphetamine.
In our last case study here, this was after a lengthy investigation. Roadmap Task Force deputies authored a search warrant in the 10,000th block of Pingree Road. Deputies discovered that the vast majority of the residents had been converted in order to cultivate and distribute marijuana. Deputies identified unpermitted wiring, environmental crimes associated with the cultivation of marijuana, as well as illegal dumping. I have several examples of some of the wiring, unpermitted wiring. You could note at the header of that door, you just have large amounts of cables punched through and different sub-panels throughout the house that were operating, not only lighting, but mini-split, AC units to regulate temperature, as well as carbon filters and a number of fans. This is some of the wiring that was outdoors, just literally covered with an outdoor awning. Some of the wiring definitely cleaner than others, but certainly unpermitted. There's some more sub-panels that were within the residence. Was just within the garage area with an open door to it that was just left open for the elements. Here's another one within the grow. This residence was kind of built on a hillside, and there was kind of some shift-make tiered levels, approximately 5 foot. There were at least 3 of them that were converted to cultivate marijuana. Virtually every room in the residence was converted to cultivate marijuana. So another mini split that was located within one of the subfloors. I don't know if you could see in the depths, but there's another adjacent room which is filled with marijuana. This was one of the only areas of the residence that wasn't filled full of marijuana. It appeared to be used for the sole purpose of mixing fertilizers for the cultivation. This was an extremely large generator that was located outside that was utilized to backfeed power to the residence. A couple different mini splits that were also added to the residence to aid in cooling. And the diesel generator, this is what was fueling the diesel generator, and virtually all the fittings were either leaking or pooling diesel fuel onto the ground. This is some of the remnants of what was left behind. There was actually another portion of this residence where trash was being buried, and fertilizer containers, a number of fertilizer containers and trash remnants of cultivation that were just left on scene, and didn't appear that they had any trash services that they utilized. That's the end of our presentation. As I said, the hardest part was trying to pick 5 examples out of the 192 that were presented to me. Again, we appreciate the work that our deputies have done and the collaboration with code enforcement and the support of this board.
Thank you. I just have one question. Had this task force not been put together, would these cases would have been handled, or what do you think would have happened if we didn't have this fund source dedicated?
I would say highly unlikely that they would have been, at least from the law enforcement side. I'll let Maria talk, but again, as I explained, one of the problems we have with the city is when you're on the call, you have very little time to do the proactive stuff. If you went up and saw that house to try to sit on it, write a search warrant, do everything else that's combined, it's very difficult to do without a coordinated effort with a multi-jurisdictional task force.
The fact that the task force provides for the salaries for 2 dedicated law enforcement officers, that helps out a lot because they can focus their attention on these kinds of things, and staffing is always an issue, and they always have to balance that. But with the 2 officers there, they can focus on these things, they can go through them. they can look at habitual problems or places that have been problems in the past and focus their attention on that. So it gives that extra attention that's necessary in these type of areas.
Thank you. Supervisor Crandall?
Well, first, I want to thank you and Supervisor Sabatier. You were on the ad hoc committee that put this together in order to appropriate cannabis funds towards this pilot project. I wanted to read an email from some folks from East Region Town Hall or Clear Lake Oaks, and they stated to Board of Supervisors, we want to commend the Clear Lake Oaks Task Force for the tremendous job done during the first year of this pilot project. Properties are being cleaned up, illegal cannabis grows are disappearing, and the task force presence is quite noticeable. In particular, we wish to single out code enforcement, which has done an outstanding and difficult job under the direction of Marcus Beltramo. While we live just outside the task force boundaries, the positive effects have spilled over. We were also fortunate to work with Sheriff Howe when he spearheaded this original Clear Lake Oaks task force more than a decade ago. I'm pleased to see he's back. And we in the Clear Lake Oaks community thank the task force and the Lieutenant Ward for assisting, and we also thank the Board of Supervisors. And so I just wanted to read that just to show that there is, I know, the consistent updates and reports to the East Region Town Hall have been consistent, and they appreciate that and have given their testimonials as well. Spring Valley, Double Eagle Ranch, even though they're not in that actual area, they still are noticing the differences, appreciate that as well. Just also I like to highlight the appreciation of how there was connection to like Nice and Lucerne, which are high demand for programs like this as well. But nonetheless, the fact that there was some links together there shows like, hey, we're watching. As the sheriff and I attended a meeting last week, it just that is exactly what shines the light on some of these issues to ensure we mitigate some of these criminal activities and code violations. So wanted to again just make those statements.
Is this a 2-year pilot? I can't remember. So is this, we're halfway through the program?
Yes, this would be year one, so year two is what we're venturing onto right now. So again, we're hoping to have more successful stories in year two, especially as code enforcement grows and we get better at understanding the area and how to handle the situations in that area.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a housekeeping item, I would love to see the slide deck the CDD Code Enforcement brought added to the agenda along with this other slide deck. I was a little confused initially about which slide deck we were looking at. I'm also very appreciative of everything that's going on in the task force area. As I'm coming to know my district, I have a number of problem areas that are coming to my attention too. So a question for staff is, I assume we can still bring referrals, but I want to be respectful to the extra work that's going into the task force while also being able to address some of the more pressing issues in my district. So what's been the general pattern of code enforcement and law enforcement in areas outside the roadmap task force area? What can I get done practically without burdening you and taking efforts away from this?
So outside of the task force area and the officers assigned to cannabis, legal and unpermitted or illegal cannabis, we have one officer and one supervisor dedicated to the rest of the county. So we have to prioritize those issues. So what the process is now is that we receive a complaint, we do initial assessment, we try to prioritize it, see what the health and safety issues are, see how those impact the community, and we determine if it's something that needs to be immediately addressed or something that has to kind of go lower down on the priority scale and be addressed in due course.
If I could add to that just a little bit, we do have a staff member now who's kind of our central switchboard. So when you do send in your complaints, everybody's been really good about making sure I'm included on those emails instead of just reaching out to staff. But when you do, then we make sure that Julie gets that complaint and she tracks it through to make sure that it gets addressed. And so on a weekly basis, she has been sending out that update so that you can not only see the progress in your district, but you can also look on everybody else's pages too and see what's going on countywide. And so do appreciate that since you're out in the communities, you're going to hear about things that we may not have heard about yet. So keep them coming because we do pay attention to them.
We gave some recommendations for the community in Nice to start either calling that number with Julie and reaching out through email as well so that they could be added to that list, because some of those weren't. But at the same time, I mentioned to them that that list is what would carry the perpetual need for updates and whatnot, so. Yeah.
Supervisor Green, from the law enforcement side of things, the reason this works is it's extra people. It's not taking the place of our deputies in the field. So if it answers your question, any call for service in the, I won't say the beat, but Clear Lake Oaks area still gets routed to a deputy. So no disruption in our normal service.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to add one thing. We'd like to hear complaints from those property owners that are directly affected. Having referrals is fine, but when we can follow up with the property owners, hear how it's affecting the enjoyment or the health and safety issues affecting their property, and we have multiple complaints, that helps us in our processes if we have to get a warrant or if we have to move forward. It also, the more complaints we get, it demonstrates the real issue within that community, and that also catches our attention to, hey, we need to look into this and see what's going on and see if something needs to be done on an immediate timeline. So it's probably best to have them file directly with us or contact us directly.
Vice Chair Simon?
I think.
Oh, you were back.
Either or.
Sorry. All right, you go ahead.
Thank you for this presentation. I remember when we kind of put this together, decided to start in Clear Lake Oaks, looking at entry points into our county so that we can clean it up and make sure that when people come into Lake County, they have positive experiences right away. In my mind, I feel like this is a high five moment, seeing all of these cases and seeing all of these changes that may or may not have occurred had it not been for the Roadmap Task Force. It's hard to always say, but I appreciate you stating that it would be more difficult. And also excited since we have Sheriff Howe, who's had that experience in the past of leading a task force such as this and seeing how that evolves as we move forward into the future. In my mind, I'm thinking finances. I know that we provided about $1 million. If I remember correctly, the original budget was about $700,000. So I'd like to kind of figure out where we are with that, and eventually, sooner than later, before money runs out and before the time runs out, I would really like to know how we expand this and how we make sure that this continues. We have other areas around the county that need this level of scrutiny and focus. And seeing the stats that you've provided today, those are I don't want to see the same stats everywhere, but the stats means we're cleaning up. The stats mean we're present, and people are going to be noticing those things. And so those are my things that I'd like to walk away with, is sooner than later coming back with how do we continue this, what's going to be the cost, where are we going to find the funding for it. I think there's a lot of options and opportunities, but I am really pleased with the outcomes so far. And I know it's been a work in progress to get all of this going. There is also, I've been working for quite a while with Marcus Beltramo on that database that I presented to you guys. By January 1st of this year, I was able to connect that database directly with our properties from the GIS system that we have. So we have up-to-date information there, and then still working with Marcus Beltramo on ensuring that it's going to work perfectly for the task force and code enforcement, so that it's not something that they're trying to fit in, it's something that they can easily flow right into. So that's still a work in progress, but I think we're getting closer and closer every day. But this is exactly what this is what exactly I envisioned in wanting to create this task force, that we would have these types of results. Cleaning up our communities is important, not just for the people living in the communities, but for the economics of that community. Hopefully we can start seeing some of those changes where businesses want to open up in a community that's been cleaned up and make that change. So I really appreciate this.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, I appreciate the report and all the hard work that's been done. Same as Supervisor Sabate said, obviously a pilot program. When we talk pilot, It's just the step to get this really enhanced throughout the entire county. So, obviously, we picked the North Shore. I thought that was a great decision as we did that as a board. But ultimately, and I heard you say it today, Rob, it's bodies. It's us looking as a board, how we do our budgeting moving forward to see how important a task force like this is. But not only that, just code enforcement. How much this is going to give us an opportunity throughout the county for blight all across, because we all have it in our district. We all have folks that are just out there, some on purpose, others just need some more education, which I appreciate there. So in complete support of the program, continuing to move forward, but the pilot program eventually needs to go away, and we need to have it budgeted where we have plenty of law enforcement, we have plenty of code enforcement, that we can get out there and do the work that our folks and our constituents want. Greatly appreciated. One thing I didn't see all the way through is, because I know the district attorney is a part of this, appreciate seeing all of that stuff, but I'd like to see some end cases, because we know we had some bad actors in here, just, the automatic machine, all those things. But I'd like to see where they end up being prosecuted for those things, not just, we cleaned the place up and that individual moved to another part of the county. No, let's prosecute these individuals. So on the next report, if we could get some stuff from the DA on the cases, and maybe I missed it in there. If I did, let me know.
You did not. On the next report, I'll make sure I can at least get you some conviction rates.
Okay, that'd be great. And I know it's a challenge, but we're not just saying don't do this in Lake County, or in that area. We're saying don't do it in Lake County. We want good actors. We want to continue those things. I know it's a challenge, but seeing some of those numbers from the DA, that'd be great statistics to see, to really just back everything up that we're getting now. So
I agree, Supervisor Simon. From the law enforcement side of things, I won't speak for you guys, but another part of that is just time. I think next year's will show a lot of that. As you know, these cases tend to run slow through the process. So I'd like to think that some of these cases do end up in some terms next year.
All right. Consequences for actions. Yeah. It's much needed in this country, so that's what I will say.
Novel idea.
Novel.
Supervisor Crandall.
I got one last thing. I just wanted to highlight and build off of what Supervisor Vice Chair Simon said. That's why I feel with more resources and whatnot, it's imperative to attract recruitment for positions like dispatch and corrections, basically so that way we have more deputies on patrol for things as such. And I do also wanted to highlight, and speaking with the community development, the tools that they're working on right now to allow code enforcement to the availability to become more efficient with their work. And I know you've been working on that. I won't go into it. I'll let you guys talk about it when you have the chance. But I just know in meeting with you all, there's been, efforts in that, especially the administrative fines and whatnot. So just wanted to highlight both of those things. I know that everybody's working to become more efficient, and appreciate that as well.
Go ahead.
In creating the Roadmap Task Force, one of the ideas was to revitalize the substations, and there's one in Lucerne, and we figured close enough. How's that working out? Has that been fully revitalized? Just kind of curious about that.
So the substation, we're not using that at this time. Code enforcement actually equipped our vehicles to be more mobile. So they have laptops just like you would have a desktop. They have printers in their vehicles, so they can do all the research they need to do in the vehicle while at the site. If there's information presented while at the site, they can research that in real time. If they need to print notices, they can type those up and print those in the field. Now, the laptops, they already have the printers. We're working with Fleet to install those. We need a power source for those. And then when the database is ready to go, that's going to be another tool that's going to make us more efficient. So the substation is a nice place if they need a place to go for an office. But right now, our plan is to be mobilized, work out of the trucks, and to do things in real time rather than having to go to one side of the lake, come back, write them up, and go back. So we're, I think being more mobilized is the best way to go given the geography of this county. So I think that's a conversation. As with the new sheriff, obviously we're looking to always get better. Continual improvement is a theory that code enforcement adheres to. And we just haven't had that meeting with the sheriff to discuss all those things to see what those next steps are. But the Lucerne substation at this time is not being utilized, and code enforcement is going to a more mobile platform.
Thank you.
Just want to add on the conversation as we're moving forward here, because I know Sheriff Al, when you came back on, I know that in each district, at one point, the sheriff's department had kind of a representative or an officer that would kind of be in the South County, in each district. And I don't know what that program was called, but I know there was a liaison officer that would come out and meet with the community. They went to town hall, so I'll have to find that name. It's not ringing a bell, it looks like, with you, but.
We had the Clear Lake Coast Recovery Task Force at the time, and we tried to move that around. We always have a beat deputy assigned to each area of the county, so there's always someone available. But we never reached the point with the Recovery Task Force back in the day where we were in multiple county, or multiple places within the county at one given time.
Well, I know we had officers, because we met with them. I met with them specifically, at least two different officers. One was Rob Rumfeld, that worked the South County, and so would love to get back to that. I know it's staffing, it's still that conversation, but down the road, I think that's a perfect example too, with the task force of, enhancing our code enforcement where, we got countywide everybody works on, but having individuals that are in each district would be really nice. I know that's budget conversations and what we're always talking about, but I just think it's so important that we continue that, because like I said, it's not only the enforcement, but the education process and then engaging the community. Now we have advisory councils that are all around the county, those types of things. We have some great things where we have some also artificial, the cameras and other things like that to help you guys do what needs to be done. So I'm saying I'm open to those conversations because we're seeing the benefits and we need to have that in our budget next year.
I think what you're talking.
Putting pressure on folks, so.
I think what you're talking about is the COPS program back in the day when community oriented policing was very big. And that would be not just a beat deputy, it's when whoever worked that area was consistently assigned to that area, not just rotated around. And you're right, that there's certainly benefits to that program, but it is also a challenge when it comes to staffing. If we get 3 show up, we kind of put them around right about now, but that is something to look forward to get back to.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone here, come on up to the microphone.
John Moss. I would like to know why the names, you have the address and the drugs, but did you have the names of the people that were caught and convicted? Would that be inappropriate for you to do that? And my second question is, how many legitimate marijuana growers were once inmates at the county jail for growing illegal marijuana? Do you know that there are some? I know that there's one.
I don't have
Thank
that
you.
information.
I don't have any information to answer that question. I know there's background checks conducted on the legal cannabis growers, and I believe we work with the sheriff's department on that background check as well.
And if I may, I don't want to answer for you, but I think it would be inappropriate to put names for case studies, especially if there's a continuing case in the court system at this moment in time.
Anyone in Zoom?
There is no one on Zoom.
Okay.
No, there's no hands on Zoom.
Okay. All right, I will bring it back to the board for any final thoughts. Really appreciate this report. It's incredible what's happened in the last year. I know when we talked about designing this program, it was the intention of having a dedicated deputy and a code enforcement officer for every area, and hope we get there.
If I could ask for a little additional clarity. This was an annual report, but the board has expressed interest that we come back before the end of the 2-year pilot program to maybe talk about funding options, things like that moving forward. So would you like the next annual report to be less than annual, like maybe in 6 months, 8 months?
I think 6 months would be good. That way we can budget and plan for the next phase. Is that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Unless it's part of our budget conversation
Yes.
that we'll be having in June.
I see the CAO nodding, so maybe it'll be in June. Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I just want to make a comment. I think that I love this report. Again, high five moment in my mind. Having a predictable and safe environment, which is exactly what we're aiming for here, creates a foundation for success in so many things. And so this is exactly what we should be aiming for and striving for. And I want to see those conversations continue, because this is amazing, and this is what we need to be doing. This puts a smile on my face. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
6 minutes? All right, we'll.
5 minutes is good.
5 minutes? All right, we'll come back at 10:55. We get 6 minutes. Okay, we're coming back from our break, and we have our 6.5, 10:30 a.m. presentation on progress of the countywide wildland fire fuels crew program by the North Shore Fire Protection District. Do you want to come on up? Wherever you would like.
Do you guys have the, come up here now.
We should.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak here. And, oh, is this for me? This is, it doesn't seem like I was here that long ago throwing a concept in front of you. Huh?
Name.
What?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mike Ciancio, the fire chief with North Shore Fire. And I'm here to give you that update on the crew. Like I said, it seems like I was just here throwing a concept out in front of you. And since then, it's been a whirlwind, I have to say. I'm going to apologize, but not really. My intention was to have the crew and the equipment here out front as kind of a show and tell this morning, but they're a little bit busy working throughout the county today. So felt that was more important. We're still opening roads for the roads department in various locations across the county and cities. So as you remember, about 9 months ago, we had this concept and we got started. And it took me, it didn't take me very long to realize that I had a big job on my hand. We hired the first set of crew members on June 1st. We were a month behind my estimated time of getting them started. And one of the first projects we did was at the Old Nice Community Center, totally overgrown, owned by the county, but totally overgrown with vegetation. But it was a good place to start the crew and to get them used to the equipment. What we did was we hired 10 fuel technicians and 1 crew captain. So 11 personnel, full-time employees, benefits, and retirement. Today, we're still full. It took us a little bit to get up to full staff of 11, but I think by August 1st, we were full. And we continue to get applications as we speak. I'm actually surprised I get as many as I do. So this was our first job there. These are just some pictures. You can see them working. Obviously, we were going into summer, so they're in their yellows. Just in case, fire breaks out, dry vegetation, things like that. The crew has worked throughout the county. We started partnering with individuals like the county park system. They had a lot of need for our resources, and it was good area to start learning how they could work together and learning how to work together, how to use the equipment, chainsaws, and everything going like that.
We also worked at some of the county cemeteries in town, or in the county, and we've also done some private work that thought it was a good idea. We've been up Clear Lake Environmental Research Center gave us some starting jobs. One of the first ones was up on Cobb Fox Drive. I think we're still on track to go back up there to utilize the saws and get some good saw work in. This crew, as you can see, is outfitted in full fire gear. They are firefighter trained. They are prepared to go to fires. And help with the mop up and cleanup. And this particular fire was on just after the 4th of July down in the Clear Lake area. I think it was this weekend after, and they helped with the mop up. What it does and what I pitched with this crew was we can relieve a couple of engine crews and get them back in the station. Well, with 11 people, you can virtually get rid of three or four engines. So we're able to do some of that work, that cleanup work. They were down there. There's a list of some of the fires that they went on this summer. I think we did 9 fire responses, and we're still working on getting hooked up with CAL FIRE and also the U.S. Forest Service to try to get MOU agreements together so that we can respond through their agencies also. There was one incident, I was not here for it, I was out of town, but there was one incident that was a response from the crew. Well, now there's been 3, but the first one that the crew responded to that was not a fire was a vehicle accident out towards Saratoga Springs, involved a big rig and a vehicle, had a fatality involved, had a major injury involved. The crew was called out to create a path to the vehicle so that that person could be extricated out of there. And then also half the crew went there to cut a trail into the vehicle, and the other half went to land the helicopter. So they're not only responding to fires, they're responding as a fire agency that whatever they can do. If they have the equipment, they're going. Just as you probably know, we assisted county roads in the January storm, and again, now they're out again today with all the snow and stuff that's going on. So they've been to a lot. Here's some storm cleanup from the January. This is just a picture of the cleanup that we did in January at Kelseyville, working with county roads down there also. And what's happening with the county roads is they basically are giving us a priority of what roads they need open, and then if we can do it, we're going and doing those priority ones first. So as I said, we were able to employ 11 full-time fuel technicians, one of those being a captain. That was made possible by the Habmatol tribe. They thought so much of this project, and they were one of the first ones that I talked with Supervisor Crandall, and it wasn't a week later after that initial conversation about concept that they were on board, and they stood up the secured the wages and benefits and retirement for 1 year, and I'm very thankful for that. We're still working on that money, and I'm very appreciative of that help from Habmatol. Shortly after that is when I came to the county and asked, of the concept to come for the rest of the funding that needed to start the crew. We've had our partnership with the county and North Shore Fire. It's been extremely good, and I'm hoping that we can follow that into the future years. I know that it's been helpful. I believe that, we need to there's a lot of work to do, and I'm a little overwhelmed with all the work, but we're doing what we can. The North Shore Fire Crew has proven success in their short time. It's only been 8 months, and yeah. The Clear Lake, so what's coming? Clear Lake Environmental Research has been a huge help also. We partnered with as many people as we could, the county, Habmatol. I'm working with partnerships with PG&E. We're still working on that one.
we're getting some traction, though. Individual ownership, people have said, yeah, this is a good thing. So I'm working on all of those extra partnerships because I don't believe that any one entity is going to help this problem. We're going to have to partner together to get where we need to go as far as fuel reduction work being done. The Clear Lake Environmental Research Center has been our grant writer and administrator. We have done the remaining work. We got a little piece left to do, but we have been on Bottle Rock Road for them. South Lake County Fire District got a grant to expand the evacuation route on 29 from Holfacker up to the county line. We're doing that work. And then Clerk also wrote a grant for $10 million to try to sustain the crew for 5 years. We were supposed to hear about that in December, but we have not heard. That was a federal grant. And Clerk is working on a grant now through CAL FIRE that is a $5 million grant with about almost $3 million going to the crew between work and equipment. One thing that I've learned, a couple of things that I've learned actually, one is grants are slow. So unfortunately, wages don't wait for grants. And the second is that I may have underestimated how much of my work needs to be done and how much focus from myself. So that's okay. Those are learning processes you have to go through. So if we get sustained, maybe we'll figure something else out in the future. Our partnership with Clear Lake has been proven to be beneficial, but it's a slow process, as I said. As I said, I'm working with PG&E on a MOU, but it has been truly a hard sell. And securing opportunities and partnerships is what I'm focused on into the future for this crew. Remember that, one thing that I did say is I promised my board, and I do have a few of them here today, that the North Shore Fire Protection District, none of the money goes towards the fields crew. It's all supported by grants. We don't have the funding to do the 911 response, if you will, and the fuels crew. So I'm strictly on grants and outside work as I can get it. And there's your crew. They are the Hogback Ridge crew. For those of you that are not familiar, Hogback Ridge is the ridge that runs across the top of Highway 20. Brian Barco, the captain for the crew, thought that was appropriate for the name. And at first I was a little, I don't know, but it's growing on me very well. And they do a great job. I do know we're losing a few members to the U.S. Forest Service, which I'm not upset about. I'm saddened they're leaving, but we got them their start, and they're going to go on to their fire careers, and that's what we're about. And I'll work on replacing them all and keeping this crew fully staffed as much as I can. And with that, I'm in the report.
Chief Cioncio, your innovation with this whole program, you saw this need. We've been working together for years with the Risk Reduction Authority, bringing together the partners. And this collaboration with the tribe, with Habematol and North Shore Fire and the county and all these other groups coming together, this is incredible. And I just want you to know how very grateful I am, because this was a crazy idea you had and you just ran with it and you brought everybody together, and everybody's been supportive because of this need. And I'm just incredibly grateful for you. And, we've been talking for years about the capacity. And this is a huge success story on filling that need, and anything that we can do to keep this going. I know Supervisor Simon and I have contributed big chunks of our cannabis revenue, and we will continue to do that. If there's a need to fill the gaps between the grants, I mean, I'm not going to speak for you, but I will definitely make my funds available to you. I know he's already put in a big, big chunk. So I really appreciate this. We did have the letters this morning on our consent agenda for the clerk grants to try and help you in any way that we can. The Risk Reduction Authority, I know you were out running around yesterday, so you missed the meeting, but we got those letters of support signed yesterday too. So just huge, huge thanks to you, and also for Habemetal and for the tribe. This is a big, big, big collaboration, and I can't be prouder to be a part of all of this. Supervisor Crandall?
Thank you. Yes, and I will commit with you. So just in case we need to fill something or whatever, it would be crazy not to consider Hogback Ridge is in my district and it's named after that. But no, just in concept, meeting with you and Chairwoman Treppa, it seemed a concept, and I've been working with enough people to where concepts come up and we never get to the finite fruition of things. And this is great to see and appreciate the contribution from the tribe. So Sherry, thank you for that. And again, you coming up with this idea, we need to do something about this. And man, you came right to the table. I've witnessed these the Hogback Ridge crew working on many occasions. I watched the control burn in Spring Valley during those fires that we had during the summer, spot fires or whatever the case may be. They're out there. One time we had 3 fires in one day a couple years back. This would give your actual crews that are, on the fire, not the fire crew, but the actual firemen, or to have the chance to go to the next fire in case of that. And these gentlemen can be the reserve backups. And I was just talking to, Chief Cepeda about it. And so I think it's very important. I do also like this crew also cut some grass in the lake in certain areas like that. I remember in the harbor they did so, and then also in that creek. So I mean, they're just doing many things for the county, and I know there's other areas outside of my district. I'm just highlighting that. But yeah, good work. I appreciate going out to that control burn and seeing a couple kids. They're like, "Hey, aren't you so?" I was like, wait, I know who you are. You went to school with Mike, so that's awesome to see. And so recruitment, this gives the chance with these gentlemen going into forestry. Now there's other, youth or, graduates that may come out and say, hey, I want to do this. And hopefully they stick with it. Gives you all the option to hire folks in the county to stay in this type of field and provide a service that can keep us safe.
All right, Supervisor Sabatier?
I don't think I'm going to say anything that hasn't already been said, but the job opportunities, obviously the mitigation opportunities, all of the above, we need more of it, not less of it. So I think we need to figure out how to put our heads together and make this a sustainable program, if not even growing the program, since there's a whole lot more out there to be done than just what's already been done. So thank you very much for approaching us with this concept. Happy that we supported the concept and that others have supported the concept. Let's make sure that this becomes sustainable. This, to me, it's a similar conversation than what we just had earlier about the Roadmap Task Force. It's important, but it's important that it continues more so than anything else. So thank you so much.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, obviously in complete support of the program. I was able to witness during fire cleanup, fire, responses. Also, with the cemeteries, I helped with two cemeteries, the Pioneer Cemetery in Lower Lake, and also down at the Middletown Cemetery, some stuff that, since I've been on the board, haven't been able to find an answer to of how we help, mitigate these issues that have caused so much damage during the fires. So, Jessica, you're not speaking for me. I said it last time. 100% support this program. I think, remembering the number, was it $100,000? So obviously committing that again for this year to move forward with that. And obviously making this a sustainable program is so important. We sit up here all the time being requested by phone calls or something, and we run into, well, we don't have enough folks. This is a crew that can go out and do that dramatic work that needs to be done, whether it's just vegetation abatement. There's a big conversation about what needs to be done in all the streams and creeks in Lake County that need to be cleaned out. These are opportunities opportunities as we continue to grow to really make some significant impacts in all of our communities. And obviously, take that to heart. So don't have an easy way. I think, what is the overall budget? I see 521 in here. Was it about $800,000 a year?
Yeah,
or-
it's a guesstimate, because we bought all the equipment in year one, it's going to be around 850, I think, for a year worth. And so, I had a meeting with the county auditor's office last week about it, and it's basically a month-to-month budget.
Okay.
I don't have to, but unfortunately, for me, it's scary to not have secured funding going forward, and all those, I don't want to lay them off. I don't want to get rid of those jobs. So, I'm looking for as much as I can, and that's why I'm reaching out to, PG&E and things like that. We can sustain things. There's an opportunity there. We'll see. But I am working diligently with people within PG&E to get that done. And I'm hopeful that it will. So
Well, my question on that is getting us to that point. This year we need to, as you said, keep this program going. Last year we did a lot of different things. I know I want to just start throwing out where I think we could help some more. My discretionary funds is something, can already commit. But I'd like to challenge this board to figure out how we get that gap funding this year. We're all working together in partnership to do that, but I really want to see it going, because the second year's work, obviously, just like our task force we just talked about, is going to be the most important thing. We've seen a lot of benefits, but I think this year, with the guys knowing the land, getting them on the crew, even though we're replacing some of the three, understanding, because you see it when you drive around, man, that really needs to be taken care of. Somebody needs to step up and do that, and I think that's important. So I'm putting it out there to challenge the CAO to bring something back with the administration and financial officers, that we could have a deeper conversation on that during budget time. But I'd really like to, or even sooner, to solidify that, because work can start here it can start now as they're doing. So anyway.
Yeah, I've also had conversations with county partners, different departments. Lars Union and I are going to sit down and discuss, can I just do all of his vegetation management work? And that'll free his employees up to do other work, things like that. It's in its infancy right now, but, that partnership could be there also. Maybe something could be made with the county roads department for that type of work also. I don't know. More to come, but I'm working at all of those just to see where we can keep the crew busy.
One other thing, just want to expand too, what you talked about was private landowner opportunities or businesses to get out there and to really have this paid crew. As you all know, here in Lake County, we used to use the con crews to do a lot of this work. I really like the opportunity that this North Hogback Ridge crew puts together for individuals who need that work to be done on their properties, that have the funds to do that, and are always asking us. So I imagine we all get calls like that all the time, and having a crew say, all right, I do have someone maybe we can have the conversation with to look at doing those projects. So I know it's challenging. You might have to use like the Neighbors Helping Neighbor form that we do for the South Lake Fire Protection District and other stuff like that, but want to keep enhancing.
We're a little more expensive than the CAL FIRE crew.
I know you're more expensive than that, and I understand that, but yeah, I understand that. But, once those rates are set up, that gives an opportunity, because, just a whole nother aspect of it, because there's so
But we are going to be less than third-party vendors also.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't typing pricing, just somewhere to go.
Well,
'cause,
that's shocking to
hey,
people.
you pay for convenience, right? You don't have a crew that needs to do it on a 50-acre parcel. I've got some problems, spending $50,000 or $20,000 or $10,000 compared to a property completely burning down, rebuilding, dealing with the insurance.
Absolutely.
Those are the things we're talking about, and we've all been through it throughout the entire county. So as you can tell, I'm passionate about it. Want to be able to make sure we can find these things, because we'll continue that partnership. And we, I'll talk from the Middletown Rancheria standpoint, we needed to set up an MOU to use our chipper that we had. It very quickly got done, so we didn't have to move it from county to county, or from one end of the county to the other. I appreciate your crew, all the work they did, but it's partnerships. We can't do it alone as a county. Can't do it alone as North Shore. Everybody's got to chip in. And Sherry, thank you very much for what your tribe has done. You're always a leader in the county, so thank you very much.
Supervisor Green.
Yeah. Thank Thank you. First thing I heard, hey, we have Hogback Ridge crew clearing Scotts Valley Road during this recent storm. I very much appreciate that. And I share the enthusiasm of my colleagues here on the board. I'm trying to figure out where we might be able to move forward. I think you're right to be concerned. We got a one and done, and I got bills to pay. But a lot of what you highlighted here wouldn't necessarily fall under the wildfire defense umbrella if I were seeking grant funds or something like that, storm cleanup or something like that. So as we look for other buckets of money with clerk and other partners, I assume probably there's interest in stumbling toward an MOU of some sort with the county or with the Risk Reduction Authority or something to continue doing this. But I see two main things: to keep a year-round crew going. It may not all be all wildfire defense all the time. And if we can better identify what grants we're going for, then we can have a better discussion on what potential cost share the county or Risk Reduction Authority or somebody else might have to bear to keep you going. So, and I understand this has been a big burden on you. So, and clerk's not here, and we don't want to like put anyone on the spot about next steps, but I do see two main thrusts here, and one is the ability to get guys in the yellow suits there for fire cleanup and all that. That's right on point with the grant money. The other responses are also very important, and we would love to see that continue, but doesn't necessarily create an eligibility for grant funding. And even if it did, with all those grants out there, again, who can write the grants, who can administer the grants, who can come back and ask us for cost of share or stuff like that. So I don't really have an idea on that. I want to share. I kind of want to challenge people to do that, what the next steps might be. But I'm not seeing here necessarily that you've identified. Do you, for example, the stuff you're doing with our roads crew, is that something we should be stumbling toward an MOU toward, or is that just kind of a mutual aid thing? I don't really know how to put my head around that.
So the work that my crews are doing today, yesterday, and I'll talk specifically about Scotts Valley Road. Scotts Valley Road was a disaster on Friday. It had utility lines down, power lines down, trees across the road. And we don't have, because the grants are so slow, there's not a lot of projects like shovel ready to go. So we're kind of waiting on some of those. But during these storms and these emergencies, we still have to get emergency vehicles in and out. We still have to get PG&E in and out, because PG&E, they may try to cut their way through, but they call in a crew to come do that work. So I've been collaborating with everyone. On Friday, we started work on Scotts Valley Road. We had about a mile of power lines down on the road that we will not go near until they're proven safe by PG&E. Within an hour, I had PG&E there saying the lines are down. We all knew they were dead, but the lines are down. They got them out of the way. We did the work. And got Scotts Valley Road cleaned up from 11th all the way to Highway 20. On Sunday morning, we had a structure fire in my part of the district on Scotts Valley Road, past where the crews started. That could have been a different outcome had my crews not went in there, cut the road open, cleared the road so that we could get emergency vehicles through. And I'm thankful that we do that. I'm committed to that. I'm sitting in the EOC, the county EOC today, pushing that crew to roads that are still blocked. I have a list of them. And, I feel it's important we got to get those roads open so that our emergency vehicles can get through. I don't care what district. And also that PG can get there and get their work done a lot quicker. So I'm bearing that. We're bearing that on year one of the grant money that was donated, from Habermatol and the county. But I feel that that's the right thing to do right now, because we're in a state of local emergency.
Yeah. And just so that my colleagues are aware, we are having conversations with Public Works, and we do have some other opportunities. It's just not really, we can't really share with all that right now. But I'm so appreciative that you can reprioritize during an emergency. The clerk grants are for CWPP projects, so it is funding that's going to be keeping the fuels crew going for years. But there is that gap. So the grants are due this month. They'll likely be awarded midsummer, funded sometime next fall. So there is going to be that period of time that we have to figure out how to cover to keep your crews working all through the spring and summer and fall. I'm really feeling confident about those grants, but of course, nothing is ever a done deal. So we do have this time right now in the next couple of months to get our strategy together to support and make sure that you all are not missing a beat and you don't have to let anybody go, and hopefully you can hire more.
Yeah. Supervisor Green, just to answer one other question, the partnership we've done with county parks, some of those parks were way overgrown, and they needed some work. We've had homeless fires in some of those parks because the vegetation was too much, and that's what Supervisor Crandall alluded to. We went in there and cleaned them up, raised all the branches up, raised all the trees up so that we don't have that problem. So yes, it's not really fuel reduction work, but it is in a sense with the constituents going into those areas. And we've cleaned up parks around the county, I think, and just done a lot of that work is raising everything up. And under the watchful eye of the superintendent, Brian and Lars, but they're super supportive of us continuing.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So there is one thing that I forgot to mention, and I don't believe that we participated in putting in a letter of support for the $10 million grant that you haven't heard back from, I don't think. And today we do have a letter in front of us, or two letters in front of us to support. I just hope that let's not miss another grant opportunity without getting the board's support. Or if the timeline is short, individual board members can easily supply letters of support, and anything that we can add on to your packet to make the points just grow as high as possible so that you could be eligible to receive the grants. I would say let's not miss an opportunity like that. Obviously, you've had the support of the board in the past because we want to see these things happening. So I would say reach out and get as many letters of support as you can, because the better the packet, the better the possibility of the grant. We have some possible, hopefully you get the grants, but I definitely think that there's still a way for us to contribute. I know that we've received already some funds and are receiving more funds, and I'll leave it at that, that we have the opportunity to use however we feel. And I think that we should make sure that you're part of that conversation when we bring it back to the board to discuss how to utilize those funds that we've received. So we'll make sure to reach out.
Thank you.
Public input?
You have
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get to Director De Leon first.
Good morning, Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Scott De Leon, Department of Public Works. There was a quote shown on one of the slides already, and it's been certainly noted today, the work that's been done by the crew. And I was asked to read something. This is from one of my road foremen. I was hoping that tomorrow at the Board of Supervisors meeting, you could give a huge shout out to the North Shore Fire Fuels crew for all their help during these storm events. They have saved our rear end so much and have been so beneficial to our operation during these storms. So Chief Ciancio, on behalf of our entire Department of Public Works, I'd like to personally thank you and the crew for all the work that you've done to help the County Road Department. Again, it's been talked about quite a bit this morning, and it is greatly appreciated, and you certainly helped us out immeasurably. So just again, want to personally thank you and look forward to partnering with you in the future on future projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, now public input.
Hi, Willie Cepeda, Lake County Fire Chief. They're called a fuels crew, but they're really an all hazard. So the Teclis fire and then the Augulin fire resulted in multiple dispatches after that. And if it wouldn't have been for Mike's crew there, it would have been a delayed response. This last fire season was one of the slowest we've seen for a while. But with our grass crop, we're going to see a grass crop similar to 2017, and we are limited for resources. So having that crew, like you said, for the vehicle accident, getting access to, we have a lot of those vehicles over the cliff, and it is amazing what his crew has done. I think every one of you, your constituents, have benefited from his crew getting out there and freeing up those 911 resources. Most of us have 3 or 4 people on, and that's, like I said, that's everybody. So having them there and doing that, amazing. So as fire chief, I really am mesmerized by what you've done, and glad to be working beside you. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, did he give his name?
Yeah.
He didn't.
Mesmerized. Well, Joe Huggins, Kelsville Fire Chief. I would like to applaud the board for the overwhelming support that you're giving Chief Ciancio. I have firsthand witnessed the crew at work, not only during our our winter storm things, but we were on several large incidents this last summer, and they showed up and they went to work. I'm dear personal friends with the crew captain. He's in my office a lot because when they're working in Kelseyville, and it is my intention, and I'm going to try to bridge a gap, because right now, if we have an incident, large, small, whatever, the hogback crew, they're all trained firefighters. They're all RT-130'd, which is fire line safety, all that. I would like to have them on initial dispatch to bridge a gap, because right now, if we have an incident, we have to step back and say, oh yeah, there's a hogback crew there. So if we need them, we call them. But when we're in the fight, I'm not thinking that. So to get these folks, guys and gals on the crew, inserted into our response matrix, because with the reduction of CAL FIRE crews, like Canocti Camp inmate crews, it's imperative to have crews like this show up on an incident. So I'm going to try to bridge that gap with cooperation with Chief Ciancio and CAL FIRE. But again, and it is fuel reduction, and I get it, and I understand it, and we absolutely need it. Places like Riviera West, one way in, one way out. The reduction of ground fuels, ladder fuels is imperative all through that corridor. That's just one spot in the county that's horrific. If we get a fire established in that area, Riviera West area, the chance of life loss is incredible. You can't get out. There's nowhere to go. You got a mountain behind you. So the reduction of fuels is imperative. But again, I'm here to support Chief Ciancio and everything that he's doing. The crew is working out fantastically, and also to applaud the Board of Supervisors for your overwhelming support for Chief Ciancio. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Chief.
Good morning. My name's Sherry Treppa. I am the chairwoman of Habematol Poma of Upper Lake. And I too would like to comment and thank the board for your support of this agency as well as the crew itself. To me, it's one of the most important public safety investments that we can make for our community. And to not continue to support it would be a dire problem and an ongoing, challenge for the community, because this is really vital effort. For many years, our tribe has had a great relationship with North Shore Fire Protection District, stemming back to years of 2004, 2005, when we were undertaking very difficult effort to put land in trust for the purposes of building our small casino. We had a lot of support from the agency and previous chiefs. But just to highlight some of the commitments that we have made, that fortunately that we have businesses that are helping us make over the years. So We commit $80,000 a year since 2012 pursuant to the MOU that we concluded years ago, I believe in 2005. But upon the opening of our casino, we've been able to make that commitment every year. Similar commitment through an MOU for our executive offices and call center in the amount of $25,000 a year, I believe since 2018. Moreover, we made a one-time contribution during COVID when we understood that there was a real need to replace the generator for the Upper Lake facility there in the town of Upper Lake. And then significantly to the point of why we're all here today, the tribe committed $630,000 to hire the existing crew and I think purchase some of the equipment that you have. Notably, these contributions are all voluntary, and I think it shows the tribe's commitment not only to the Upper Lake community, but to the county in general. I just want to say a couple of comments. Every day, the agency's brave staff are there for our community, ready to take the risk required for rescue while others are running from the danger. These folks run into it. It's these heroes that are there for some of the most difficult challenges a family, business, and a tribe can have over the course of time. Like many in our community, our tribe knows firsthand the service and sacrifice of the firefighters that we have. All of us will never forget the Mendocino Complex fire in 2018, one of the largest fires that hit California over the years. Those flames came right down on our reservation boundaries and nearly wiped out many of our homes as well as the town. And many of our tribal members' homes were at risk. When the danger arrived, the biggest thing standing in its way were the heroes of the North Shore Fire Protection District, who were saving lives, sparing property, and keeping our tribe and community safe. Your ongoing support is badly needed, and want to thank you for letting me say a couple of words.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Treppa, your initial contribution to this project is what spurred all the momentum.
Good. Well, happy to hear that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shannon Stillwell, and I'm a board of director for the North Shore Fire District. And I just wanted to first of all thank you guys for all the support. Sure. My name is Shannon Stillwell, and I'm the board of directors for the North Shore Fire District. And first of all, I wanted to thank you guys for your support for this program. I want to thank Mike for his leadership and having this crazy idea to start with and getting it off the ground. There was a lot of work and effort to try to get that. More importantly, and most importantly, was the contribution from Happy and all of their efforts to be able to provide for us the beginning and the process to get this off the ground. So a lot of hard work, a lot of contribution from the community altogether. It's something that I echo what Sherry said about we can't let it drop. If you let it drop, it's a significant step back for the county. So whatever we can do to migrate maybe existing grant projects that are not assigned to the North Shore that are for fuels reduction or for public safety works and those types of avenues, that's going to be desperately needed. So as much as we can put on creative hats to figure out where the funding come from, I know that last year the contribution was from some of the cannabis funds. So wherever we can do to try to see where we can actually support this, ongoing would be significant. And I think it's a valuable project. I've also been a personal recipient of the fuels crew. I had them out to my property specifically, and it's tremendous effort for them to kind of clear a property because it's unique. It's not going to a public land and being able to just do what they need to do. They have a property owner kind of like overseeing what's happening, but they're very professional. They get the job done. They work very efficiently, and I'm very proud to be part of this project with Mike. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Shannon.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Patrick Wrights, Lakeport Fire Protection District, Chief Ciancio. I'm the new guy on the block, and I know firsthand how much work it is to even pull one of these projects together. I attempted for many years to do this at my previous position and was not successful. So for Chief Ciancio, congratulations and applaud your success. want to work and be a part of the continued success. Since I've been here in the county only about 4 months now, starting tomorrow, the level of cooperation and communication amongst the chiefs has just been astounding, and I do appreciate that. And the level of support from the supervisors in the county is just, again, also amazing. And this type of project just plays right into that between fire safe councils and RRA and the Fire Chiefs Association and just all that goes into that. And to see this project working on the ground, it is quite impressive. My experience with them has been limited mainly to the 2 storms, and they know Scotts Valley Road better than I know Scotts Valley Road because they've spent a lot of time out there for both storms trying to clear it and keep it and get it open and keep it open. And likewise today, I believe they're working in Lakeport, the city of Lakeport, helping with storm cleanup. It's been well received, it's been appreciated, and I know that we are going to attempt to do what we can to support North Shore's continuation of this project and commend the my fellow fire districts as well as the supervisors and the tribes working towards continuation of this, not only for the 11 folks that are on that crew, but to see it expanded around the county and see what opportunities can present themselves to grow and continue to building the fire safety within this within the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody in the Zoom room?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay. So I also want the rest of the board to know that the work that you're doing on the Bottle Rock corridor is in response to our tree mortality disaster. That is one of the worst stretches of standing dead trees, and they're falling down in the storms left and right. So the crew is out there clearing all the understory, which is significant, so that the trees can be accessed. Because right now, you can't even get to the trees, and we're talking hundreds, possibly thousands of dead trees there. So they're out there. They were swift to get to that need, and also in the Fox Drive neighborhood. So as this relates to our tree mortality disaster, again, I can't thank you enough, and clerk for helping manage the projects and writing these grants. So again, massive collaboration like I've never seen before, and it's incredible, and I'm excited to just keep this going, keep the momentum going, because we have a lot of work ahead of us. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, and just possible points of future inquiry for staff. I don't really know. So for example, we still have my predecessor, Tina Scott, allocated some money for brush clearing in Scotts Valley. It's a little unclear sometimes where you're in the public right of way. You can do things when you're on private property and doing work. It's a wobbler as to what public benefit can be given to private property owners and stuff like that. This seems like a perfect opportunity to kind of bridge that, because I have a desperate need for fuel reduction along our waterways. Unfortunately, those aren't on the public right-of-ways for the most part, so it involves, getting rights to the property, and then you have to have some confidence that we are acting in the public interest. I'm hoping as this public trust doctrine involving our waterways gets a kind of expanded under recent changes in state law, that we can explore things like public trust easements that would allow us, without having to haggle property owner by property owner, that we could just get into a stream course or something like that and have some confidence that we can apply money. So I saw Director DeLeon earlier, so I didn't want to put him on the spot, but as far as this short-term gap funding, I'd be totally open to hearing more about how we might be able to leverage that prior allocation and maybe be able to contract with you either formally or informally. But I think having some certainty as to not just what we can do on the public lands, but what we can do on the private lands will give you some of the certainty you need and some of the funding you need to continue this. And I'm just kind of throwing the idea out there that I'd like us to explore what that prior allocation could be done in terms of keeping you busy this year. So without putting anybody on the spot or committing anyone to any specific course of action, I have an idea on that, so.
Oh, okay, perfect conversation to take offline with Director De Leon and Chief Ciancio. The right of entries is the biggest part of the job, and, you know, everyone kind of works together. We activate volunteers, fire safe councils, but the right of entries, that's a big piece of the job. And we don't want to burden that with our fuels crew. We want them out doing the work that needs to be done. So thank you so much. I would like to take item 7.2, and I hope you can stick around for that because it is, I hope all of you chiefs can stick around. If you have a couple more minutes, we'll move on to that. So item 7.2.
Can I ask a
Sure.
question before we move on?
Yes.
Chief Ciancio, before you leave, what is your timeline of your current budget as far as when it will expire, when you will run out of money, just to figure out when we need to have that conversation? Because again, same thing as the Roadmap Task Force, I feel we need to make sure we're in front of it and having those discussions coming back to the board on how we can continue to support, because that's not really necessarily in today's agenda on getting into the specifics. So I'd like to get into specifics, but it's also based on what's your timeline.
So I'm projecting that we're going to be out of money by August, and that might be stretching it a little bit, but because we got such a late start with all of the salaries and benefits not starting till June, and they were actually given to us earlier, we kind of rolled that money over, and that's why we're able to push it through. But we should have enough, hopefully till August right now. And we continue to work on, as I said, the Hot 29 project. That's a revenue generating job down there, if we can ever get back to it. But we need help with Caltrans and things like that. There's a lot of coordination that's got to go on for that job. And then finishing the Bottle Rock, we're done with our portion of the Bottle Rock, but we're working with Clerk on phase 2 of that to drop the trees now and then take care of them with our crew. So hopefully we can be a part of phase 2 of the Bottle Rock job to help clean it up. And I'll be hopefully with Clerk's okay, I'll be hiring the faller to drop those trees for us. So, and then we'll just work together. So,
Okay.
But August, I would say.
CAO Parker.
I would like to volunteer. We worked together during this initial, put the plan together, brought it back with the budget back to the board for consideration. Be more than happy to do that again, to discuss this and what our next steps would be.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect.
Okay. So item 7.2 is an item that I am bringing consideration of an informal report on a CAL FIRE grant application currently being prepared by the Lake County Resource Conservation District, the RCD. So when we met for our governance meeting, I shared with the board that the RCD has brought on a grant writer, and that I would be looking for support from the board to help get the RCD up and running. It's going to be about a 3-year project of developing that capacity there. So this grant writer is putting together a CAL FIRE fire prevention grant on behalf of the county. And I want to turn it over to CAO Parker to kind of go over the details.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And actually, I'm going to bring up Matthew and Terry Logston to come to speak to this directly. They've been more involved than I have been.
Morning, Board. This is a very exciting turn of events for the Lake County Resource Conservation District to build the capacity of them and have a grant writer on staff because, as you know, many of you have worked with the director, Harry Lyons, for a number of years, and they have been under-resourced like so many organizations in Lake County. And as the RCD is a special district of the state of California, it gives them more opportunities, more funding opportunities. And so to have a grant writer writing this grant is it's great for all of Lake County. Some of the specifics in this grant, we have had funding from the USGS to do the LiDAR work. So there is what's called a derivative of the products. Once you do the actual mapping, how do I put it? There's several ways you can look at the data and use it. And so having that fully funded in this grant is also very important.
And I think that's a good overview of the grant development. Obviously, in the memo, it broke down some different areas of focus that the grant is looking to fund that include a cost share program for property owners with hazardous trees near their homes, development of LiDAR derivatives as Terry raised, and I wanted to also highlight that the Department of Conservation is bringing considerable funding to that effort. And some program management capacity building for the RCD, which Supervisor Pyska mentioned is expected to be a multi-year effort, and constructing fuel breaks along ingress and egress routes throughout Lake County and areas affected by tree mortality. That was the impetus to trying to meet those significant community needs, was the impetus behind developing this grant application in the first place. This is one of the most standard means of funding work of this type. And the RCD had the capacity to develop the grant application. So we moved forward with an agreement, or developed an agreement with RCD to complete that work.
Did you want to add anything?
No, I want to hear any questions that the board may have.
Okay. So I am just so grateful to the RCD and the Risk Reduction Authority and the Fire Safe Council and the collaborations that just continue. This is a $5 million grant. Clerk is also submitting a $5 million grant, so it's a potential for $10 million to come into the county through the fire prevention grants. And we have consulted with the new pre-fire chief Wink to make sure that both these applications are complementary. They're not going to be competitive in any way, which is what CAL FIRE wants to see. We have kind of tweaked the numbers and made it to kind of hit that sweet spot. So we're not asking for too much, but we're asking for enough to get started. So obviously in this is fuels work that's going to happen on our right-of-ways, and I think we know who's going to be doing that work. So I just wanted to bring this to the board as an informational item and see if there's any questions that anybody has. Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, no, I think that supporting this is the obvious direction to go. I'm just looking through your memo. It's recollecting what I reviewed. Where's the $13,875 coming from? Because it talks about the $25,000 threshold, which is a county threshold, not a RCD threshold. Who said yes? Was that our CAO Parker? Okay, it wasn't very detailed. Just wanted to make sure that was the case. I support that. I think that especially if it helps to fill in the void afterwards once the grant is received. So I see this as being an investment into more opportunities later on. So yeah, no, in support. Appreciate you bringing this to us so that we're aware of the work that's happening and what's being requested.
Vice Chair Simon?
Just more of a comment that the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority did approve a letter of support yesterday on this. Obviously, we're all in coordination and collaboration of moving forward with bringing as much funds into the county as possible. There were 4 letters that we approved for grants yesterday at the RRA. So happy to see that happen in the collaboration, and obviously want to thank our climate resiliency officers for pushing these things through and working hard to get it. I know a lot of folks did a lot of work to get it to this point. So, I think the collaboration just continues to be enhanced, as we move forward and filling in and building our capacity that we've been looking to do over the last few years. So just wanted to report on that and in complete support of this today.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, also in great support of this, and I don't know if the work's already done on this, but the only thing I would add is hazardous trees near homes, also hazardous trees and riparian corridors. There's such a great need, especially in our hitch-impacted streams, to get brush clearing done. It's kind of odd to see a lot of limbing getting done on ag lands, but it isn't just cost, I don't think. I think there's also aversion to the complexity of the permitting process and stuff like that. So definitely support cost share program for property owners with hazardous trees near their homes and also along riparian corridors. But they may also need some technical assistance. And if there's any way to leverage our CHI emergency proclamation to highlight us from other applicants and give us a competitive edge, I think adding some verbiage about riparian corridors and the need to get not only fire hazard vegetation, but water wasting vegetation off those waterways, get us access so we can address other issues, including environmental damage in the creek channels themselves. So if there's any way to add a little love for riparian corridors in this, I would love to see that if the board has consensus for that.
Yeah, I'm going to just say probably not at this point with this grant. We are looking at helping homeowners remove 150-foot tall pine trees that are right next to their house. And people can have 7, 8, 10 on a quarter or a third acre lot. And those trees cost $2,000, $4,000, $6,000 to remove each. So, I mean, if it's $2,000 a tree, that's 500 trees. And that is a drop in the bucket for what we have to accomplish. So I do encourage you to look for some other opportunities for that work, but this is specifically for fire prevention. And the priorities that the LNU has set is ingress and egress and fire break development and maintenance. So those are the priorities for the grant and the unit, and that's going to be our focus. But I do hear that you have those needs, and I encourage you to look in other places for those sources.
And if I may, I think that that's a great idea, that it, like you said, that is, would give us Lake County a unique angle. So I'll look for additional funding for that because the vegetation in the creeks does help exacerbate flooding. So thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know there's been a lot of work, and I don't believe it's been finalized, or at least it hasn't come to us yet, is the new updated revised CWPP.
It's coming.
And I know it's in the works. I've flipped through it. Is this work separate or alongside and utilizing the new updated CWPP as kind of a framework of where to focus?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see it in there, so I just wanted to make sure, because I have a feeling that all of our future work will be kind of based off of what the CWPP is providing us.
Yes, we point everything back to the CWPP.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that earlier today you heard from community development and one of changing the county code, and one of the items is the adoption of the Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2021 edition. And part of that has in there that I believe it will be your board that will approve designating the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface areas for the county WUI. But one of the derivatives will help make that map. Or actually, I think it's a couple of derivatives. So this just has multiple benefits that we, when she started writing the grant, to find out how applicable it will be once it's funded.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Public input?
Hello again, Mike Ciancio, Fire Chief with North Shore Fire. So first of all, I appreciate being included in that $10 million with the fuels crew for sure. But what I did want to talk about, and this may address some of Supervisor Green's areas, is and it's still being built, and Terry knows a lot more about this than I do, but the Scotts Valley Indian Tribe wants to bring those burners into the county. Then they worked on a deal, and they're going to need a place for all this vegetation work to go. I've reached out to them because right now we have county properties that we can take all the chips and all the brush to, and they're perfectly fine with that, but we're just burning it. You light it up. End of January every year, it gets lit off up on Pile Road and goes away. We collect it for another year, and same thing. So all of that stuff, if we collaborate together, again, partnering together to get all this done and get those burners in place to generate energy and char, I guess. Not my expertise, but might be worth looking into and stuff like that. And again, I don't currently staff a faller full-time that can take trees out, but I have access to fallers that are certified with PG&E and everything to work next to buildings and power lines and everything. So I have access to those people, but as Supervisor Precious said, they are not the cheapest in the world, but they can get the work done for sure. And if we keep looking for those opportunities, that faller could work with my crew and it would be cleaned up.
And it's cheaper than doing it next to a house.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to follow up with that, Chief. I was going to catch you offline about this, but since you brought up the biomass situation, Golden State Natural Resources, which is a conglomerate of Golden State Finance Authority, which is another JPA of RCRC, because they have all those. They're working on a biomass, basically a project in the same aspect. They're working on getting it together. They have a railhead going from Tehama to Tuolumne. They've just reached out and went to a visit at a port in Richmond, and they're looking to, because there's a high demand for pellets in Europe and Asia. And so with all of our, tree mortality situation and all the vegetation, they're looking to put together a program that mitigates that risk and also keeps it self-sustaining. I know that they've given a report this last week in the executive board committee. They anticipate some holdups, but my biggest question, because I met with a couple of the staff members about this, was, well, how do we get our product to you all? Because obviously it's going to need to go from 20 to 5, and then I was telling them about some of the vegetation in the hills and whatnot, and they said that that's exactly what this is about also, is workforce. And so this may be another thing. I'm going to connect with you and see how we can integrate that as well, so that way this is another way to get that product if, it takes time for the other project from Scotts Valley. This is another, I guess, outlet. So we'll talk more offline.
Yeah, disposal is
Another issue.
biggest.
The biggest issue.
The biggest issue. We can get the grant funding and we can do the veg work and we can get the trees down, but the disposal is the biggest issue. But luckily, we have a climate officer who is working on that with all of the partners, trying to figure out.
The demand from Europe and Asia is because they don't want to utilize coal or any other goods that affect the environment any longer. So the pellets are the product that they want. So if we can get into doing that, all of this will, help.
They say every challenge is an opportunity. We're trying to find that.
Utilize that biomass.
Thank you, chiefs, for sticking around. I really appreciate it. Is there any other public input?
There is no hands in Zoom.
Anyone back from the board? Comment? Okay, we'll close this item. Thank you both so much, and thank you to the board. Even though there's not an ask for this, it's just the support is really important. 6.6. How long do we think that's going to take?
Shouldn't take long. 15, 20.
Okay, I'll need a 5-minute break if we're going to go that long. 5-minute break, okay? I can be less than that.
Yeah, and then we can find out how long it's going to take too.
Yeah, okay. Okay, welcome back from our break, and we are going to take an hour lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. Okay, welcome back to our meeting. It's 1:15. We will start with our 6.6 item, 11:30 a.m., presentation and acceptance of Big Valley Groundwater Sustainable Agency, GSA charter document. Water Resources?
Hello, good afternoon, Board. Marina Delajanis, Lake County Watershed Protection District Deputy Director. I am speaking to you all as the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, GSA, on behalf of the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency Advisory Committee, also referred to as GSPAC. I am here today to talk to you about our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee charter document, our GSPAC charter. I would just like to note that in the memo, the title, it did say GSA charter, but it's in fact the GSPAC charter. But the memo, if you read further in, it did clarify that, and the document at hand does state that it's the GSPAC charter. So how today is going to work, I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen if that is okay with you. We'll walk through the GSPAC charter. Of course, I'll open it up to the GSA if there's any questions, and then the public. And then, of course, the goal of today is to adopt our GSPAC charter to replace the 2021 GSPAC charter that currently stands. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. So I'm not going to read this word for word as much as I would love to. I'm just going to hit some high level aspects of the charter. So as shared in the memo and as stated during the introduction, your board has seen this, the GSA, the Big Valley GSA, has seen a charter of this nature before. There's been some minor changes to the charter from the first one that was adopted in 2021. And the few minor changes that have been made from the previous charter to this current charter is just changing from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act planning and Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Planning to now implementation. As I've come to your board before, we are well into the implementation aspect of our Big Valley GSP. Before I keep going, can you all see my charter document okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, so as an introduction, you all are all familiar and very well versed in the California Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014 by now. So as I've shared in previous updates to the board and the GSA, SGMA provides a framework for us at the local level to implement Big Valley GSP, our groundwater sustainability plan, and ensure sustainability of our Big Valley groundwater basin looking well beyond 2042. So as required by SGMA, we're tasked to form a GSA, a Groundwater Sustainability Agency. That is our board of directors of the Watershed Protection District. And when we adopted and formed that GSA in 2019, the GSA also elected to form an advisory committee, which is our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee, also referred to as our GSPAC. So this is the charter for that GSPAC. It basically lets the community know in our GSPAC what our goals are, objectives, and how we act as in the advisory capacity to our Big Valley GSA. So as shared, our GSPAC was initially formed in April of 2021 to advise the Lake County Board of Supervisors, also known as our Big Valley GSA, for the planning of our Big Valley GSP, and now we're transitioning into the implementation. Moving on down to background and importance, I just want to thank the GSPAC members that helped us develop and plan for our Big Valley GSP. You'll see a few familiar names in our charter document as I move down into this document, but we do have some open seats that I'll be highlighting here during this discussion and then continuing on during our quarterly GSPAC meetings that we've been hosting. So again, I just want to give appreciation to those advisory committee members and looking forward to continue working with them as we work towards the implementation of our Big Valley GSP. So our mission, key tasks, and deliverables for our GSPAC is to review data, resources, and GSP-related content and provide guidance to the Big Valley GSA that is charged with implementing our GSP. I'm going to highlight some of these key tasks here, moving down to this bulleted point list. So our GSPAC is charged with groundwater focused activities, including holding regularly quarterly meetings to discuss progress on GSP implementation, receiving background information, data, and technical content updates, conducting GSP and GSP-related content review, providing community education and outreach and ongoing updates to the designated community groups they represent, including the GSA, review of project and management actions that we have listed in our Big Valley GSP, and providing guidance, of course, to our Big Valley GSA as it relates to our Big Valley GSP and community engagement. Now, highlighting some of our outcomes, products and recommendations of the group will be transmitted through the GSPAC, the advisory committee, to the GSA as the standing board of directors for our Big Valley GSA. GSPAC recommendations will be provided in meeting summaries, periodic reports, and via updates to the Big Valley GSA Board of Directors during regularly noticed board meetings of Lake County Board of Supervisors, similar to what we are doing today. The recommendations will identify the range of group perspectives and areas of agreement and disagreement on GSP-related matters. Recommendations will be given to the highest level of consideration in the implementation of our Big Valley GSP. So our organizational structure and membership, this is very much guided by SGMA and what we are required to do by SGMA. Again, SGMA provides us that framework, but it's up to us at that local level to put that in, expertise as it relates to our Big Valley Basin. So for example, SGMA lets us know who should sit on an advisory committee, specifically Water Code 10723.2, but it's up to us to fill in those gaps, right? So based off of Water Code and discussing with our our community users in that group, we were able to identify some of our beneficial users and then also add additional seats from the previous GSPAC charter. And again, this all went through our GSPAC through recommendations from the board. So with the GSPAC, we did decide to recommend to add one additional seat, and that is an underrepresented user. So I'll go through each of these members that we have on our GSPAC and then highlight some of the open seats that we currently have. And I hope you all can see that. I made it a little bit smaller, but I wanted to fit these all on the screen. So we have 3 current agricultural users that are remaining on our GSPAC from the planning GSPAC to now the implementation GSPAC. We joke and refer to it as GSPAC 2.0. For agricultural user, we have Rebecca Harper with the Lake County Farm Bureau. We also have Pat Scully with Scully Packing Company and David Wise with Bella Vista Farming Company. All 3 of these entities were also helped us in the planning of our Big Valley GSP. We have 2 environmental and ecosystem seats. We have Val Nixon representing the Lake County Land Trust, and we currently have an open environmental ecosystem restoration seat. We formerly had Peter Windrum with the Tri-Council, who unfortunately had to step away. So that is an open seat that we currently have on our GSPAC. We have 2 open underrepresented user seats. We have not been able to fill the first seat that we had, and it was the recommendation of the GSPAC to add another seat. This has been an ongoing goal and objective. We're going to continue to try and fill in this seat. I would just like to note that with these open seats, we do have later on in the charter, and what we've done in the past is even if we don't have all the seats filled right now with this charter that is going before the GSA, we will be able to bring recommendations moving forward once we adopt this charter, the GSA adopts this charter, to make amendments and include those folks in there. We are actively discussing and engaging with folks to try and get these seats filled up, and we have those discussions during our public GSPAC meetings. So we have currently 2 underrepresented user seats open. We have 1 private user domestic well owner seat, formerly seated by Sky Hoyt, who was a domestic well owner. Again, fortunately, Sky had to step away, so that is an open seat. And then another private user seat that is open. We formerly had a representative from Kelseyville Unified School District. We have Sarah Ryan with Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, who sits on our tribal government seat. And then we have 2 urban users, Scott Hornig with Lake County Special Districts, and then myself with the Watershed Protection District. So with these GSPAC seats, we do have a lead for the GSPAC. It was formerly me in the planning, and then now it's currently me still with the implementation aspect. So I will still remain in the seat as lead for GSPAC on behalf of the Watershed Protection District. So we are the lead at the local level for implementing SGMA. So key resources, again, I want to give a huge shout out and thanks to our GSPAC members, the new ones that have stepped in, and then also the ones that we have been working with for the last few years as it relates to our Big Valley GSP planning and implementation. But we've also had additional resources that have been very beneficial to our GSPAC. So we understand that our community members in the basin know the basin, they work in the basin, they live in the basin, they have been, they're the key experts, but understanding that we also need additional resources and expertise as well. So as you are all familiar with, we onboarded a consultant to help us with the GSP planning. We will continue to utilize consulting services through the county purchasing code and as funds allow to help us with the implementation aspect of our GSP. This includes GSP technical contractor staff. As you can see, there's no specific names in here. We're keeping it broad because it depends on which project we're going to tackle and what component, but we do want to highlight that in our GSPAC charter that our GSPAC will continue, and we do have the goal of continuing to work with additional expertise. And of course, I want to give a big thanks to our Lake County Watershed Protection staff. William Fox, our program coordinator, does a great job of helping with our groundwater management, and we have an awesome new technician, Mitchell, who has been really great in getting up to speed in terms of groundwater monitoring. And again, we were able to utilize a lot of support and resources from the state, one being our facilitation support services. They really helped us with the facilitation of our GSPAC meetings, helping prepare agendas, helping bring items to the board, helping do facilitation during these public meetings and open houses as it relates to our Big Valley GSP, and then meeting summaries, which has been a big help. We are in limbo with the state right now. That is a free service that we write an application for, and the state works directly with a third-party consultant to help provide that expertise to us. So it's no money out of our pockets. It really helps our staff fill in the capacity that we're lacking. And we are planning on getting those services restarted again. We're just waiting for the state to finalize that contract. So once we get those facilitators back in place, we're hoping that that will help us carry some of the weight as it relates to GSP Big Valley implementation, and especially facilitation support services, because you can see we have a few seats that we need to fill. So those facilitators will be able to help us provide that, fill in those gaps. Now, attendance and open process, since we are an advisory committee and we work and we work very closely with the GSA. We do follow Brown Act compliance. Our GSPAC has been updated a few times now from our friends County Council who have come to us, given us an update and overview of Brown Act, and we'll continue to provide those updates. And we do follow all of that Brown Act compliance. So these are all public meetings. Members of the public are encouraged to participate. We have a listserv, I'll keep saying that, where you can get those agendas for our quarterly meetings and any special meetings that we have. We currently meet on I believe, the third or fourth Friday of the month, 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. via Zoom on a quarterly basis. And all those meetings, past meetings, are recorded, including documents on our Water Resources website and Water Resources YouTube. And we do post those on our website, and then we post those in a public format as well. If you're not able to Zoom in, we do have the ability to host you here in the Lake County Courthouse, and our GSPAC members are also able to help host if that is of interest to the public, because we do want to make sure that we make these meeting spaces as equitable and attainable as possible for our users in this basin. So the decision-making process, I would like to note our GSPAC is not a voting group. They are consensus seeking. So we follow, you can see the criteria as I go down here, and it is the GSA that's actually the vote. So our GSPAC, we provide recommendations. We seek consensus on whether it be projects or different things as it relates to our Big Valley GSP. But ultimately, we bring that to the GSA for voting, because we as a GSPAC are not a voting. We seek consensus. And here is the protocol that we use during the Big Valley GSP development. For example, we were able, when it comes to our Big Valley GSP, when the board officially adopted the GSA, we were able to solicit all comments, not only from the public, but our GSPAC on different chapters and et cetera. And we were able to compile all that, bring it to the GSA, who ultimately voted to approve and adopt our GSA. So the voting criteria that we say, and please see my air quotes when I say voting, the consensus seeking criteria that we use, that our GSPAC members go through is 1, fully endorse, meaning that they strongly support the proposal. 2, endorsement with minor issues. They generally like it to proceed with their support. 3, conditional agreement. They can support it if some steps are taken now or in the future. 4, which is neutral. They neither support nor reject the proposal. They can proceed. 5, disagreement. They do not agree with the proposal in its current form, but will not reject it outright. And 6, rejection completely. They cannot support the proposal. So we take this consensus seeking on something that we would bring to the board. For example, filling in these seats, we would use this consensus seeking criteria for members of the public that are interested in filling in a vacant seat. We would go through, collect each consensus seeking from the GSPAC members, and then with that recommendation or whatnot, we would bring it to the GSA with those comments. If a GSPAC member is on any project or on anything that we're seeking consensus on, if they vote anything higher than 2, we do seek additional comment so they can elaborate on why they voted or voted with the number the way that they did. So duration and completion date, the recharter GSPAC will be formally acknowledged upon the Big Valley GSA review and approval of this charter. Regularly scheduled, as I said, quarterly meetings. I would like to note that there are a few dates in here that were changed. For example, there was one date that was 2022. I modified that to reflect the new year, 2023. Not sure where this year has gone, but it's already February, so I wanted to make those updates in this document. And then participation in process of agreements. Again, this just holds our GSPAC members accountable. We've gone through this charter document for at least through 4 different GSPAC meetings at least and collected comments. And we've gone through this as a GSPAC. So they know their roles, especially as it comes to now from the planning to the implementation. It's going to look a lot different. So every GSPAC member has seen this charter document, has been able to make comments. And we've gone through it together to create the one that you're seeing now so they can know what they're signing up for, right? So they know, what they're required to do, come prepared, participate in public meeting, provide inputs, and then of course, meeting attendance. It's very crucial for our GSPAC members to participate in these meetings and being able to review and prepare documents that we request of them. And they all do a great job of doing such. We know it's a hefty load, so I do appreciate all the work that they've been able to provide. To date, they've made this process very enjoyable and very much appreciated getting their input and expertise. And then just the latter part of page of the documents, just identifying additional resources. As I said, we meet in a virtual capacity, hybrid option as well, in a public setting, and we follow Brown Act compliance. All of our historical meetings are documented and archived on our Water Resources website. And then we also state in here, understanding that things may change before we can bring this back to the board for a 2024 charter in a year. We understand that if amendments are appropriate, we are always willing to take any recommendations from the GSA to later amend this charter document. Or again, if we need to fill in a seat, we can make amendments to this charter document with including additional names, with additional seats that we will have and filling in the vacant seats that we have. And then the last aspect of it is just the charter acceptance date. Ideally, we would put today's date if approved by the GSA, and then we would put this on our Water Resources website stating that we have approved, the GSA has approved this charter document, and this is our new charter document and our standing charter document for our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee. That's what I have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the clarification that we're sitting here talking about the charter for the GSPAC, the GSP Advisory Committee. I'm new to this, so I'm just getting into it. So I'm looking at the regulation 10723.2 that basically outlines in the regs all the interests of all beneficial uses and users. And so I think that's sliced and diced, but that particular regulation doesn't require or authorize or limit. That regulation doesn't speak directly to the notion of an advisory committee or the use of charters to create such advisory committees. Advisory committees certainly would be one way to consider all the interests of all the beneficial uses and users. So anyway, I'm just looking at this drill down list. I did see in here on this drill down list that local land use planning agencies should be represented. So in this current iteration of the GSPAC, is there going to be a seat for a CDD?
So that has come up a few times, Supervisor Green. And again, we have these in-depth dialogues. We've had additional special meetings talking about filling in the vacant seats. CDD has come up, environmental health has come up since they do the well permitting as well. So these are all ideas that we've discussed. We've also discussed on just inviting these other county entities to participate in these meetings, but not necessarily hold a seat since they do have the expertise. So these are all ideas that the GSPAC has discussed and considered, but it has not been brought forward to the GSA to add an additional seat for county CDD.
Okay. Well, I'm open to hearing more about the history. It appears there's broad authority for the GSA to implement these regulations. I assume that the creation of an advisory committee and the charter reflects previous direction of the GSA to do so. But I was just like, if we're going to move forward with this, maybe just have a little bit of dialogue about whether all the people in these regulations that are mentioned here, yeah, now that you mentioned EH, that probably would make some sense too. So totally on board with the idea, totally on board with the charter, just wondering if despite the difficulty of filling seats, there appears to be some interest in Sigma that we have those seats filled with local land use planning agencies and environmental uses of groundwater. So just
Yeah, and I would just like to add that, this discussion, we've, for over a year now, going on 2 years, we've had continuous dialogue during our advisory committee documents and special meetings on what seats are need to be filled. So this has been a continued discussion, and we're going to continue to have these discussions. We're having a meeting mid-March. We're going to get that date out by Thursday morning of when that rescheduled GSPAC meeting is. And it's a strong focus is going to be on who needs to be at the table and how can we make it more accessible, et cetera. And again, specifically talking about these seats. So that's where some of our facilitators have come through, help us provide some input. We've gotten input from the state. We've gotten input from other experts around the state. And again, just leaning on our GSPAC. So we do have some folks that could possibly fill in some of these vacant seats. And again, it's just going to be an ongoing thing of, continuously looking at our charter and our GSPAC of who's missing, who do we need to bring to the table. So it's been a continued dialogue for the past 2 years now.
I appreciate that. I just think since we are here today for the specific purpose of accepting this charter, if there is something missing from the laundry list, I think today would be the day to address it, not a future meeting. That's just me. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Three things. First off, thank you for your presentation on this. On the resources portion that you spoke about, the Zoom meetings being available, it kind of reads awkwardly in the sense that it sounds like meetings will be held virtually rather than they will also be held virtually, because right now the way the Brown Act is reading, it's you do it in person, and it almost speaks like we're still in 2021 or 2022. Just kind of wondering if that might need to be changed to make sure that the charter reads with what's actually happening. And I get it that you also want to provide a Zoom option so that people could come in, but at the same time you speak of the Brown Act, and the Brown Act is requesting that we all meet in person with caveats of who and how you can meet virtually. So just, I think possibly just adding the other than in person, scheduled GSPAC meetings will be held virtually, something like that I think would be appropriate, just to get picky on that part. And then is there a potential exit strategy out of this? Because I know that it costs us money to continuously through 2042 have this GSA. But is there data that can be provided to the state where it allows us to have the exit strategy that we are no longer seen as a Sigma area? And maybe I'm not saying that appropriately, but I know that we revised our numbers for Upper Lake, where originally that was in Sigma, and we were supposed to do the same type of analysis and review and formation. Is there something within this charter that if enough positive data comes out of it that we can produce that to the state?
That's a good question, Supervisor Sabatier. So I've been working on Sigma since 2019 now, and I also sit on a state level organization that works very closely with legislative and lawmakers regarding Sigma. And based off of conversations I've been having with the state since 2019, I don't want to say for certain. I don't have my crystal ball that can predict the future, but it's not in our best interest to try and pursue getting out of a priority basin for Sigma. The state is not leaning in that direction. Every basin that they've already established as priority basin is going to stick to priority basin. And that was something that the GSA, if they're interested in pursuing, I would recommend the GSA take that. But I don't see it happening. We are very far into Sigma. We've already spent, $1.4 million in GSP planning. And now we're towards implementation. So it just wouldn't be in our best interest to try and move that direction, because I don't see that happening. When we did make that modification and give that land use update a few years back, that would have been the time to do it. But the state wasn't even considering our Big Valley Basin. And from my understanding and in dialogue with the state, the reason why they have our Big Valley Basin as a priority basin is because of just the agricultural use in the area and the streams that we have. So it's just, again, a cautionary measure. you're right, it is going to take, it is going to take a lot of staff time. It has taken a lot of staff time, resources, and funding, but we, on the Watershed Protection District's behalf, we are actively seeking funding opportunities. We have applied for funding opportunities to try and lessen the burden, the financial impact that complying with SGMA will take.
Okay, had to try.
Yes, appreciate it.
And then the last one is, I'm looking at the list of members, and I agree with Supervisor Green that this is a good day to have this discussion if we're going to have any changes. And I'm trying to look at a fair, equitable membership, and so I'll just read out what I see. I see 3 agricultural users as members. I see 2 environmental ecosystem members. Underrepresented, there's 2 members. Private users, there's 2 members. Urban users, there's 2 members. And then tribal government, there's 1 member. It just feels like that is not an equitable placement of membership, especially when tribal comes down to just 1 when everyone else has 2 or more. And just, I think that adding 1 tribal, I think would provide a bit more of an equitable membership. It doesn't provide any majority where tribal perspective would be able to maneuver through this GSA process and what their potential needs or wants are, but I think it provides a fair membership count. So that's the only things that I had in front of me.
Thank you.
And I just want to, I did notice that, but then I noticed the only native sovereign nation within the GSA area is Big Valley. So, and it's not really, it's more of a consensus body than a let's take some votes kind of body. Totally open to the idea of a second seat. Certainly having a policy person in addition to a science person would be helpful, but I did notice that, and but I also noticed there was only 1 tribe within there, so.
Anyone else? Okay. For the public, come on up.
Let me get my Zoom open.
My name is Joan Moss. I filled in the position of a member of the public. I wrote a lot, and I haven't seen where I wrote it. I haven't seen it printed, but I also wanted to ask, didn't Peter Windrum also resign as well as Sky Hoyt? Thank you.
That's what was related to us, is that they were members and they are no longer members.
Yes, and just to elaborate, so all of the public comments that were solicited during our Big Valley GSP planning and implementation are recorded for the record. Our Big Valley GSP is hosted on the California Department of Water Resources SGMA portal. Smas, I know you do have a copy of that document. It's a 900-page document, very lengthy. Again, encourage everyone to read it. It's great. But all those are hosted on the SGMA portal, and those were solicited and recognized as public comments. And Joan did participate as a member of the public, but Joan does not currently hold a seat on the GSPAC. So I just want to clarify that.
But did Peter Windrum resign also?
I didn't.
Yes.
I've already answered. The question was again about Peter Windrum. Yes, he has resigned. So has Sky Hoyt.
Anyone in Zoom? No?
I opened it up, but I haven't checked. There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
I did have a question, and I thought it was answered. It was in some instances, but with the environmental ecosystem position, I'm assuming that's the one that Peter resigned from. So is it one of those agencies that require just to be a part of that agency, not to be residing in that area, or is that a requirement as well?
So that's a great question, Supervisor Crandall, and we've had that discussion, and that's, again, been in the dialogue as we're talking about, who can we have fill these seats. The majority of the GSPAC members would recommend that those folks actually live or work in the basin. But we also understand that, for example, there are folks that may have interest and have interest in the basin that necessarily don't live in the basin, but have that expertise. So that's something that we would consider. The GSPAC definitely would consider if there's someone from an entity that could possibly fill in that seat. Maybe they don't live or work in the basin, but they have strong expertise or knowledge of the basin. The GSPAC would definitely consider that person. So that was a very political response to your question.
Thank you.
So is there a quorum now with the members you have?
Yes, yeah. And again, we're non-voting, so I don't know if I could lean on Anita to help with that, but you know, we don't do any sort of voting specifically. We seek consensus.
But you still have to have a quorum to have the meetings, correct? Yeah. So my concern is adding more seats when we can't fill these, and then we'll not have a quorum to move forward.
Yeah, and that's where we're at as well. So that's why we do have the aspect of making amendments if we want to add seats later on. I would definitely like to get the input from our GSPAC anyhow before adding additional seats. So we do have that opportunity, and we can easily come back in the near future to have this further discussion if the charter is approved today.
Okay. There's no more comments, so when we get some action, or you have a comment?
I'll just add to that, if there's consensus from the board to ask for the GSPAC, the GSPAC, it's a horrible acronym, to review the request by both Supervisor Green and myself for a membership. If there's consensus for them to review that and then bring it back to us if there's a consensus there. And then also looking to see if it's acceptable to make the amendment as well on the resource to add, to not just say it meets virtually.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the virtual meeting conversation that you suggested, saying that it's both.
Other than meeting in person and then continue where it already has.
And then one more clarification kind of off of Supervisor Crandall's question, you know, the environmental ecosystem, as you know, all tribal governments also have an EPA coordinator, you know, and some have even have been funded for a climate resiliency officer. So there's different aspects, I think, of that. So I guess that would be clarification for the board. Maybe to come back, or the GSPAC to come back, and I'll get that right too with the recommendation, because I do see an opportunity there. And then I would just make a comment that, yep, Big Valley is in the basin, but Scotts Valley is right here too, which that's part of their ancestral lands also. So I think that conversation could be opened up a little bit farther. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, Supervisor Simon. We've had that discussion. I know, you know, we were talking with that idea. We do work closely with Scotts Valley, especially with our Big Valley groundwater model. We had our consultants also look at Scotts Valley as well. So part of SGMA is you're supposed to coordinate with nearby GSAs. We in Lake County only have one priority basin, and the closest other priority basin is in Ukiah, Santa Rosa, and Napa. Doesn't really benefit us, but we do want to work very collaboratively with our other groundwater basins, and especially since Scotts Valley does border right along our Big Valley Basin. I think that is definitely a discussion that we need to entertain in coordinating with Scotts Valley and Pomo.
Just as a clarification, Vice Chair Simon, you were speaking more along tribal areas rather than basins?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you look at the ancestral lands, obviously throughout Lake County, yeah, there are districts, there are counties, but long before that, traditional lands of the tribes, especially on the north side or, you know, or on this side with Scotts Valley and Big Valley. You know, I think there's an opportunity there in this conversation when we talk about it, instead of open it up, maybe that opportunity for the environmental ecosystem or underrepresented user could be the Scotts Valley band, or even, you know, you have Sarah Ryan as one seat from Big Valley, but she may not be the EPA coordinator. There could be another opportunity there. So just would like to have those discussions, because before county lines, before territorial lines were established here in the state of California, there were the traditional lands and cultural boundaries of the tribes, which were all linguistic, not drawn by lines. So just, I guess that's my clarification on that, and maybe getting out there where the board could have that conversation with maybe a couple of the tribes on this side here. Instead of adding, because I clearly understand adding another seat, it's a challenge. We had a challenge in the middle of a disaster to get a meeting pulled together yesterday, so that would be my request instead of adding the seat. So that was a long way to say that, I guess. I don't know what's wrong with me, too much coffee today.
Those are my thoughts as well. I think with the two underrepresented seats in the environmental ecosystem, we have opportunities to fill those and just be more creative with that before we start adding seats. I don't want to give that direction right now because I don't want to be in a place where we can't even have this group meet.
I think we got 1, 2, how many openings now? 3, 4, 5 openings.
Supervisor Green?
Well, I'm okay with kicking the discussion to the GSPAC, and they'll understand better than anybody the difficulty of filling the seats and pulling meetings. But just a semantic thing, underrepresented user could be disadvantaged communities as referenced in the SIGMA regulations. And then on page 3 of this, under the title Organizational Structure and Membership, the first paragraph describes what we're here doing today, accepting that. So in that we are approving this revised charter. I don't know that that paragraph needs to be there. If we did strike it, the next paragraph would move up, and it says the GSPAC is composed as an ad hoc advisory committee. I don't believe the words ad hoc are accurate. So the suggestion would be to strike the first paragraph under that heading and to strike the words ad hoc from the paragraph under that. Totally support all the other consensus items that have been brought forward.
Oh, I'm in agreement with adding the language about the meetings so they comply with Brown Act.
And I see no problem with scratching off the first paragraph because it does say what we're doing today, and then it'll be the charter that they go by. So I have no issues with that as well. I don't think it changes anything. And I'm looking at Deputy Director Deli Giannis just to make sure that it doesn't throw a wrench.
Nope, it does not throw a wrench.
Okay.
Also, look at Lloyd or Anita. I would say Lloyd right now, so make sure we're not doing something we shouldn't be doing here.
Yes, as a point of clarification, if the board will decide to move to approve this document or adopt this document by motion, that it would be as amended, if there is a consensus to the amendments that were proposed in the course of the discussion.
Anita Grant, the changes are fine as described.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you both.
Transition learning, it's on the fly.
And if there's no further comments from the board, I move to approve the 2023 charter of the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency as amended for the resource section and for the organizational structure and membership changes.
We're approving the charter for the advisory committee, so the GSPAC.
It's the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency charter document.
Yes.
GSPAC charter document. Again, the title, as she explained at the beginning, the title of this item and now the recommended action both reflect a little confusion. So we are sitting as the GSA today approving the 2023 revision of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee charter document.
That is correct.
Okay, so.
As amended.
So moved with amendments.
Second.
There we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Okay, we will go down to item 7.3. Consideration of American Rescue Act, ARPA, funding request for senior center support form to provide up to $50,000 for each senior center's capital expenditures. And this is brought to us by our administrative office.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Stephen Cutter will be presenting this item to the board for consideration.
Good afternoon, Board. As your board is aware, Lake County was awarded $2.5 million of ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds, and your board,
12.5.
what did I say?
Yeah, you missed 10 million.
Oh, 12.5, sorry. Fine, I'll be exact. $12,506,226. Sorry about that.
I'm scared.
So subsequently, we had the board set up an ad hoc committee to go over possible usage of this funds that would have to comply with the final rule from the federal government. And during those discussions, it was suggested and approved by the board later, $300,000 be set aside for assessments or other needs to set organizations up for success, senior centers. And subsequent to that, it became clear through other direct conversations with board members that the best way to do that would be to provide funding for capital expenditures. And before your board today is the actual form that would be sent out to each senior center that they would have to apply for the funds, with staying within the guidelines where within U.S. Treasury Department and Lake County guidelines. So the final rule, because we have to claim these funds through this, I call it SLRSIP, as the state and local, I don't want to go through it, but we have to claim these funds with the receipts to claim them as allowable. Each entity would receive the funds, if each entity provided receipts for these capital expenditures, if at any point there are federal or state funds that are received for the same exact purpose, it would have to be repaid back to the county. But other than that, we're here just to allow each senior center to apply up to $50,000 for capital expenditures for new roof, windows, solar, vehicle for Meals on Wheels, appliances, and anything to that effect. And currently, I have on here a submission deadline of February 14th. That was the original board date that had planned to bring this forward. That was always meant to change depending on if we wanted to, if the board wanted to give them 2 weeks or a month to provide their response or request. And that's pretty much it, because the document, whether you guys have any adjustments to and approve to send out to the senior centers.
Is this a reimbursement or?
Yes.
Okay, so if the senior centers don't have the funds to be reimbursed?
We can front the money. It just has to be proven through receipts that the expenditure actually occurred and was done. And as long as it's up to 50,000, then we provide that back up when we claim. If only 48,000 worth of receipts are received, then we'll need to have the 2,000 sent back to the county.
Also, if we do advance monies to the senior centers, I respectfully request that we have an agreement in place that outlines what they're going to be using the funding for and their obligations to submit receipts in a timely manner.
And I didn't go over that, but within this request, there is a requirement to have an agreement with the county that would have that information in there.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I think.
Oh, Supervisor Green?
Sorry, item B on page 2, I see there's an attestation that all capital expenses weren't budgeted and a direct result of financial losses from COVID. Now, ARPA in general, is kind of like money thrown out there without necessarily a requirement to show loss. So is that an ARPA requirement? I assume it's going to be an easy burden to meet, but it's odd that it's in there.
It is an easy burden to meet, and there are requirements related to COVID-19 within it. Within ARPA, each county government can claim up to $10 million for lost revenue, and that just has to be governmental services. Everything above and beyond that, if you so have the funding available through the grant, has to be per the final rule. And within the final rule, it is COVID related. Now, if, like, the roof has been leaking since, let's say, 2020, that qualifies. So they just have to be financially hampered due to COVID. But it is very COVID specific. The free and clear money is the 10 million that we have set aside through the committee for other activities.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So I'm going to suspect that most senior centers had some hardships during COVID-19, so that's not going to be a difficulty to seek out that portion of it. However, I think that, number one, for the amount of money and for it to be so specific to almost infrastructure type of things, I mean, just by delivering meals, with the amount of extra seniors that requested and required the service of our senior centers, that probably came at a loss for a lot of our senior centers. I know that, and so I'd like to see it not be so rigid about infrastructure or capital improvements, but for the purpose of senior services to our seniors, prove to us a loss, and then we can provide you the reimbursement of what you're providing to the seniors. But this just, I feel it's too specific, too rigid, and it should be broadened. I mean, one of our Vision 2028 is to provide support for our seniors. The service itself is the support that they're providing, not necessarily the building. Obviously, you need a building in order to provide the services, but not every single one of them owns their building. So for some of them, are we asking them to do infrastructure upgrades and we pay ourselves back for the upgrades that we're going to do to our buildings because they happen to be our buildings? It's not an equitable situation for every senior center. Everyone has a different situation. And I know that each one of them will know best what their needs are in order to serve the seniors best. So that's what I would like to see. I also have been told, and I'm sure that Councilmember Overton is here, she's also the director of the Senior Center for Clear Lake Senior Center, that there was a grant provided that could have been used for infrastructure from AAA. I am not on the AAA, and so I'd like to know if maybe a board member can provide more information, or if someone can speak to that, because are we complementing that? Are we duplicating that? It just seems like that might have already been provided for the specifics of what we're looking at. So my personal opinion is I'd love for it to be a little bit more flexible for what the senior centers require in order to make sure they serve their clientele the best, our seniors, rather than telling them specifically what it can be used for. I'd love to also look at the conversation of equity. Not every senior center is equal in the people that they serve, nor on where they stand financially. And so I think that is a secondary part to me, but primary is the flexibility for the senior centers.
And I don't disagree with you. We would have to look into the final rule whether it can be claimed that way. It is, final rule for claiming the ARPA funds is not wide open for whatever we want. That's why we geared it more towards this, because this is very much claimable and an expense that is acceptable through ARPA. But we can look at it and possibly bring it back.
And again, I can let Ms. Overton speak to this, but I know in my discussions just regarding Clear Lake Senior Center, the amount of reserves that were utilized in order to accomplish their goals during COVID-19, in my opinion, could easily be shown as a loss during COVID-19 that then could be recuperated through some of these funds.
I can look at the final rule. That's all I can say about that, because my first reading would, certain expenses like that would not be something that we can do.
Okay.
It does not mean I will definitely look at it and see what we can do, though.
Yeah.
Supervisors, or Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, so kind of the same comments along those lines of being restrictive, and I understand the ARPA funds, but I know there are other opportunities where you can use it for capacity building, obviously loss of revenue, recovering those, so obviously they're a subrecipient and they have to go by that. Is this how we're doing it? Because right in the ARPA funds, you can be a subrecipient since the senior centers are kind
Issuing
of tied.
grants.
Okay, so we're just going to the grant, all right. So, yeah, I would like to, maybe here it says the ARPA funds may include but not limited to this list that's on here. So if a certain question comes up to that manner, because I agree, solar, I think we're looking hopefully to put on the ones that we own. We're looking at a long-term solar project for those types of things for the parking lots. The roofs, windows, I think a little different. Obviously, Meal on Wheels was the huge challenge, and our senior center stepped up to do that with all the added costs. I mean, they're still doing it now, which is well received, so doing those. So I guess my question would be, number one, if we could just add that in or not limited to this list, those requests could come back because they may. And then also, yeah, they don't have the funding. So I don't agree with it being a reimbursement program. We need to, if they fill it out, we give them the funds and then we kind of work with them. We have the area, right, the area on aging or AAA to work with them, but making sure they understand that this is available to them and
As long as we get receipts back.
as long as we get receipts and we continue down that road, because it's going to be a heck of a task for the federal government to come to everybody to try and reclaim these. We want to have as many receipts as possible, but, it might happen in a decade or two, but we'll see.
And that's why we want all our
Yeah,
Ts crossed and Is dotted.
yeah. But in the agreement, it already talks about receipts, making sure you have all those things. So that was my thing, to open it up to as much as possible. And it can't be a reimbursement program. We all know, we got March for Meals coming up this month. We're gonna be trying to raise money. All of our senior centers are doing that by doing deliveries and being out marching. We get to do it this year, which is excellent. Each one's different, but, they have a little parade through town, which I think is awesome to bring recognition to all the March for Meals programs that are happening, so. Those are my thoughts. Not easy. I don't have a simple suggestion. Just, like I said, just adding something, say, may include but not limited to these items here, or something like that.
It does say may include, but it doesn't say not.
Where's it say? Oh, yeah.
Right in front of the
May include.
eligible
Oh, okay,
expenses.
all right. So maybe I missed, maybe I'm reading it up wrong.
Those were
Right.
just trying to be examples of possible acceptable items.
May include but not limited to, or something like that.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Vice Chair Simon bringing up the reimbursement. I also agree that I think we can easily make an agreement between the senior centers and look for those receipts, and inside the agreement, if you happen to not spend all of that money by a certain amount, then you'd have to return it, or else all the receipts that match the requirements or the potential list of items, that I think would be the easier way. I think we need to walk forward with trust. These are agencies that are part of our community and that do quite a great service to our communities. But I also agree with the not limited to, just to make sure that it doesn't feel like it's just an infrastructure grant. And what I'm going to request is, let's find a way to make that possible. I think we can. And whether that's moving one of our other ARPA projects outside of the 10 million and bringing this into the 10 million, there's maybe some possibility, but I think we can find a way to make this happen, I think.
I will do what I can. The idea about moving the 10 million isn't, because that's not a government expense for us. But I'm sure I can find some kind of, within the rule, I'll see what I can work out. Because my goal is to help out the senior centers. I'm sure y'all know that.
Yep, absolutely.
That's appreciated.
Yeah, I have a question. It's 6 senior centers, right? Is that what we're thinking? Which ones are we talking about? Because I know Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, Lucerne, Live Oak, is it Kelseyville?
So I didn't want to bring it up directly because we have closed session item, but that one, Kelseyville is the one who wouldn't be included because of our other ARPA
Okay.
allocation.
What about Upper Lake? Okay, that's what, I just assumed and I didn't know, so I'm just trying to make sure. All right, thanks.
Not missing one.
Okay. Anything, one from the public?
Well, I do really appreciate that you guys have considered the senior centers of Lake County in on this because, as we all know, they're very needed. And the pandemic definitely showed us how bad they are needed. And for our facility, we have over doubled. Even today, we were into the triple, and we went from 4 routes to 15, just to give you an idea how we expanded. And we were already set to close on April 1st before the pandemic because of non-funding from our own communities. We did, just through AAA, get what they called the infrastructure, and I'm going to put that in quotes, but we couldn't do any infrastructure really with it. Things that we need is enlarging our refrigerator and freezers. You know, it would be nice if we could put doors to bring in the outdoor space, which for the pandemic, that's one of the things they would like to see happen. Which the city, we do have a city building, but they would agree since we're permanently there to allow things like that. But I think what we really need to focus on is, is all about the well-being and health of our seniors. And so the grant really needs to be a little open to maybe just stating that. And how we did with AAA, the one that we've been talking about, is we give a list and quotes of and submitted that to the AAA for the funding, for their infrastructure funding. So we had to stay. They're going to give us that money, and of course, we have to show receipts of that we've spent it in that particular way, and any money left over would, of course, go back and probably be put out again for other uses at the senior centers that may not have. But as you stated, I understand you have a closed session on Kelseyville, but let's say they need a new roof, they own their building, that would be different. Or Lucerne, who is always in desperate need, that's been kind of a baby of mine since I've moved to Lake County. I love that building and would love to see it fixed up so that they can function as a true senior center. They've had a rough time over there, but the rest of us pretty much are owned by the county or the cities. So it's not that there can't be agreements to fixing up the buildings, but to say infrastructure would be really hard to just state that. There are lots of other things that I think that we would need, and when you say reimbursement, there's no way. I mean, that just couldn't happen. But I think we went with the status that we just did with the AAA, where we submitted a list and an estimate. Those estimates changed because by the time they got this grant going through, prices had already went up. I was notifying them saying, by the way, I got notified by this company, the price is going to go up $500. So, we have to consider that there might be some changes in prices even if we give a quote. So, I'd like to kind of leave it open so that we can actually use it for what each one of us needs something different. It just is. We're all different areas. We're very low income compared to Middletown and Clear Lake Oaks. They get as much in one day as what I get in a whole week. So on donations. So I just really like to try to keep it as open as possible for us to actually be able to use it. Thank you.
Director Metcalf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd Metcalf, Behavioral Services. As some of you may or may not recall, before I stepped into this role, I used to oversee the adult services programs here in Lake County and understand the funding challenges. The Area Agency on Aging receives funding through the Older Americans Act, which is so inadequate. And I also would advocate for this funding to be as flexible as possible. And Stephen, you and I worked on this years ago, and I was so excited to see this on the agenda today. And so, and this will also benefit the folks that behavioral services serves as well. And so I just want to advocate for this, and hopefully this can be as flexible as possible, because this is a much needed, these funds are so needed, because I know how the senior centers struggle. I haven't seen much of a change over the years since I've left. And so I just wanted to throw my 2 cents worth into this discussion because this is extremely important to our community to serve our older adults. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room?
No hands in the Zoom room.
I'll read an email from someone. So it's from Betsy Kahn. She would like to suggest that the release of these funds be directed towards bolstering their capacities to respond during emergencies. For example, Lucerne Alpine Senior Center does not have a backup generator and the building is hugely difficult to power up. Terry Logston is working on the state's recently launched program for establishing community resiliency centers, and we have discussed the need for senior centers to serve in that capacity. For example, equipping each one with satellite phones, while it's costly, would ensure continuous communication with emergency management resources. And she would like to thank us for contributing these suggestions in hope of strengthening our whole community together. So basically supporting the concept, right?
Yeah. And I think that is a conversation one step past where we are today. I want to make sure that the senior centers can do the work that they're supposed to be doing, which is serving seniors before we that is another conversation that's happening, but this money, the intent that we had with the ARPA committee is to make sure that they can continue to serve, and we wanted to set them up for success. It does sound like the things that were mentioned for Clear Lake could be used with these funds. I didn't hear anything that wouldn't be allowed. I don't know if there's other things, but having some flexibility in here is, more than appropriate. There's there are infrastructure, but there's also appliances.
It's not infrastructure at all. It's capital expenditures. So it's
Capital,
anything that's
yes.
capital, that doesn't have to be infrastructure related. It can be a vehicle. It's just basically big one-time expenses.
Yes.
It's not as strict as I
Furniture,
think everybody
yeah.
thinks, but.
And just to clarify, I believe Ms. Overton, when speaking of the kitchen stuff and appliances and storage, I think she was talking about the grant that she's already received, that she's using it for, not what she would like to utilize these funds for. I just want to make sure and clarify that. So it did sound like it fit what we were offering.
That would fit.
But it was more speaking about the grant that was provided to all of the senior centers and that they've already had access to those funds to fulfill some of the things that we are listing currently.
Yes, and that is an opportunity, but it's not a large opportunity. It's significantly under 50,000. Is that what the Clear Lake? I'm trying to remember because each.
We actually got 89,000.
Oh, you got more. Okay, yeah.
I needed so much that.
Okay.
I didn't want to be a hog. I could have added more.
Right. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, our intent is just setting them up. So if we can be more flexible with what their needs are, I'm fine with that. We want them to continue to work and serve.
So do you want this to come back once I've made it more flexible, or just
So
make it
we'll
more
fix it
flexible and
today,
put it
get it
out?
out.
Fine with
Yeah.
it.
Is there a way that we can just fix it and?
Until I look at the final rule, I can't say exactly what can be
Okay.
used, but I'll go directly from the final rule and make it as flexible as I can.
Okay.
Because it's all about claiming it properly.
Is there any, we keep bringing back. My only concern with that is, we know the senior centers need the money, so, my request just put may include but not limited to the list here, and then, we're gonna have questions, and it may be a no, well, that's not gonna work, have time to do that. My thought would be get the money moving towards, just like you said, Joyce, I don't know how long it took to get the AAA funds. 9 months, a year, it's like if we're there, so that would be my request today. If we could just do some word changes or wordsmithing that may lend us in the direction to have that conversation. And if it's just limited to this, then someone might just say, well, I'm getting appliances, I'm gonna do what I can. So that would be my thoughts, and also not a reimbursement program, a direct funded grant program with the simple MOU in place. So those are my thoughts. If we're going to be talking about any generation, our seniors and in the senior centers and folks using them, They don't have time for us to wordsmith stuff. Let's get them the funds.
Well, and we don't really know, yeah, I agree, because we don't know specifically what these asks are. And if we try to build the policy around things we're not really sure of, I think it might be easier for the senior centers to reach out directly to Stephen to have their needs worked in.
One already has.
Okay, good.
So I have no problem working with each senior center, and that's really what it would be to me, is, well, from what I've heard today, this may be relatively what goes out to the senior centers, but the main goal is they need to talk to me, and with whatever their idea is, I'll find a way to make it work within the requirements as long as I really can.
Yes, perfect. I mean, that's all we can do, right?
If I can make a stab at the wordsmithing, because I think really eligible for reimbursement from the ARPA fund, meeting the criteria of ARPA fund final rules may include, and then there's the, but not limited to, and then have the list. That way, we're telling the senior centers, we got this money from somewhere, and we have to follow their rules. Go ahead and provide us what you think you want to do, and let's make sure we can figure out how it fits, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't. If it does, then Artie says that?
Yeah, the guidelines about about the final rule.
And the reimbursement part is 100%.
The reimbursement part would need to be,
So we could just change that for sure. Just say it's a
Oh.
grant program, not a reimbursement grant.
I forgot that wordsmithing portion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Supervisor?
I understand the intent.
Okay.
No, I was basically going to say the same. Basically, that there are final guidelines within the rules of getting this funding, so doing what you just did provides that. So it allows them to, if it's outside the scope of what's listed on the list here, what is it, a new roof, solar, a vehicle for deliveries, appliances, building remodel, HVAC, weatherproofing, but it's something else, as long as they coordinate with Stephen to ensure that it follows the final rule, right? That's what you called it? Right.
Yep.
Would be follow the guidelines of the grant that's being proposed, and that's really makes it to where it's open to whatever that grant says.
Right. So if I'm like Hogback Senior Center and I'm asking for a karaoke machine, it's not going to count. Like, no, we can't do that, right? So
You're gonna have
that's
to buy
just an
that yourself,
example.
Supervisor.
Yeah.
What if during COVID it broke down?
Okay. Oh.
But I think a little more wordsmithing than that might be appropriate, just because not limited to, everything on the bullet list so far is a capital thing. So if the leaning is we're toward services or supplies to do meals and stuff like that, and he's not entirely sure we can do that. So I think just get him discretion to wordsmith it to address non-capital items, services, however he might word it, however you might word it. So if you want to wordsmith it here, my suggestion would be go ahead and throw something about services or something in there, that including not limited to the things you want to get in there. But if you're just saying we're going to wordsmith it and qualify this list of things that are all capital things, that's not going to be super helpful to the senior centers or to Stephen. So is the direction that we want to take out the word reimbursement and we just want to fund directly services to the extent possible? Or you know, we need better direction on the wordsmithing.
Well, I think, sorry, Chair. I think we do have fairly decent direction on exactly how to proceed. Remove reimbursement, get an agreement for the advancement and the obligations then of the senior centers, and also make sure that it falls within the guidelines of the rule, the final rule.
Yeah.
I agree.
Simplified.
And the rest as is stands, or is there a need to change where it says the final rule for ARPA, where it kind of provides those specifics? And I just want to make sure we're not setting up for the wrong expectations from the senior centers. Is that directly from the final rule, what's written in there in that second bullet point under guidelines, or is that an interpretation of the final rule?
I thought it was direct, but
I'm just wondering
It's
if
been a
you
while,
need
so-
to come back to this item later today and maybe go back and make sure that, because maybe it just needs to say, must meet criteria final rule from ARPA, and that's it. And then,
that's probably enough. And we definitely know what your intent is.
Right.
So we can easily make the changes you are requesting on here without having to
It's like Anita has something.
delegation of authority cannot be discretionary. It has to be ministerial. So you do have to establish the parameters for this. And the discussion is great, but it still has to translate out onto the page. It doesn't have to be exhaustive word use, but it does have to be sufficient so that it's very clear. So that if you want to say that all approved expenditures must be in compliance with the final rule, that's what you say.
Yep.
And then you're done. And just remove the reimbursement wording, and that should complete it. And that would be sufficient where you're giving at least parameters of your direction to admin.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion, a second?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. He's like,
He just gave you a smirk.
Okay. 7.4, is Patrick available on Zoom? Okay. 7.4A, there he is, consideration of increasing the cannabis equity grant funds from a maximum of $50,000 up to $150,000 per applicant, and B, consideration of resolution of the Lake County Board of Supervisors authorizing the State of California Cannabis Equity Act grant funding. It says admin office, but it's treasurer tax collector?
He's a hybrid today.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, board. I'm just going to provide some background information and some additional thoughts on this since I was working on it before I transitioned to treasurer tax collector. I've been asked if I could give a brief overview of the equity grant program and just where we're at in terms of funding. For the board to remember, we first received the type 1 grant, which was $150,000. That was to conduct the equity assessment and create the equity program manual. That was completed in 2020. At the end of 2020, we applied for our first type 2 grant funding, which is where the state actually gives the money to implement a cannabis equity program. We received our first round of funding in 2021 for $888,000 approximately. And then in January of 2022, last year, we were notified we were going to receive another 1.9 million. So ultimately that gave us a little over 2.8 million to work with between those two grants. Last year, we opened up the application process, and originally they were due, I believe, May 27th. We ended up extending it to June 1st. Throughout the summer, admin staff worked on reviewing those applications and determining who met that equity criteria. We had previously consulted your board about what direction to take with these funds. A lot of our sort of peer counties were struggling in terms of how to implement this program. And ultimately, what we settled on, given our capacity, was that using it to assist cultivators and cannabis businesses with county taxes and fees was probably the most prudent and most viable option. And that is the direction your board ultimately gave. Up to $50,000 of expense could be covered for those county-related taxes and fees. There were ultimately 23 applicants that were awarded some type of funding, a total of $723,000 in tax, and there was just a little under $2,000 in CDD fees. And that's because last year, all of the application decisions were made later in the year, and the CDD fees for existing applicants were due earlier. So going forward, there are people who may get CDD fees paid, but generally last year, the majority of money went to taxes. In December, the admin office was able to submit another grant application for $800 and ultimately notified this year that another $836,000 is intended to be awarded, and that pertains to the resolution before your board today. I think now some of the concerns that have come up during this process, when we first looked at how much money we were going to spend and what our estimate was, that was before the tax rate reductions. And a lot of the equity applicants, there were others who were approved, but they ended up going non-operational. or greatly reduce their cultivation size. So we did not spend as much money as we originally anticipated of that first grant batch, that 888,000. The state has extended that into April, I believe, and we still have until fall to spend that 1.9 million. The application that was submitted for that 836,000, that maintains the same model that currently exists, recommending the use for county taxes and fees. That's what was submitted to the governor's office, GoBiz. And so at this point, I think staff would recommend that you increase that cap from the 50,000 to the 150. One recommendation was 150,000, because there are cultivators who have already hit the max that we were able to pay. So not only could we potentially pay part of their second installment, we could then use that same funding to help pay to cover this year's tax liability. This program, I guess I would note, this funding may very well be the last batch of significant funding we get. After this year, the state has changed the guidelines. So going forward, the county would have to put up, essentially 500,000 in matching funds to continue to receive state funds, and the pool of state funds is going to shrink. So I guess I would just note that this money we have may very well be the last funding that we receive. Most of it has to be spent by fall. The rest of it would have to be spent by the end of next year. I don't have the exact dates, but likely September or October. So if there are any other questions, I'm happy to take them. I wanted to provide that background, and the administrative office will be handling the grant materials going forward, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Supervisor Spatier?
I think this is a good idea in order to make sure we don't see money not being utilized that we're already obtaining from the state. And this helps to potentially keep certain applicants afloat as we keep going through this roller coaster ride of industry stabilization. So in support.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, again, for spending a little time with me yesterday. As pointed out, this, cannabis equity is not a phrase that rolls off the tongue to immediate understanding. And cannabis equity grants were not a creation of the legislature. It was kind of a late add-on to Proposition 64 in 2016. And the goal was similar to what's stated here, not to help businesses, but to help individuals, people who had been targeted by the drug war, suffered under the drug war, people who might have the easiest way getting up. And what has happened over the last several years, depending on the jurisdiction, whether you're a city or a county, is two things. One, the creation of incredibly onerous regulations such that assistance is needed for equity applicants to even have a prayer of getting in. And then the creation of these equity grant programs that are supposed to benefit, again, individuals, not businesses. And here we are in Lake County, and we're continuing to talk about our permitting program, but we barely have 100 permits after 6 years. There's a whole chunk of our residents who have no ability to bring an application and therefore, by default, have no access to these equity funds. And I don't have the entire roadmap, but clearly the great lion's share of permit holders in this county are affiliated with LLCs and C Corps. There aren't many sole proprietors in here. So when we identify individual applicants who are going to be receiving these funds, or at least who are going to have their tax bills paid, there's an application form here, and they can check some check boxes that they fit the criteria. They can state that, they were formerly incarcerated as part of the drug war, that they suffered some life circumstance as a result of the drug war. But that attestation by an individual doesn't necessarily guarantee that an individual will be the primary beneficiary of equity funds. In the cities, for example, you see a lot of creativity, the use of straw men and women, the use of equity applicants who are funded by very non-equitable sources of revenue. To my knowledge, we have no ability at this point to track how effective we've been with our equity funds. I know there's a subcommittee on equity that's meeting at the state level that is now, however many years later, trying to figure out how we would start doing data collection. So I don't believe the state has any real constructive knowledge of how these tens of millions of dollars have been spent statewide. And so I can't revisit 6 years of history or the 2 years of history of this program locally. I'm just going to state that I have very grave concerns about how this is rolled out. And it's no disservice to anybody who has benefited as an individual from these funds. But I have a strong suspicion that corporations have benefited at least as much, if not more, from distribution of these funds. And I cannot support this on that basis. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Public input?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
So there's 2. Can I do it all in one?
Our suggestion would be to do them separately.
Okay, so I move to approve the increase of the cannabis equity grants funds from a maximum of $50,000 up to $150,000 per applicant.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And Part B, I offer the resolution. That's why I couldn't do it in one.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Nay.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. We'll go to the next item.
Mr. Chair, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, since we have Patrick Sullivan online, maybe you'd like to take up 510.
Great idea. We will move to 710.
Or 710, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like.
Consideration of resolution authorizing the chair of the board to approve and direct the tax collector to sell at public auction via internet tax default property which is subject to the power to sell in accordance with Chapter 7 of Part 6 of Division 1 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code and approving sales below minimum price in specified cases. Treasurer Tax Collector.
Thank you, Board, and apologies for the long title. This is the tax sale that is before you, is the tax sale that's planned for May 26th through May 30th. Your board should note that there was an update this morning based off where everything stood at the close of business yesterday. Since the agenda items were originally submitted, there have been multiple redemptions, withdrawals. There have been other parcels that were pulled for other reasons, including potential agreement sales or other impediments to sale that we had to take them off the original list for the sale. So there are 867 parcels remaining that are before you for your approval. There are 122 that have a reduced bid. So those are attached in a separate sheet just for your reference if you wish to have a better understanding of what the original bid was, what the original bid necessary was versus what we ultimately settled on for offering it at. There were 60 parcels redeemed for a total of approximately 263,000. And we do expect there will be more redemptions in between, but this is the list essentially as it stood at 5 p.m. yesterday. If your board has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, just quick question, 2 things. One, you mentioned that certain ones have been redeemed as of yesterday, close of business. I know, as you stated as well, that there will be more redemptions before it eventually goes to the tax auction. Does that mean we can approve without having an updated list in the sense that what's approved as updated has state law that requires you to pull these from the list as they come to be redeemed, so therefore we don't need to really review it as updated?
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier, the process is different for removal once the board approves this list. There are certain processes that change. Up until this point, my office, based off, for instance, a request to do an agreement sale with an eligible agency, we could remove it for that reason. If someone were to present some sort of good cause for taking it off there, if there was something being worked out, we could remove it without further review. The difference is once the board approves it, there are certain steps that have to be taken. It either needs to be redeemed, where the full amount's paid. There are some other actions like a bankruptcy proceeding, the initiation of bankruptcy proceedings where we'd be bound to remove it. But for a lot of other reasons, we couldn't remove it simply because someone asked us to and had some sort of plan in place. For removal, that's not, that doesn't fit neatly within one of those statutes. At that point, it would have to go through county council for further review, and it's a more involved process. So at this point, when your board approves the list, essentially barring some more unusual circumstances, this is the list that will be going forward.
And I'm sorry to ask the question again, just to maybe I wasn't clear. You said that some were redeemed, so the list that we have in front of us is not the last up-to-date list?
I'm sorry. So originally we started with around 1,000 properties. So this is the list as it stood at the end of the day yesterday. At 5 p.m., this 867 parcels are what's remaining in the sale from what was started on last year.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then my second question is, some of them for the deficit amounts are at $1. Are those being pulled off, or have those been reevaluated so that there's a specific amount that's reduced by?
So all of those were,
I believe there were 6 of them.
yeah, I was going to say, I thought there were 5.
Or 5.
And those should have all been redone in that post we did this morning. We were waiting on information from other state agencies. And if we couldn't get it in time, we would have had to pull them from the sale. But I believe we received.
And my mistake, I was going with what I reviewed over the weekend and yesterday, and had not re-reviewed this specific item since the morning. So if it was updated, I looked now, and there are none that are set to be put to bid for $1. So that has been resolved. Apologize.
No problem.
Actually, no, there are ones that. Let me make sure the reload, but I just loaded this. It shows $1. It's under the minimum bid round notes, or minimum bid round, and I see at the bottom of page 1, it says no, final bid not complete, and it's for $1. I still see the dollars.
Okay, I'm looking at, so that's the deficit worksheet that's providing additional information. I'm looking at the defaulted land sale number 161. That's the formal list.
Gotcha, so you
I'm not seeing anything on there. I think what you're looking at, that worksheet has extra notes, but everything that's on that worksheet is on that official list as well.
Gotcha, so the deficit projections were pulling out just the deficits. That list is not correct based on the newly uploaded full list of the 867?
Yeah, well, I'm looking for this dollar. Could you identify which page you're seeing the?
So on the first page of the deficit projections, on the very bottom, the fourth from bottom, it says 035371-110 is $1.
Not.
It's the fourth from the bottom on page 1 of the deficit projections.
And are you certain you're looking at the new listing on
I'm
that?
reloading and I'm clicking on a newly updated agenda.
Fourth from the
Okay,
bottom?
let me see.
Oh, I see it.
Fourth from the bottom on.
It's 035371-110.
And it's still $1 in the main list that I'm loading as well, with the 867. It shows up as $1 when I find that APN. It's very possible that I'm loading up from my cache, but I'm reloading and I'm clicking on it, and it's showing up with those numbers. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're approving today, because a minimum bid of $1 is pretty awesome, but I want to make sure that we get
Yeah, that's
what
certainly
we
not
need.
intentional. Let me just pull it up a different way because I'm not drawing that same value here.
Zero three what?
035-371-110.
Am I looking on the same one you were?
2,600, I didn't see a dollar.
311,
See here.
371.
371.
You're on the
You're looking at
worksheet,
a
though.
different thing.
Yeah, you're on the worksheet mode.
No, that's what he's talking about, though. 371-110.
Yeah, it's
thought that-
the
800.
document with the 161 on.
It would appear that I'm looking at something that's in my
Deficit sale
cache,
PDF update.
Okay, all right.
because I just looked at Supervisor Crandall's, and it shows a very different number than what I have.
Yeah, and that's what I'm reading too. I think, and it may be because of the shared type.
Oh, yeah, I see the dollar there, but I thought this one said updated down there on the bottom.
Added the updated ones this morning.
Okay.
Or like
And I got
second up from.
26,472. Yeah, I don't see no dollar there.
Oh, I was looking at the list. I didn't realize.
I added new ones.
If I may just provide an issue, it's hard to know when this agenda is updated if we're not told that it's updated, and I didn't realize that 2 new attachments popped up between last night and this morning, and I was not aware that I should be clicking on updated versus the original attachments that we've been looking at since this was put into place. So I apologize, but a heads up sometimes would, especially if it's early in the morning that it's updated, it would help. So I apologize, my fault.
Maybe just throw an updated with the date on it or something.
Yeah, I can do a date in the future. And part of the problem here for us, honestly, is that the 1,000 properties is pretty much a crushing load on our office. So people have been working on this nonstop. So we were working on it up until yesterday to try to make sure that I could get through today. So we can do the best we can, and definitely we can advise in the future. I don't know if another sale will be structured exactly the same way, because hopefully we're switching to a different system later this fall, but we can try to give earlier notice the best we can.
No, I apologize for not seeing that there were updated links rather than updating on top of the real links. So my mistake, but I just wanted to check in and make sure, since we had talked about that yesterday and expected the update.
Supervisor Green?
So just to clarify, whatever the final document is referenced in the resolution we're being asked to pass, it will be attached as Exhibit A. So I guess one thing we could do is, when we bring resolutions with exhibits, we do it as a single bundle, so we don't have to go figure that out. So it looks like the resolution's fine. We're going to have an Exhibit A, whichever document we're picking out of the pile here. But maybe the cleanest way to do it would be to actually attach the exhibit to the resolution as it's presented here.
Yes, we can do that in the future. If we do an update, we can reattach the resolution to it and make it one file in the morning. I believe going forward, we'll likely always have to do the ability to do an update either the night before the board meeting or the morning of, because the method in which people can pay funds changes. So once your board effective today, people have to pay with secured funds. So that's one of the distinctions. So I think going forward that, supervisor's suggestion, I think we could do that, which is to create a new package the morning of or the night before with the new resolution and the list of properties, just to make it cleaner.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Now that I've unnecessarily given you a hard time, Mr. Sullivan, I just want to say thank you very much. for the added level of communication. I know that I've been involved in your communication with the city of Clear Lake in looking at what properties are being placed on there, what properties they would like to deal with in more of a direct way. I just really appreciate the enhanced level of communications coming from your department. I want to applaud you for that.
Thank you, and I would definitely applaud my staff. They've been working very diligently on this, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public input?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay, you'll bring it back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay, we will now go to 7.5. Discussion and consideration to hold special meetings in March 2023 to participate in county council interviews in closed session and select a date. CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, on January 25th, Anita Grant, our county council, notified us that March 24th would be her last day with the county, after which we did do an open recruitment, which closed on the 16th. We received 4 qualified applicants, and I have listed the dates where the chamber is available for at least half-day interviews. I'd like to withdraw the first one. It's only 2 days away, and that would be, I don't think, give anyone an adequate enough time to prepare for it. So if you want to pull up your calendars, and I recommend selecting 2 dates, 2 special meetings, one, for the full interviews, and then if the board wishes to bring back 1 or 2 more candidates for a second interview, then we have another date reserved to do so.
So the 10th and the 17th work for me. 9 a.m. to 1 or 1 to 5, so.
That works for me too.
The 17th?
Well, the
10th or the 17th.
Well, if you want 2 meetings, is there any way we can do one next week on the 6th or the 10th?
The 6th works for me, not the
10th
10th.
works for me.
Yeah, the 6th is better for me.
The 17th is good, though.
I can't do the 6th, unless is it 9 to 1, or is it
Yeah,
all day?
it's a half a day,
I could do the 9 to 1,
On the 6th,
yeah.
can you?
Yeah, I can make it work if it's in the morning.
Yeah, I was gonna get the first date first. So, all can meet on the 6th from 9 to 1. And then I heard the 17th, and Anita has availability from the 1 to 5 time. Does that meet with everyone else's?
I'm great.
Oh my
That
God,
works for
it's
me.
been much easier than I thought it would be.
That is,
That's the last day? What?
Her last day?
Yeah.
No, her last day is the 24th.
it's a
Oh,
week.
all right. I thought it was, for some reason, I had the 17th.
No, her last
Wait a
meeting is the 21st.
Okay.
Are you going to be in person for Workforce Alliance? Or that's
when
that
is that
morning,
one?
the 17th
17th.
morning?
But we're doing the afternoon, right?
Yes, we are, 1 to
I can-
5.
Zoom?
I can Zoom from the conference room here.
Okay.
Yeah, they did Zoom
didn't
on
have that
Workforce
on there.
Alliance before the whole COVID thing, so, yeah. They always did Zoom. Workforce Alliance of the North Bay? Yeah, they've always did Zoom, so it's not, yeah.
Okay.
So what I have is March 6th from 9 to 11, and March 17th from 1 to 5, council chambers. In closed session at a special meeting.
Council chambers? Board chambers.
Board chambers, sorry. 20 years in council.
Commission.
9 to, the 17th, I'm sorry, 1 to 5?
1 to 5, yes, on the 17th, and
9 to
9 to 1 on the 6th. And we'll send an invite to all of you.
Perfect. Okay.
And we also will have questions prepared. For your convenience.
Okay. Public input?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay. All right, this was a just direction item. Yes? Oh, it's a motion? Oh, right.
I'd like to move to add a special meeting on Monday, March 6th at 9 a.m., 2023, and add another special meeting on Friday, March 17th at 1 p.m. for county council interviews.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Seven point six, consideration and discussion involving the recruitment process for filling the vacancy created by the behavioral health director's resignation. CAO Parker.
Thank you very much. I have Pam Samick here. I can't see her. Yes, she's still here. To speak to what steps we recommend, and then just to answer any of your questions you may have regarding this recruitment.
Good afternoon, Board. So I would recommend the steps that we normally take, which is to open up a competitive recruitment for promotional and regular for at least 10 days and see where we're at the end of that 10-day period. And then should we need to take other measures, we can look at other measures after the open recruitment.
Okay, any questions? Supervisor Spatier?
Just a quick statement. I think this is the right direction to go. I'm definitely in the preference of always casting as wide a net as we can. But I don't mean to utilize your words, but I don't think we have a regular way of doing things. And I would like to maybe come back at a later time to discuss what is our regular recruitment. We can maybe change it on the fly if needs be, but something that's standardized when it comes to our department heads, because I feel we kind of do things differently on the fly rather than have a standardized way that we bring to the board and then see how we want to move forward. So I'd love to see that discussion come back.
Sure.
If the board so agrees.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't include you on email, but I did reach out to CAO Parker and County Council. This is a slightly different position. So if I read the responsibilities of our advisory mental health board, they actually have a role in interviewing potential candidates. And I have not had the chance to confirm that, but just want to make sure that you were aware of that potentiality, just because it would impact your timeline for doing interviews. And if we're doing closed session interviews and they're doing open interviews, I have no idea how that's going to work. So don't need to respond to that now, because I think we're just here to open up the recruitment. But I did want to throw that little wrinkle in there, and I don't know if that happened during the selection process with our prior BH directors, but it seems to be a thing, so.
We'll take that under advisement. I believe it is how it works, and that we'll take that path. So.
Did you have something else? No? Okay. Public input?
You scanned the room too quickly. There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the board.
It's just direction. I agree with that direction. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, 7.7, consideration of agreement between the County of Lake and Kingsview Professional Services for support services for state mandated cost reporting and what?
Since we have Pam here, did we want to go to the next item or no? What item is it? Sorry.
Oh, 7.
Consideration of classification, just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
So we can have her go and come back.
She was waiting like it was.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry. All right, hold on, Todd. Okay, consideration, 7.9, consideration of the classification, compensation, recruitment, and retention committee, CCRR, approval of the 2022-2023 reclassification, cycle funding, findings, and recommendations.
Thank you. So the Class and Comp Committee met, and 6 departments submitted requests, which are summarized in the staff report. The first is Animal Control. Animal Control did not have any benched positions in the original 2018-2019 Class and Comp, so we used existing affiliations. Because of the difficulty in hiring animal control officers and staff, we did a bench using the 2019 data. HR recommends using the 2019 data, since we still have that, to be consistent and fair with everybody else who, that's the data we pulled. So I pulled a bench using the 2019 data. Which did show the animal control officers are a bit underpaid, and the recommendation is to have them go up by 4 grades. For the veterinarian, we were unable to get a good bench for that because none of our 12 comparison counties actually have vets. They either outsource or don't have those services provided in-house. So Assistant CAO, Stephen Carter, worked with JT to come up with a recommendation for the vet. The information that the animal control director provided was using private industry, so we really can't use private industry, just out of fairness to how we come up with our class and comp data. So we made a recommendation to increase the vet by 14 grades. The grades are in this staff report here. I won't go over each one. This should be no increase in salary because it'll be covered by salary savings for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Meet and convert is not required since we're not changing the job specs, we're just increasing the salary. Any questions?
More just a comment, obviously sitting on the Class and Comp, well, I'll get it with the Class and Comp Committee. I know there's a lot of discussion, we've gone through it. You're also on it, Michael, correct?
I guess I am now.
Yeah, well, I thought I saw you on the meeting there, so throwing your, a lot of conversation, obviously, so long meetings, obviously, to get to this point, to bring it to the board. I know that we have some great directors and appointees on there that are helping moving this forward with Pam's discussion as we move through it. Thank you, Stephen and admin, as we do this. Obviously, we're trying to always take things into consideration, so we don't put ourselves in a position that we were before we did the class and comp, or we have folks that are out of whack. So I think moving forward, getting these things in alignment are going to help out in the future years as we're moving people forward in the county. So, and obviously making sure that if there wasn't a baseline, one gets set and then we're going forward from there instead of just trying to create something the next time we're trying to address a position allocation or those types of things.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I recommended using the 2019 data out of fairness to the rest of the county and what happened previously when we weren't doing regular class and comp studies, that we had a bunch of people that ended up being Y-rated because they got consistent raises, and then there was a real lack of understanding as to why they didn't get raises when other people did. And so, to be fair, and in discussions with the committee, we decided to use the data set from our original class and comp study.
Does that include the increases that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Spatier.
So I want to move forward with this, but I do want to highlight something that is just something that I think is my focus. From time to time, I ask Ms. Samick for a vacancy list so I can compare and contrast where are we going, how are we doing. And the vast majority, not all of the departments that are listed here for changes are actually not doing horrible, especially today, maybe in the past history, but they're not doing horrible in their vacancy rates. They're actually, the lowest I think is 20% vacancies, and then it's kind of an average of maybe 15 or 17%. But we have some departments here that are at 50% vacancy filled, 72%, and I hope that as the conversation continues, this is not meant to break this conversation, but that we can focus on those departments that are really struggling to be able to serve the people that we're here for, because at 50% capacity, our service can't possibly be at the level that we want them to be. And so I hope that can be a point of interest on how to continue the conversation and what's being focused on. Because I'd love to see those numbers change and ensuring that we're providing the services to the communities.
Agreed. And these recycle requests went out to all department heads. These are the department heads that asked for a consideration. And in some cases, they're just title changes to be more consistent and on pace and make it easier to advertise. In some cases, they're asking for increases. So out of our 26 departments, 6 submitted requests.
And just one question, did I hear you correctly that because there increases, that there's no need to meet and confer?
Well, if it's just an increase only and no change to the job description, we don't need to do a meet and request because nothing's changing in the job description except they're getting a raise.
But at the same time, and I thought I had read this, that the recommendation is to initiate the meet and confer. You're saying?
Where necessary. So there are some instances where it will be and some instances where it's really just a courtesy notice to say the salary is going to go up by whatever gets approved here today.
I'm not trying to make it complicated, but it would seem that meet and confer is still a necessary part because I don't want to describe potential difficulties because I don't want to create them, but at the same time,
Well, it's more of a courtesy notice to say there's no change in the actual job requirements, but the Class and Comp Committee has met, done a bench, and the salaries increase. Versus, here's the job description, here's the changes, like in the next one with behavioral health, where there's now a certification process that will be initiated. That needs to go to a meet and confer. Not that they'll oppose it, but they'll want to know how current staff is being affected by the certification process and what amount of time will give them to be certified and what happens if they don't get certified.
But if we do an increase, you're saying there's no need to meet and confer. And I just
Just a courtesy notice is my understanding. I can confirm it with one of my reps.
I personally disagree.
Okay.
I think it needs to go to meet.
Supervisor Sabatier, just by point of clarification, meet and confer is a requirement under the government code in certain circumstances. Meet and confer may be satisfied by way of notification. This item here is before your board for approval in concept. So our office is certainly at that stage is willing to work with human resources to determine whether or not it meet and confer requirement and the extent of the meet and confer would apply and to what extent it would apply.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just real quick, and I didn't notice this during Class and Comp, but we did talk quite a bit about the McDonald's phenomenon. So this is better than what it is, but it's still, so on Animal Control Officer 1 and Animal Control Assistant. So in the prior classification, they were equivalent, and in this revision, they're equivalent. But again, the McDonald's phenomenon. So not really knowing the class part of that equation, should we be distinguishing between them on the pay scale? Or should we be kind of backtracking and taking a look at the classification of those? Because Again, an animal control officer, one, they're going to be on the track to get certified. They certainly have expectations of them, and I don't know that equivalent expectations go on the assistant or what have you. So I want to push the needle as much as we can, but I just don't necessarily understand right now the difference in those classifications and whether we should keep them on the same T12 grade.
Well, that was based on the previous affiliations, and they were set at the same, so we left them the same. So we did the bench based off of the Animal Control Officer 2, and then affiliated according to the old affiliations. So at this point, we will leave them there. As far as the fast food
Phenomenon.
law, or I think that is being challenged. There's also not every fast food restaurant. There are circumstances and number of staff, so that's not in play currently. I think that is something we will have to look at when that comes into play, because our minimum wage positions will be competing with McDonald's or,
Panda Express.
yes, or Panda Express, or, well, if one would come here. So I think at this point, we can't really look at that because that's not a reality for us yet. Eventually, that could become a reality, and we'll have to look at that then. We also can't, with our whole grade system, just change minimum wage without changing every wage in the county. And that would be a significant impact, which we would have to talk about.
And if I can add, I don't know the level of detail, as it wasn't provided, and to be honest, that's in the nitty-gritty details that I don't need to have, but while the pay may be the same, the job descriptions are different, and it's about having the choice to be in what position you want to be, depending on who you are and what you want to do. So I think that seeing similar pay in two separate positions doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's bad.
Thank you. Behavioral Health has asked to reclass and change the peer support specialist positions. There is recent legislation that requires the peer support specialist to become Medicare certified to be able to bill for Medicare services provided. So we are asking that the peer support specialist, which is now consistent with the senior position, to change the entry level to peer support specialist and change the current peer support specialist to peer support senior with the certification. Now, in all of those positions, we do not currently have a certified peer support specialist. They are working on the certifications currently. We'll be changing the job descriptions and doing a meet and confer to discuss the certification process. Also, there's some title changes for the Native American cultural specialist to just a peer support specialist specializing in Native American, changing the Latino to Latinx to make it more gender neutral. But the job description will stay the same. There are no changes in the salary request. So they're asking to add peer support specialist as the entry level. Currently, we have some client support specialists who do the rides and the errand running, and they provide peer support specialists, but it's very difficult to do recruiting when they're providing peer support services and then you're also advertising for drivers, really kind of two wildly different job descriptions. So what they're asking is that we put the client support specialist just as the driver, pull the peer support specialist out into the entry-level position, and then make the peer support specialist to peer support specialist senior which is the current role, and add the certification process. Any questions?
Any questions from the public? Director Metcalf?
Pam, I know that was a mouthful, what you just said. And yes, the peer sports specialist job classification, because of state legislation, is changing. And it's going to allow our peer sports specialists to bill for not only Medicare services, but Medi-Cal services as well, which will bring additional revenue into our department. And so it is something that we have to do because this is mandated by the state. And so, Pam, I just want to thank you for, I know that it's very complicated, but it's something that we have to do because of state legislation. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
So we will be working with current staff on getting their certifications, and during the meet and confer process, we'll be talking about that process. And then as we hire new peer support specialists, the requirement will be to get their certification within 1 to 2 years, depending on the category. And those job descriptions will be updated accordingly. The committee is recommending all these changes. There are even though there are no cost increases here, because there's no changes, and then the adding the peer support specialist will be paid for by increased medical billing. So our next department, Public Services Department, has asked that we separate out the project and park superintendent, which is in a dual role right now. The workload has increased for capital projects and the parks and project superintendent, so they would like to separate that out and change the project and park superintendent to just park superintendent, and then keep the parks superintendent alone. They would like to increase the pay grade from M34 to M36. Any questions? Also, the committee is recommending this change. This is a management position, so there is no meet and confer required.
So under this, so is there a project superintendent after this change? Or is that absorbed by the facilities maintenance superintendent? I was a little confused. Obviously support splitting it if the duties are there, but it says if the park superintendent goes to M36, that's equivalent to the facilities maintenance superintendent. I don't see that they're proposing to create a project superintendent.
Well, right now it's a dual role. The person that's in it is going to be retiring soon. They don't think this will be handled, that one person will be able to handle this role going forward. So that's why they're separating it into two distinct job categories.
Stephen Carter, Assistant CIO. One of the other reasons is they have an extra help person performing some of those project-related duties. And once this employee retires, I believe Lars is going to talk to budgetary staff and create that position. It just isn't needed at this point in time.
Okay, the next is Public Works for heavy equipment automotive mechanic during the class and comp. This was not benched. It was the salary was set based on previous relationships. Again, due to the difficulty in hiring this position, they asked that we do a bench. When we did the bench, it did show that this was considerably underpaid. And so we're proposing taking it from grade T17 to T21, again, using 2019 class and comp data. Questions?
Two questions. How many other, or do we have other positions that were not benched?
Yes. We had approximately 65 benches for the, how many positions do we have? 500 positions. So we used relationships based on previous standards. They've pretty much all held up very well based on those relationships. We have found from time to time that those relationships don't stand. And during the class and comp, right after we implemented class and comp, each of the department heads had an opportunity to come forward and say, we agree, or we think we would like an additional bench pulled on this position for whatever reason. They didn't come forward at that time. We're now 3 years in, so there are some positions that are coming forward and saying, we don't believe that the existing relationships are adequate, so we'd like you to confirm that with a bench. And so that's the practice we take. We'll do a bench. In this case, we used the 2019 data, and it'll either hold or it doesn't hold. In the vast majority of cases, our relationships have held.
Okay. And then my second question is, you're saying you're using the 2019 data, just sorry if I missed it. You're adding on all the changes that have occurred since then to ensure that they're up to date, just like everyone else has increased. Okay.
Yes.
I thought that you had asked the question, but I wanted to make sure, at least for this one specifically.
Again, to be fair, we're trying to be consistent, and since everybody else's increases were based on the 2019 class and comp, and then how would I value the difference between 3 years? So the best way or the best mechanism we felt in the class and comp committee was to look at the 2019 data and say, how would that go relationship-wise? And if it's 15% or 4 grades, or then we relate it based on that. But then they still get the raises they got for the last 2 years as well. Social Services asked to add a senior accountant. We looked at their request. It seemed this request was really based on giving a specific person a raise rather than the need to add a senior accountant position. So the committee is asking that we deny this request because we don't see the need, given they do have accounting management staff, to add this position at this time. Question? Okay. So the next recommendation from Social Services is to take the Section 8 Self-Sufficiency Case Manager and retitle it to Housing Specialist. Initially, when they put in the request, they were looking at asking for an increase from G16 to G20. But in discussions with the Class and Comp Committee, they really looked at that and thought that they should retitle it to Eligibility Specialist. And based on the work and the education requirements and the experience requirements, the committee and the department head made the recommendation to retitle and actually reclass to G22 from G16. And the committee is recommending this change as well. Questions?
Yeah, in the grid, I know there's 2 positions here, but I heard you use both terms. So just reading the grid, it appears we want to create a housing eligibility specialist that would be a G22 in the grid. It says reclass to housing specialist, and it says G20. So I think that's a Something's wrong in there.
seems
So there's a
confusing.
housing eligibility specialist at one grade and then a housing specialist at another grade. And between the text and the chart, I'm a little
Well,
confused.
the current title is Housing Eligibility Specialist, and they're asking to change it to just Housing Specialist. So in their initial request, and I know this seems confusing after the fact, it made sense when I was doing it. Their initial request was to change Section 8 to the Housing Specialist, but then in conversations with the committee, they kind of scrapped that, so I should have just left that grid off to make it less confusing, so I apologize for that confusion. And then change, so it's two things. They're changing the title of the Housing Eligibility Specialist to just Housing Specialist, and they're reclassing the Section 8 Housing or Self-Sufficiency Case Manager to Housing Specialist. So it's two different requests. I just didn't make it very clear.
To housing eligibility specialist.
To Housing Specialist. So their current title is Housing Eligibility Specialist, and they're shortening that to Housing Specialist.
Okay, well, going back to the grid then, the phrase housing specialist is used on both lines, but one's a G20, one's a G22. So I'm struggling with that.
Yes, I made it way more confusing than it needed to be. Like I said, it made sense when I was throwing all this together. It's really two requests, and so what I should have done is left off the grade and said retitle and then reclass with an increase. So I made it unnecessarily confusing.
You understand this?
I do
Thank you.
understand exactly what you're saying. Other questions? So again, the committee recommends this, is recommending this request as well. And the last request is from the treasurer tax collector. And they are looking at their accounting technician positions, and based on the complexity of their accounting technician positions, they are asking for it to be reclassed to the accounting technician auditor. We spoke with the auditor controller. She agreed with this reclass because they're very similar in nature in the type of work that they're doing and the complexity and confidentiality. And then they're also asking to add a accounting technician auditor 2 position so that they have 2 classes of position. This reclass will only be allowed in the tax department and the auditor's department, and it will specify that in the job description. So another department who doesn't have this similar style of work would not be able to use this classification. The committee agreed with this and is recommending both of these changes. Any questions? So staff requests that, oh, I think you have to do public.
Public input?
There are no hands in Zoom.
Okay. Staff requests that the board approve in concept these recommendations and authorize HR to initiate the meet and confer process with all applicable employee associations as needed.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, we need a motion, correct?
Did you have a question?
Just final comment, obviously, this is the beginning of a process, but I know for me, what's always important is how does this impact our budget, and how do we ensure continuity in making these changes not impact us in any negative way. But other than that, I think that the fact that it's gone through the process of the Class and Comp Committee, and now it's going to the meet and confer as required, I'm good with moving forward, so. Just wanted to make sure and add the budgeting part of it because it will increase to a certain point.
Yes, and it shouldn't impact the departments because most of the departments have cost savings from unfunded position or unfilled positions.
Right.
Since I'm the budget officer, I just wanted to restate what she said. This fiscal year, salary savings covers it, no problem. Next fiscal year, during the budget process, there's a net county cost that's provided to general fund departments, and self-funded have to fit it within their allocations. The net county cost is up to the department how they utilize that funds, and it should cover these changes.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, then I will go ahead and move. I will move to approve in concept these recommendations and authorize Human Resources to initiate the meet and confer process with applicable employees associations as needed.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Now we will get back to Todd.
Is Todd still here? Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Todd Metcalf, Behavioral Health Services. So
Hold on.
Yeah, let me get to
you need to
the,
read it first.
yeah. 7.7, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Kingsview Professional Services for support services for state mandated cost reporting in the amount of $122,900, $122,900 for fiscal year 2022 to 2024, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Todd Metcalf, Behavioral Services. So thank you, Madam Chair. This is an agreement with Kingsview Professional Services to help us finish out our cost reporting process before the CalAIM, California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal Payment Reform Initiative that will actually do away with this cost reporting process, which we're happy about that. I do need to point out the fact that, Madam Chair, you articulated the dollar amount. The dollar amount in the board memo is incorrect, and the dollar amount needs to reflect $133,100 that is outlined in the itemized budget in the actual agreement in Exhibit B. And my apologies for that oversight. And so just wanted to point that out, that I'm hoping we can get it approved with that minor alteration in the dollar amount. I also want to add that we did go out to bid for these services, and Kingsview Professional Services was the sole bidder. And so that is why this is coming before this board, because you have heard me talk over the years about, cost reporting and getting caught up on cost reporting. They have been a very instrumental partner in helping us get to where we are today. And so this will most likely be the last agreement that we have with them, though this does go through, it goes up until fiscal year 2024, because they're also going to be helping us with our new electronic health record system in migrating data and ensuring that our cost reporting is caught up and done before the CalAIM Payment Reform Initiative. And I believe Elise Jones, our Administrative Deputy Director, is tuned in. Oh, I see her there. She might want to help me out here and add something that I might have missed. So Elise, I see you. Do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, board. I would just clarify that actually we did not receive any proposals for this request for proposals. But we have been working with Kingsview on an ongoing basis to complete these activities.
Thank you, Elise. So we are asking for board approval of this contract to help us through hopefully the last iteration of this cost reporting process before the California Innovating and Advancing Medi-Cal Payment Reform Initiative, because it's supposed to look a lot different. So that's our ask here, that you will approve this agreement so we can move this forward and finalize this final iteration of the cost reporting process.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I wanted to highlight a couple of things. So back on September 27, 2022, this was originally brought to the Board of Supervisors. It was pulled in order to do an RFP. The original amount was $158,469, and that was for fiscal year 22-23. This one is fiscal year 22 to 24, and it's for $133,100. So I'm not sure if the RFP helped to somehow change things. I know they didn't propose, but at the same time, the amount is a lot less than it previously was proposed to us as, and I would like to believe that it has something to do with the RFP process, but wanted to make sure that we were all aware of that. And I know that Director Metcalf mentioned the change in the memo, but the change needs to actually be made on page 1 of the contract under compensation, where it also states that it's $122,900. That needs to be changed to $133,100, or more specifically, $133,100 in number 3 on page 1 of the contract.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier, for that clarification.
Supervisor Green?
On page 5 of the agreement, there's a to-be-determined date. It's okay to leave it as that, or do we need to plug in a date certain on that? For example, I mean, if this thing's going to wrap up in 2024, I imagine we do know the date. So is that date to be determined there on purpose, or is that something we need to fix before we approve this?
No, those dates are to be determined by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Okay. Anything from the public?
There are no hands in Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agreement between County of Lake and Kingsview Professional Services for support services for state-mandated cost reporting in the amount of $133,100 for fiscal year 22 to 24, and authorize the board chair to sign as amended for page 1, section 3 under compensation.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We will go to 7.8. Consideration of the following advisory board appointments: Community Visioning Forum, Emergency Medical Care Committee, Fish and Wildlife Committee. So we can start with Community Visioning Forum. We have 1 vacancy. Do you want to?
Is she in my district?
No,
She's
but
Lake.
it's
Oh,
your,
well, since I'm
it's
on
your
it, yeah.
committee.
All right, okay. I was, sorry. So the applicant is Georgina Marie Guardado. She's applying for a member at large, and there's a position open for it. So I think she would be a great addition.
I
Okay.
second that.
Any public input? No.
All right, so I'll motion to appoint Georgina Marie Guardado as the member at large for the Community Vision Forum.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Let's move on to our Emergency Medical Care Committee. 15 vacancies. 2 applicants. Should we do them separately or together?
I think we could do
Do them all
on
together? Okay, so we have Zach Bendel, Lynn Smith Kindenberg, and James Dowdy. Supervisor Sabatier?
Just wanted to state those are appropriate members to add to the EMCC, and most, if not all, are already members. Zach Pendel, I see him there from time to time. I'm not sure if he was already a member, but all appropriate members to add.
Anything from the public? No? Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Zach Pendel, Lynn Kinnenberg, and James Dowdy to EMCC.
Second.
Well, sorry.
Hey, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next is Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. We have 5 vacancies. I did speak with Bobby Dutcher yesterday. He's no longer in the ag industry, so he is grateful for someone else to come in and take that spot. So I have a couple conversations going with people to apply for that, so we'll just rescind his application at this time. So that means,
Luis Santana?
Yeah.
I think he's a great addition.
okay. Anything from the public?
And so I will move to appoint Luis Santana to the District 3 general membership position for the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, we are going to reopen consent. We need to look at item 5.4.
5.2 and 512, or we need to reopen it completely?
We're going to reopen it for 5.4.
Madam Chair, I move to reopen the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And Madam Chair, I move to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.3, 5.5 through 5.11, 513 through 515. Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We'll go to 5.4. Okay, this is approve amendment to the agreement between the County of Lake and the California Mental Health Services Authority for Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program fiscal year 2022 to 2024 with no change to the contract maximum and authorize the board chair to sign. Who's?
I apologize, I requested for this to be pulled, and if you look at the documents, the signature, per the item, it says for the chair to sign, but if you look at the actual documents, it says Elise Jones, and she's not an assisting purchasing agent, and she's not the chair, so the documents have to be removed and replaced with the proper information.
Okay, so it'll come back. Okay.
Well, let's do it.
Or please amend it on its face right now, per Anita.
Oh,
Any public comment?
Nope.
Okay, we'll bring it back, and someone want to make that amendment?
Can I ask what the amendment is? Are we just taking out the word Elise Jones and then allowing for the appropriate signature to go there, or do we need to make any other changes?
I think it's the only one, it's the chair.
Anita Grant, your board has 2 choices. You can have the board chair approve and just modify the signature field to Board of Supervisors Chair, or if you prefer and wish to have Todd Metcalf sign it, then you can delegate that authority to Todd Metcalf as director. It just can't stand the way it is. Or you can
there a
kick
preference?
it back if you prefer, but it's a simple fix.
Yeah, no, let's
To the
fix it.
chair, that would be my preference.
Yep, so option A?
Yes, option A.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve the amendment to the agreement between the County of Lake and the California Mental Health Services Authority for Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program for fiscal year 22 to 24 with no change to the contract maximum, and authorize the board chair to sign, and choosing option A for the amendment to the signature page.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So that completes,
Calendars.
oh, calendar.
Don't we have 5.2 and 5.12
I thought there were a couple.
No, 5.2 and 5.12 are both pulled.
completely?
Yes,
Oh, oh,
yes,
no.
yes. Never to return.
Never?
That says something.
All right. Who would like to start with calendars?
I'll get started.
Okay.
Let's see. Looks like, I don't know why there's a first 5 on my calendar for tomorrow. No, that's because I'm on the wrong week. All right, there we go. There is a proposed Sulphur Bank Superfund site meeting tomorrow. Just going to listen in and just keep paying attention to that, as I think it's important to how it's adjacent to the district I serve, to continue keeping track of what's the progress. Lots of different things. CSAC Rural Caucus Zoom is going to be meeting in the morning just to talk real quick about rural issues. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to break off early from that, as I have an LTA and APC meeting starting at 9 o'clock. Then I am meeting together with Canocta Unified School District at City Hall in the city of Clear Lake to look into what potentially could be the new name of the middle school coming up. Then on Thursday, I will be probably skipping Judge's Breakfast to make sure I make it on time for the CSAC Board of Directors meeting that's occurring in Sacramento, and hopefully be back in time for City Council meeting that evening. And I am meeting with Woodland Community College on Friday, having a Hope Rising meeting on Friday, and visiting our warming shelter, who I have to say has really come up and taken the bull by the horns during this event, an emergency, to really provide what they can to those that are unsheltered, rather than closing down at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. and sending those people out in the cold. So I'm really happy with what's happening there, and couldn't be happier that we got that open in time. On Saturday, I will be going to a memorial for one of the folks that I knew well that has unfortunately passed due to a vehicle incident, as I've been talking about here for quite a while. Then, looks like the 6th, we've just set up our meeting for interviews. And I guess that's pretty much it, other than CAO meeting and then Board of Supervisors back here on Tuesday.
Okay. Supervisor Crandall?
All right, so tomorrow, East Region Town Hall, and then, of course, the EPA Superfund site, if I can make that. If not...
I'll give you notes.
Yeah, I was going to see if you could. And then also, like if I'm going to anything, I would like, so East Region Town Hall starts at 4. I could probably make it in time, but I also usually go to the Spring Valley CSA, so we'll see.
That's right.
Thursday, the AAA meeting we have, I think in the afternoon. Friday, I'll visit the Lucerne Alpine Senior Center. I know that they had opened up to the community, and so just want to check in with them. And then, of course, Upper Lake Habimatalil has opened as well. 2 tribal members, Rudy Brown and his wife Candace Brown, have been manning it. And so I think it's just really awesome. A lot of the different agencies and different, Robinson Rancheria even had a spaghetti dinner. I know that there was some thought that they were having a warming center, but I just know that they opened it a couple nights for like a dinner and warming for a bit, but I don't think they have a warming shelter going. The casino at Running Creek is allowing people to come in if it's snowing and cold to have coffee and get warm, and So I remember that being another statement. I've reached out to the Live Oak Senior Center as well to see if they're going to be opening soon, but they didn't, I don't think they're able to provide that capacity as of now. Anyhow, back to Monday, CAO meeting, and then I have a farm, well, what time is that? 9 to 1, right?
9 to 1.
It's 9 to 1.
Okay, good. Special meeting Monday, 9 to 1, but my Farm, Ranch, and Rural Community Federal Advisory Committee check-in is at 1. So I'm going to try to get in on that, and then back here on Tuesday for BOS.
Who's ready down here?
I'm ready to go. So finish up the meeting today. Obviously, I did report last week that I may be out of town, but because of, everything that was going on in Lake County, I did let the State Board of Fire Services know that I was not going to be attending that meeting. So obviously here in person. Also want to say I have the LTA meeting tomorrow also with, or APC meeting with Supervisor Sabatier. And then I will also be attending the meeting at 12 in the city of Clear Lake for the naming of the middle school, or renaming, potential conversation. There is a meeting on our calendar for PG&E meeting with Lake County priorities. I may have to zoom into that meeting. If there's a capability for that, I greatly appreciate it. The reason is I was reached out by the North Bay Realtors Association that may be meeting at Hidden Valley, I think at 10 a.m. And I plan on, speaking there for a while and then jumping on the call. So if that's available, I'd greatly appreciate that. I thought maybe they'd reschedule, but they say they're moving forward with it. So I said, okay. On Friday, I have the meeting with CAO in the morning. On the weekends, too, there's a lot going on. There are 2 celebrations of life down in my area, and maybe attending those. For sure one, but the second one, I think, may still be up in there. On Monday, obviously, the special board meeting that's just been picked up, and for some reason, and it's all my fault, I still ain't got the board meetings on my iPad. They used to be on here, but they're not. I got the special meetings, so I don't know what I got going on. And if I could figure it out, I would, but I'm needing some help from admin office. Shows up on my phone, but not on my iPad for some reason. So anyway, showing my technical skills there. And then next week, well, I can report on that next week. The Lower Lake Action Committee has moved to Tuesdays also. So as I started out, when we talked about the proclamation and other things, I just want to thank all the county employees, all the community, everybody who's really pitched in on this. And hey, Mother Nature gives you what you need, just not how you want it sometimes. So we need the water. Looks like we're going to have some more storms coming in the rest of this week and other times. Please do the best that you can be prepared. But I just want to thank everybody who is out there in these very trying conditions as we move forward. And hopefully this will be the regular type of winters that we're getting as we're moving here. That's what I'm hoping for. Not as much as some of us were affected, but we need that precipitation. We need that water, the snow, to move us forward. So, yeah, I just want to thank everybody. So I know I've done that a couple of times, but there's probably somebody we missed. But there's volunteer organizations, as you said, Supervisor Sabatier, there are folks that I've seen just out on the street helping neighbors, and whether it's filling a generator or cutting a tree or doing those types of things. And I tell you what, that's why I love living in this community. It's unbelievable the way it comes together. They may fight over politics, but when everybody needs to come together, they come together. So it's phenomenal. So that's all I got to say.
And just a quick addition, we are above 5 feet, Rumsey.
Nice.
Whoa.
We'll only keep going.
My turn? Yeah, I hope to tune in to that homelessness Zoom tomorrow with the Rural Caucus. And I'll stay on after you have to dive off for APC, just because I have an interest in that issue. And then I'll probably dive on APC later just to tune in. Says on my calendar, I am in the same boat you are, my friend. My iPad is out of control, and I don't know what it does. But it looks like I have a Children's Council meeting at 1 p.m. Thursday. Again, I'm not primary, but I do have an interest in COC, and so many thanks to COC for its role in getting our Lakeport Warming Center up and running, and to all the volunteers and the Sunrise I've been a frequent visitor there. I've been so just touched and excited. And in addition to that very important effort, 1,000 points of light. In Lakeport in particular, we have informal warming shelters up and down Main Street, Angelina's, Marcel's, Suzy Q's, people who just, give a place for people to sit and get warm and get a little warm fluid in them. And so appreciative for not only the big efforts that take just hundreds of thousands of dollars to pull off, but the simple efforts that take nothing more than a cup of coffee and some kind words.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah.
Are you talking about at 3 p.m. on Thursday?
Yeah.
Because I believe that was canceled.
Oops. Well, again, so my iPad is lying
Let's
to me.
check into that, because yours obviously does not say canceled and mine does.
Well, so as we migrate out of Zoomlandia, it's interesting because a lot of people got really accustomed to sending those Zoom invites, and those plug in just nicely. Some of them have migrated away from the Zoom type of invite. They'll send you a PDF or something like that, and so I'm kind of stuck putting on my calendar manually. So I either have no agenda item on there, I have somehow the special meeting on the 6th has populated 3 times already on my calendar here, so I don't really know what's going on. So if there is no COC on Thursday the 2nd, that's
I'll let
good.
you know.
That's good to know. I'll take that off, but reading the calendar here, I don't really know how it landed on there. That's about it for this week. So special meeting on Monday the 6th. We meet on the 7th.
We just do the
Just
week.
this week? Okay.
Yeah, just until the next meeting.
All right, that's fine. Then that's really about it.
Okay, I'm going to echo what everyone else has said about how the community always engages and steps up. We have, of course, our staff out there in my neighborhood plowing roads all night. The first responders, all the crews, all the utility crews. We've got the fire department plowing. Everyone that owned an excavator seemed to be out plowing and clearing people's driveways. All the kids are now, they have a new job. They're getting paid to shovel people out of their homes, which is great. And the volunteers are always incredible. And when I asked the Lions Club to open up and be a warming shelter, not even a hesitation. And they've done that so many times I can't even count. Their crab feed was supposed to be this weekend, which is their annual fundraiser, the Mountain Lions, the Little Red Schoolhouse. It's been postponed a week, but that's how they get their funds, and then they always serve. They serve with full heart. So I'm always grateful for them. The Kelseyville Senior Center did open for one day for meals on Saturday, and so I'm just so grateful for everyone and what they've done to look out for each other. The volunteers in Buckingham went door to door during those areas with prolonged outages, checking on people. So just that it never ends, and I'm grateful to see it all. Tomorrow I have agenda review and TID. I have a meeting with the RCD grant writer, and then home hardening meeting. I am super behind in my NACO class after this long week. I have got to get that all together for my Thursday afternoon meetup. But PG&E meeting here at the county to look at priorities, I will be there for sure. We do have that emergency AAA meeting, then I'll be at my NACO. And then Friday, my cohort meeting, we're having our staff meeting. I've got another meeting in the afternoon. The Fiddler's Jam is supposed to be on Sunday on March 5th. I'm not sure if, how everyone's doing, if they'll be open for that or not. But I think it's going to be raining again. Then Monday, the special meeting does fall over my CAO time, so we'll have to reschedule that. And then back here on Tuesday.
Can I just state something real quick?
Sure.
about this situation, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but, our relationship with PG&E, I really appreciate the communication between our representative for the county, Melinda Rivera, and the employees who worked hard to get our power up. However, I'm a little frustrated with the concept that our community resource centers were denied due to policy and contract justifications. PSPS being the main reason on our contracts to not have them open, or emergency requires 72 hours. And the grid powers that we've agreed upon, those weren't really looked at, but then I was given an answer later. Those are just things that I hope we can come to a conclusion and work on it with them so that all emergencies that we have can be, fitted to justify what we need. So I just wanted to highlight those things because it was very frustrating trying to figure out, and I know for you all as well, what we need to do. So, yeah, I just wanted to state that.
I appreciate you bringing that up because everyone in this county relies on their infrastructure, and whether it goes down in a PSPS or not, everyone is still impacted. And if everyone is in agreement, we can bring back a letter next week to send to them.
I know that earlier this morning for the declared emergency, I requested for a kind of a debriefing because it'd be nice to get everybody's feedback that worked in the EOC. And so I'm thinking that once this event is completely over, which is hopefully after this weekend, that we can find a time and place that we can have that. It seemed to be the response we got from Sheriff Howe.
Yes, but I think we need a statement directly to PG&E.
Yeah.
Everyone agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, no, I figured I would.
Okay. Now we are at the end
No, we're not.
of our open session. So we'll go ahead and read our closed session items, which are substantial. Okay, we have.
Sorry, I can't wait for you.
Okay. We have 6 closed session items. Public employee evaluation, Public Services Director is 8.1. 8.2 is public employee evaluation, Registrar of Voters. 8.3, conference with county negotiators regarding the purchase of property located at 5245 3rd Street, Kelseyville, California. Price and terms of payment. A, county negotiators, Susan Parker and Stephen Carter, and B, Kelseyville Senior Center, Inc., negotiator Carlene Ellis. 8.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, City of Clear Lake versus Testate and Interstate Successors of Bailey Lumber Company et al. 8.5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, John Doe 1 et al. V. Humboldt County et al. And 8.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, Penn Hall v. Lake County Probation Department et al. And related Public Employees Relations Board claim. And so with that, we will go into closed session. All right, welcome back. We are out of closed session after one item. Was there any action taken?
Yes, Madam Chair, there was action to be taken. And that action is, I move to approve the engagement of the firm Shook, Hardy, and Bacon in the matter of John Doe 1 versus Humboldt County, ETAL, in coordination with 13 other counties, and authorize the chair to execute an engagement agreement, or engagement letter.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes, and we will be going back into closed session.